If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial. If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.
Hi there. Welcome to Joshi'ing Around Weekly, a podcast in which we will discuss the most important shows, the best matches, and the hottest topics in Japanese women's pro wrestling on a weekly basis. I'm Tim.
And I'm Eric.
And welcome to the show. Hello everyone, and welcome to Joshi'ing Around Weekly, episode 24. We are part of the Social Suplex Podcast Network, a network dedicated to bring you the best coverage from all over the world, including Keeping It Strong Style, the Trish and Sarah Wrestling Podcast, One Nation Radio, Tunnel Talk, All Things Elite, Imp's AEW Adventure, Wrestling Out with Chris Things, and the AEW Match Guide. We also release the Social Suplex newsletter around once a month, which gives you an in-depth coverage from promotions all over the world. The best coverage you're going to find in all of wrestling media, and you will find it on socialsuplex.com. If you have any questions for our pod or for us personally, you can join the Social Suplex Discord, where you can find Eric and me in our channel. I put the link into the description for the last couple of episodes because I heard some people didn't find the Discord or whatever. Oh. So you can find it there now. Yeah. Should have mentioned it earlier maybe. So, today is March 24th, and we're already done with March. That's crazy, isn't it?
It's so insane. It's so crazy how time works.
Yeah, it's hard. On our agenda today, we got like a news section. We're gonna talk about Stardom a little bit.
No way.
We don't have any actual Stardom shows, but we're gonna have like some extracurricular news items we have to talk about.
We have a reputation to maintain.
That's true as well. After that, we are gonna go through the Tokyo Joshi Pro shows in Texas. Then a Marigold preview before we go into the Indie Zone. Where Eric is gonna lead us through the 10th anniversary Sareee ISM show.
15th.
Sendai Girls. Sorry, what?
15th anniversary.
Oh, true. It's chapter 10. It's 15th anniversary.
10, yeah.
Sorry. Sendai Girls, SEAdLINNG, Ice Ribbon, Diana, Actress Girls, Pure J. And then we're gonna have some previews before we discuss our match of the week, as always. Hello, hi. Hello, Eric. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. It's always a good sign how our episode's going to be, depending on how you do the promo read at the start.
What do you mean?
No, it's
Did I fuck it up?
No, it's going to be a great episode. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm having fun.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I had a weird day, man. I slept for like 8 hours, which is a lot for me. But I was so tired the entire day. And now I'm full of energy all of a sudden, which is good. So maybe it was just like my body keeping me ready for the recording or whatever. I don't know.
That actually happened to me. Well, okay, I slept 6.5 hours, which is insane for me, because I normally sleep like 5. And then I was tired all day, and I was like, okay, I'm going to have a nap before the podcast. And then I just didn't. So I was like, oh, I am fucked. And then now I'm just completely fine. So it's revitalizing once we hit record.
That's crazy. Yeah. Did you know that I mentioned in the intro, Tunnel Talk, they had their 5th anniversary, I think.
Yeah,
this
they
week.
did. They got drunk as fuck.
It was funny as hell. I
Yeah.
loved it so much. The last hour of their podcast was crazy.
They didn't beat our record, though. They were going for our recording time record, and they fell short, so they need to try again.
Not quite. It would be like a solid mid-tier. A low tier, I would say, for lengthwise.
I don't think we've ever done an episode as short as 2 hours, 50 minutes, or whatever it was.
Probably not.
What would a 4-hour Tunnel
To be
Talk
honest.
episode sound like? Like, how deranged would they get in that
it would be
last hour?
so deranged. More deranged than us.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
yeah, for sure.
Do you know another podcast which started during this week?
Are you like 5 years or just a year? Does it matter about the anniversary? I'm gonna guess. Did you start a year
That
ago?
has anniversary this week.
Was it you?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I actually had my first podcast with Emmy on March 20th.
Emmy.
Emmy. That was cool. That was great. I haven't gone back to listen in like probably about a year, so I hope it holds up. I haven't figured out all the audio stuff and all that yet. I think it's very low in volume. I only figured that out after we joined the network, to be honest, when Jeremy helped me greatly with that. So
you already know this, but my confession is I haven't listened to it yet because I'm deliberately saving it
yes,
for when we do a full run through of Tam's career, because it's gonna hit even harder, I guess. So, and I don't like spoilers.
Sure.
Like Chris Whitehead, who organizes all the newsletter stuff, he was telling me to watch Okada and Shibata, right? Because spoilers, we might have an upcoming feature on that, and I was like, no, I want to save it all for when I've got nothing else to watch. That is my philosophy.
So never.
When current wrestling sucks, I will have a huge,
Oh my God.
huge war chest of shit to get through. And I'm going to be laughing at you all because current wrestling is going to suck. And I'm going to be watching Okada Shibata from 2017, all of the insane Kazusada Higuchi matches who announced his retirement this week. And yes, that is my strategy. So, except Tam. I do want to watch Tam before current wrestling sucks. So that is a more current thing that I'm going to do.
Yeah, that is basically our next plan for the next extracurricular special bonus, whatever.
When we have a quiet week, yeah.
Activity. Yeah, probably. Which will never happen, so that's kind of sad.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
We had a quiet week the other week and we still did 5 hours on random shit. So.
What even happened that week? We had no shows and we went 4 hours. Yeah, that was the most classic Joshi'ing Around Weekly episode we've ever had.
I was thinking, no, one thing you have told me yourself, actually, so it's not like a spoiler for the Emmy episode or whatever. You noticed that how time-coded Hangman pages, right?
Yeah, I've been DMing you when I was I don't know, because people will say, and I don't want to say it in public because people will think that I'm that fucking crazy Joshi freak that just needs to relate everything to my personal obsession, and that's not how I am. But I literally can't stop thinking about the connection between how they build out their characters and that they leave little breadcrumbs for those who are like, you know, they want to know all the storyline, right? They want to follow them. They're reading all the articles like we do with Shupro. I feel like Hangman is the only wrestler in the West that does that style of storytelling.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just mentioning this because, like, I listened to the AW Match Guide episode with Trish that dropped this week.
I also did, yeah.
And they compared Naito and Hangman quite a bit in a very similar way. In that I compared Tam to Hangman in my first episode with Emmy. So I thought there's like a lot of parallels between like they are like this special kind of wrestlers, like these three, and probably a lot more, but like these three are like in the tier of wrestler that are like special and just they have a special ability, I think, that speaks to wrestling fans like us or like Emmy too, or like Trish. Just how they build their characters, how they tell their stories is just so much more intricate and deeper, I guess, and so much more fascinating. And you can get lost in their stories, I guess, more than the average wrestler, I would say.
Yeah.
So that's like the triangle, and like there's a reason, like those three have been my special guys in these specific promotions. Like I was always a Naito guy, I was always the Hangman guy in AEW, and Tam Nakano. And it's like so revealing to see or to find like people who have the exact same like blowbles in these respective companies. Like that's not a coincidence, right? It's just like that's just the ability these wrestlers possess, I think. So,
no, and I found that personally, the more wrestling I watch, the more I want that style of storytelling. Because I feel like it's so unique that you don't get it very often. Like, I can always see a good match. Like, I saw a good match in a random Diana House show, like, a few days ago. So, like, you can get worn out by good matches. I don't just want to see people hitting each other. I want something to hit me different. That's why the Aihuzan Miyamoto match will be my match of the year. I just know it will, because it was different and it made me feel a certain way. And those three wrestlers that you mentioned, they do that better than anyone else did. Maybe Naito doesn't do that anymore, but peak Naito,
Yes.
he did that better than other people, like Trish explained. I didn't know any of that Naito lore, by the way. I've only seen the Kenny matches, the G1 ones, and that Okada match I think I've seen. And that's it. I have so much New Japan to watch. That is my biggest backlog by far. Like 2016 to like 2020 New Japan, I basically don't know anything.
You haven't seen a single Ibushi match?
The which one?
Ibushi.
And who?
Naito.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
Damn. That's like
yeah, exactly.
It's like maybe the most iconic matches to me anyway. The Naito matches.
I know, that's
Ibushi.
Yeah, and I'm deliberately stalling, so don't tell me to watch it, because I will not do it.
All right. No, I just thought that was very fascinating.
No,
like,
it is, yeah.
Being this is the anniversary of the Emmy episode, I just thought I mention this because
shout out to Emmy.
It's cool. Shout out to Emmy. She's a wonderful person and editor.
An editor, yes. Don't forget that. That's important. So I was going to ask you something. Can we trade questions quickly before we get into things?
Of course.
I've been dying to ask you this for like a year, and I just keep forgetting. And I finally remembered. So this time I noted it down because I was like, I have to ask him.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay.
So, is Lena Meyer Landrut popular in Germany, or is she like a Z-list celebrity?
Oh. Well. Honestly, I have no idea about current day, like, what's popular in current day pop culture. Obviously around like 2008,
2010.
10, okay. Like she was the biggest thing, obviously, but...
okay, but you don't know nowadays.
Like, they kind of fucked it up. Like, I don't know if you know all this. It's like Stefan Raab is like this big like entertainment guy in Germany who basically made Lena Meyer Landrut. He made like this whole campaign to find like the next Eurovision Song Contest star.
Yeah.
And obviously it worked. And so it worked the first year. So he insisted to send her back for a second year.
Yeah. And she
completely
taken by a stranger and then, she got owned. Yeah.
Yeah. she got owned by that. And I think that kind of buried her because like fucking Stefan Raab tried to repeat it. He's like he's maybe like a Tony Khan who like once, so something works once, so he has to like do it again and again. So,
yeah.
and it stops working immediately. So I haven't heard about her in a long while, but it might be that she's like popular again or something. I think she did release something.
She still releases stuff
recently.
So the context is, growing up, I loved Eurovision, but I got obsessed with it. Specifically obsessed with Lena in 2010 with a Satellite song. I literally had a huge celebrity crush on her for like a fucking decade. I still listen to her music now, but it was crazy how obsessed I was as a kid with her. So yeah, I guess I was just wondering if she was like still in the German pop culture sphere, but I guess she's sort of like diminished a bit. Interesting.
I would say so, but I'm really totally not sure because I don't give one single... I haven't given a fuck about like German popular culture in probably like close to 20 years, to be honest.
What do you consume? Do you consume anything German? Because I feel like I've never even heard you speak German, by the way. You're basically not German to me because of how little like you talk about German culture or language, except beer. Let's not talk about beer. But except all that.
So like, so like in my early teens, I pretty much very fast became like infatuated with more like punk rock culture and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I used to listen to a lot of German punk rock actually. There's a lot of great German punk rock bands actually. It's like a whole scene with a lot of brilliant bands. And then I like developed more and more into like heavier music. But you know, like punk is generally more like the counterculture thing, you know.
Yeah. So
when you're into punk, you stop giving a fuck about any like popular anything like popular culture related. You know what I mean? So that's why I never gave a fuck anymore. Like since I've been probably like 13, 14 years old about like anything in popular German culture. Still though, we did always kind of fucking, I don't know if it was ironically or kind of sincere probably, like the Satellite song, we kind of celebrated that one as well. Like,
I mean, that song's a banger. That's
it's
that
cool,
song
like,
is crazy.
When we were like out drinking, we were singing it nonstop, bro.
Hell
I
yeah.
remember that so clearly.
That's like the song of my 2010s. It's cool. That is one of my favorite songs.
It's a bop.
Yeah. Anyway,
for sure.
Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to mention before we move on. It's I mentioned it earlier a little bit, but the retirement of Kazusada Higuchi. So obviously we're a Joshi pod, but I love Higuchi. I think you do as well, right?
He was my guy in DDT, man.
Yes.
I'm so sad.
Yeah, he got me into DDT because I basically watched his match against Takeshita from September 2022, 25th of September, and I thought it was so incredible. It's one of my favorite matches of all time. I just realized, if you think I say that a lot, what I mean is I actually have a list of 20 to 30 matches or something. That's like my list of special matches. That's like my ultimate list. If I were to be stranded on a desert island, which matches would I want to take with me to watch? And that Higuchi Takeshita match is on that list. So I'm not going to spoil it if you haven't seen it, but there's like an insane spot in that match that I will never ever get out of my mind. And it's a Higuchi classic because he's done it a few times. It's his ultimate I'm going to put you over spot. And he even did it with Daichi Sato, a 17-year-old. He did that in Sapporo, which was obviously Higuchi's hometown. I'm not going to say what it is. Just go watch it. It's like a legit 5-star match. But when I was at Shinjuku Face in January with Emmy and my wife, I kind of got sad because him and Yuki Ueno, who's like the ace of DDT, they were doing autograph signings. And Ueno's queue was like fuck off big. It was huge, just full of women queuing up to see him. Higuchi had no one. Not a single person was in his queue. And I couldn't go up to him because I didn't have a photo to be signed and I didn't know you needed one. So I just kind of looked at him sad.
Oh my God.
Because it was like one of the greatest...
Did he not sell any on the spot?
I didn't go up to check because I saw everyone else having one in their hand already. So I just assumed you had to buy one from the stall first, the desk. But yeah, just one of the greatest DDT wrestlers ever. and none of the fans wanted a meet and greet with him, and he was just standing there proudly, like
crazy.
no-selling it, and that fucking hit me. He went so hard. He never ever phoned it in. It doesn't surprise me that the neck injury got so bad, but I'm not sad because I want him to have a healthy life. He's married happily. He's done his time. He can rest up easy now.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
And DDT's in safe hands, by the way. Like he did an amazing job in 2025 transitioning like the title and all of the major storylines to the younger generation. He lost the title to Yuki Ueno, of course, who's the ace now. So he did a great job, and now it's in the hands of the younger people. But I wanted to shout him out.
Yes, he deserves his retirement, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if you knew this about me, but like I had my DDT phase, I guess.
We got the same brain.
I got it in 2022. I think was Higuchi's title reign.
Yeah, that's when he had.
It
the
was
match with
basically
Kesha.
only his title reign. Like I was into DDT so big when he had the title, and basically like my DDT phase dropped off like relatively soon after he lost the title. So
Yeah.
it was basically just him at the top that I fucking adored, and then once that was over, I kind of just dropped off again with DDT. That's I always have these phases kind of. With these companies outside of like Stardom or whatever, like with the men's companies, with the secondary ones at least, I guess. Like I had my Noah phase when Keno was more like prominent.
Oh yeah,
and because that's my guy there, and All Japan when like that was when like Yuma Aoyagi's title reigns was, and like he was feuding with Kento Miyahara and like fucking Nakajima was in there, and that was like the major year for me. And like so that was like I think first Noah, then DDT, and then I had my All Japan year in 2023, and all three of those companies kind of dropped off for me ever since. So, I don't know. I went through these.
Men
I guess
suck.
now I'm just Joshi.
Yeah, ew, man, gross.
Well, I did watch the final couple of matches from the New Japan Cup, and that was actually pretty really good. Yeah, gotta mention that. Maybe we're coming back to this later in about 5 hours. So, I'm not even sure if they would make. Yeah, if I have to shout out something.
Oh fuck! I haven't done mine. Have I done my match of the week? Oh no, we are both gonna YOLO it when we get there. This is the first time
I'm always YOLOing that one.
I know you always do. I don't, but yeah. All right, that'll be interesting.
I just always say what I feel like. Well,
cool.
Anyway, should we get into?
Let's get into Stardom.
Yeah. So, well, we had a bunch of like new things coming out this week. Obviously, we had no shows, no wrestling, but there was like a Sayaka Kurara interview released. There was a Sayaka Kurara like character video, I guess, from the official Stardom channel released, and there were two, like a 2-part Taro Okada interview released. I'm seeing now there's also Hanan and Saya Sama interviews from today's Shupro, which I haven't read yet, but Eric is probably gonna take us through this.
Yep.
And just overall, I wanted to like maybe talk a bit more about this whole All-Star Grand Queendom thing, right?
This little thing, yeah.
Yeah. Because just like I was just thinking, like when we covered it last week, I don't know if I have really made it clear like how important actually this could be. Because like you really gotta think of the Cosmic Angels, right, as like the Stardom unit, you know. Like I don't even know if there can ever be a Stardom without Cosmic Angels. I don't think there ever was a Stardom without Cosmic Angels. I don't think anyone has ever seen that. So and I don't know if anyone wants to live in a reality of a Stardom without Cosmic Angels.
Wait, when were they created?
I think in 2020.
Okay, yeah, go on.
So they are this ancient institution in like the that's like it's like rooted deep within the machinations of Stardom. So you can't just like rip that out, and it's like Tam Nakano. She brought Unagi Sayaka and Mina Shirakawa, and just to found the Cosmic Angels, and they were like this huge loser group for like the first 6 months. I guess they weren't losers. I think they immediately won the artists belts and held that for a while. But they weren't great wrestlers, let's say. Like, work rate wise, they weren't like the greatest faction in Stardom. But like the way Tam Nakano like built this group up, in the following like 5 to 6 years is just an insane accomplishment. And it's basically, her, what's it called? Her legacy in a way in Stardom. So Sayaka Kurara essentially putting this on the line, like on a whim, and most probably gonna lose it. That's a massive big deal, I think. And I just wanted to reiterate that because I don't know if it really came across like that last week, but so that's why I think I don't even think it's that unlikely that Sayaka is gonna win, honestly.
Wow. Okay. I don't know how to respond to that.
But that is also like the main reason why I think Sayaka Kurara could turn heel, because it would be such a big deal for her to fuck up this unit. It's the most popular unit in the world. So I don't really know how they would handle that without. And about that we had like Are you laughing?
No, it's fine. It's just on the agenda. We've basically put this as Sayaka Kurara therapy, and that's exactly what it sounds like. I wasn't expecting it to be so close to what I put there as a joke.
You saw the interview.
I haven't
the interview and watched the video, right?
I read the interview and I haven't watched the video, so I've got a thing to say. I hate watching videos in a different language. I know that sounds really weird. I don't like the captions, the auto captions. So if it's subtitled,
yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, if it's subtitled by the person making the video, I obviously I love that. Like the Sendai Girls one are pretty good. If it's bad YouTube auto captions, I actually just don't watch the video because it will ruin it for me. So I'm weird like that.
Yeah, what I did today is I took the transcript. Like YouTube does automatic transcripts, right? Mm-hmm. Like in the original language, and I just copied that entire transcript and translated it for me. So that's a lot easier to read, I guess. Well, it's like she's like sewing these little. Is it called sewing? She's like putting these little like Easter eggs in, I suppose, that you could read like either way. Like you could read it as, well, that could hint towards a heel turn, but then she also like gives this giant babyface promo towards the end of the video. So she starts painting, right? She's a painter. She went to art school. She's like on a mountain and paints like a waterfall or whatever. And she explains to the audience that she used to never use the color black in her paintings, because when you use black, all the other colors tend to get muddled and like dark, and everything kind of like turns into mush. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's really important to be very careful with how you use black in a painting. It can be very like great and impressive. And she names a couple of painters who went like a color phase and a black phase, and where they like painted pictures almost entirely in black and stuff like that, you know. And like, yeah, she named these painters who went through these phases, you know, in their life. And Odilon Redon is one of them, by the way. So anyway, she says she has now kind of learned to use black in her pictures as well. Like her main fear was like she wasn't able to use black correctly in her paintings. That's why she just avoided black entirely. But now she learned how to handle it a little bit and starts like using more black in her paintings too.
Tim,
so that's obviously what.
How is this like? So, like I said, I didn't watch the video, but I also never saw this being said anywhere. This is like, that is, oh my god. Sorry, that's even more obvious than the Osaka booing thing, which we'll talk about later.
Like knowing, also mentioned you.
Knowing how to use black and people not using black correctly, like referring to maybe she doesn't like the way Sayaka Mitani wields her power at the top of Stardom. I'm not saying she will turn heel, but they could easily use all of this stuff to justify it, and she can pull out a totally different character.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? It's like really like there's these obvious clues in there.
Yeah.
But then she goes on to say like that Sayaka Mitani is the bright shining light in Stardom, but at the same time that throws a big shadow onto Stardom.
Yeah.
So she's basically the thing that causes a big shadow to Stardom because she's shining bright at the top. So she wants a Stardom without any shadow. She wants to be such a bright light that I guess there is no shadow whenever she's at the top. And she wants to become that light, I guess she says.
Babyface Sayaka.
Yes. So she says she intends to be like this bright shining and she wants to create a Stardom where like, which is a place for people she loves and where people can be happy and stuff like that.
They could literally go both ways. I think she's doing it deliberately as well.
Yes, deliberately she goes into both extremes basically. She cuts this crazy babyface promo towards the end about how she wants to transform Stardom into this happy place. But at the start she goes into this whole like soliloquy about like the color black and how she started using it and how like she goes back to the Osaka thing too about like how she got booed there and she mentioned all that again. So
and the point about the Osaka thing is I don't think the booing was that crazy. I didn't even notice it watching it live. So her bringing it up. Yeah, it was more like a stunned silence or like confusion from the crowd, but not straight booing, I wouldn't say so. And that's kind of what heels do when they turn heel, right? They're like sort of like amplify the negative reactions they got from the crowd just to justify their heel turn. And the other thing I just want to say before you move on is Sayaka, first of all, you said she was an artist, right? But second of all, she's a mentee of Tam Nakano and Sayaka Mitani, who we know put a lot of thought into what they say and what storylines they want to convey, right? Why would Sayaka talk about the color black like that? Is it just for like fun? Like, why would she script what she's going to say in that interview? Yes. Like, exactly. she's got a purpose for saying that specific thing, and that is what she said there is not a babyface thing to say.
Absolutely, yeah. So. It's not like fluff or anything. It's like specifically deliberately put there. Exactly.
And I do like that, just to say. I like that she's sowing doubt into what sort of thing might happen. So, like, even if we know she's going to lose 100%, right? Like, I'm at like 99.9% she's going to lose. You know, we spoke about how the Starlight Kid mask was maybe like 20% and the Tam Nakano retirement was maybe like 10-20%. Even though this is 99.9%, the way they're making it more exciting to view is, okay, you know she's losing, but what is she going to do? So that's where they're sowing it out, and that's where the excitement and the intrigue comes in. So I really like that they're doing that approach.
Absolutely. She did kind of turn heel in this promo to me as well. Because she said like she will never forget the day at like Yokohama Arena last year when Tam lost and disappeared forever, and she was there. And she was like so helpless there. She couldn't do anything against it. She couldn't do anything to stop it. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You had the fucking wish the entire time. You had the wish in your hands. You chose not to fucking use it to stop this from going on. But here she's telling that, she's saying like, I couldn't do anything about it. I just,
did you know the justification she made?
What?
Do you remember the justification she made for not using the wish on Tam?
Wait, what was it again?
It was literally just, it wasn't what Tam would have wanted, basically.
Yes, she wanted to respect Tam.
Exactly, yeah.
which is obviously the shoot reason. But in kayfabe, she should have either made a decision to use it on something else before the show, or like they should have found another way around it. Maybe she shouldn't even have won the Cinderella if that wasn't gonna be her wish, you know.
Well, I think it works in kayfabe that, like, you know, she respects Tam so much that she doesn't want to just do anything against Tam as well, you know, because Tam's taught her. I can see that.
Yeah, maybe that's true. But like it didn't work for people like me who might hold that against her, you know.
Yeah.
And one thing she does is always she says Kamitani basically absorbed Tam into herself.
Yeah,
like,
she did say that.
She talks about Tam like she's this entity that's within Kamitani now, and that's what she wants to take from Kamitani, like more than just the red belt. She wants to take like the Tam that Kamitani absorbed back into her, or whatever. It sounds really weird. I don't know. I think that's kind of what she's saying. So yeah, that's basically.
Was that all the video? Or was that the interview as well?
She said this, in both. There were parts of the interview that she also said in the video, basically. Yeah. But there are more parts in the interview that were even more like heelish to me. Like the whole thing that she doesn't even think about losing and stuff, and she's like so sure about winning that she had no problem with putting like the Cosmic Angels on the line and stuff like that. That's even more like pointing towards a heel turn to me, because she's like so overconfident and so like inconsiderate about it in a way, and she's like so like over the top, like a psycho. and she doesn't even have a reason to be, right? She's been on a losing streak before the Cinderella began, essentially. Like, where does this confidence come from that she's gonna win 100% and she doesn't even think about losing? Like,
it might be because she hit a violet screwdriver and killed Sayaka Kamitani. That's maybe. So that's why I think that finish kind of works into the character she's doing now, right? So the finish is, and the interview basically. So now I'm talking about the article. It basically aligns with what we were saying last episode in terms of the finish and the storyline being logically consistent with each other, right? So.
Yes.
The storyline is that Sayaka is a stubborn motherfucker and she will get what she wants no matter what. That's what you're talking about with the confidence. So like, maybe on an alignment chart, she's like chaotic good or something, right? She's willing to do literally whatever she wants for the good of Stardom, the baby faces, whatever.
Yes.
But in the interview, she's like, why should I wait my turn when I want it right now?
That's also a heelish thing to say. Right?
Well, it's like a toddler who hasn't yet been taught how to wait their turn. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I think it's an awesome part of her character. It's like a rude selfishness, but like in the confines of like wanting to do what's best. Like a scorched earth hero or something like that. And I think the violet screwdriver, was another part of that story, right? She's going to use whatever she wants and need to beat Sayaka Kamitani. So I think that's one of the interesting parts of the story. Yeah, go on. You go.
Sorry. So do you think when she put the Cosmic Angels on the line after the match, after she hit the screwdriver, do you think she came up with that on the spot? Or did she go into the match with the plan, already planning to put the Cosmic Angels on the line after the match?
I think anyway? the storyline that I think she spoke about it, maybe. She didn't want to have to put something on the line, but she felt she needed to in order to like convince Saya to the match. That's kind of, I think I remember reading her say that at some point. Maybe either in the post-match promo or this interview. I don't remember where, but she has said that.
I think it was in the interview too. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why like this, it's actually even more interesting than that. This whole strategy that she has is actually based off of Sayaka Kamitani's own strategy when she took the red belt from Tam initially. So like, Saya, and also when they had their retirement match, right? Like Saya stalked Tam, and for the All-Star Grand Queen match, she ran her over, all of that. She followed her to the hometown of Anjo, right? And then she followed her to Yokohama Arena. And then Sayaka, she sort of tells us that, I figured that strategy would work out well on Sayaka Kamitani because she did it to Tam Nakano. So there's a reason why she stalked Saya, because she thought it would work on Sayaka Kamitani. She's not just mimicking the same stuff in the Tam Sai feud for fun. It's not like some dumb callback. She's doing it because she thinks that's how she will get what she wants. right? Remember, chaotic good. She just wants revenge. So if you think something looks dumb in these feuds, like Tam, Saya, and Sayaka always have justification for it, right? That's what storytelling is. If you don't like it, that's cool, but it's well explained, it's coherent, and it's logical. So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But yeah, that's essentially everything I got on Sayaka Kurara this week. I think, those were like really interesting pieces of media that were put out by Stardom.
Did you see the part where she spoke about, so obviously privately we've spoken about it because we read her blog a while ago, but she spoke about her submissions, and the reason why she does like a sleeper is because she was a total wrestling beginner, right? She got into it quite late, like 2021 or whatever it was. And they were like the easiest things for her to learn. So that's what they told her to do in the dojo. And then she just kind of kept doing those things and kind of mastered them. So the drop kick is another one that she's excellent at. I remember saying, what was it, a few weeks ago when they were in Carrier, she literally took Rena's head off with a drop kick. It's kind of rare for me to remember an exact spot from a house show, right? Like I remember where the house show took place, and it's purely because of that drop kick. That's how good it was.
Yeah.
So people saying she's maybe not good in ring, like she does some things honestly on a world class level. That drop kick is insane.
Well, she literally says, I don't know if this was in the video in the interview, but she literally says she's not the greatest at doing submissions, but fighting with emotion and feeling is what she excels at, and that's why that's the fighting style she will keep on doing, and she's not even gonna try to like become like a submission master or whatever. What she's doing is fighting with spirit and emotion and feeling, and that's how she excels, and that's just what she's gonna keep doing. So that's she knows that's her style, and that's what she's great at. So
yeah, no, so I'm really into this Sayaka storyline, to be honest. So everything I said last week, I like how they've spun it with the interview, like what you told me about the black paint. That's awesome to me. I didn't know that, so that's another bonus for how they're telling the story. Yeah,
I can give you the transcript.
Oh yeah,
I translated it on German for some stupid reason because I used a stupid translation thing that automatically did it on German because I think it.
Yeah, so I was basically going for the pussy story of like the underdog, like the safe option. Like, just do a little underdog story, it's nice and safe. I don't want anything to be too risky. No, I was a pussy. This is like the big dick one, and I like it. It's good.
Yes. And one more thing maybe, and that's how we can transition into the Taro Okada interview. One thing that also gave a little like extra spice to me for like maybe the outcome of the match is what Taro Okada said in the interview about, where is it? He basically said, like, they always have to keep like it's important right now who the next big thing is gonna be after Saya, right? Who's gonna be the next big star in Stardom.
He spoke about risk management, basically. So he was like, regarding departures and the philosophy of like not putting all of your eggs in one basket, right? That's kind of what he spoke about. So it was an interview with Purista today, and it was posted on 23rd of March. And I kind of agree with that strategy. It's kind of why I always said that I'm interested in how they use Saya's star power for the benefit of others. I don't know if you remember when we were talking about like Dream Queendom predictions. I was like, I don't want to see 3-belt Saya. It's because I'd want them to spread out that star power a bit. Like, what if Saya decides to like find a partner and settle down, right? She has literally said she can't do two things at once. She said that she isn't sure if she'd continue to wrestle if she found someone. And Taro Okada's strategy is basically part of the reason, in my opinion, that the Stardom product is so strong, in that they give people little mini pushes to get, to like here and there just to highlight them. So you had like Akira during the Tag League, Miyu Misaki during Cinderella, Azumi and Rina during last year's 5-star. It's like a signature part of the promotion that it's really difficult to do, and they seem to do it flawlessly. Like they do it so easily.
Yeah, but what he said essentially, what they have in store this year might like surprise some people or something to that extent. I can't find the exact quote right now. I should have highlighted it or something. He basically said he's got something, they got something special planned or whatever for this year to maybe, and something like fans might not expect.
Does he say that? I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, you can talk about the interview. I'm gonna look for.
Okay, you look for that. So the other thing that Okada does is he uses business analogies for basically everything, and it's really funny. So, like, the interviewer is saying, "Hey, it's so awesome how you have constant dialogue with your wrestlers," and Okada is like, "What? Why wouldn't I? They're the company's most valuable assets, right?" So he's like, if you're a company handling precious cargo that generates all your revenue, you wouldn't just drop it and treat it carelessly, right? So some people might see that as Okada like commoditizing his wrestlers, but he's like very pragmatic, very logical, speaks to my brain at least. And the interviewer actually picks him up on this because the interviewer suggests that he's like objectifying them or like treating them as objects. And Okada's like, well, what's wrong with that? They are irreplaceable products, so I look after them incredibly well.
Mm-hmm. I thought the wording was kind of weird as well from Taro there. So
yeah.
I got the same like question in my head, the interview did, but I guess he
well, his point is like, why does it matter when I treat them so well?
Yes, they are irreplaceable is the main part.
Yeah,
that he called them products is like another.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And then, he said when he got into wrestling, he was like, as a business person, he was told how unique and special it was, but he thinks every industry has roughly the same set of rules. So that's what he applies. And that's his logic behind everything. He talks about, you just tell me when you found the thing, by the way. He talks about Saya's viral moment and her breaking down on Oniren-chan. That's the show where you have to like run 300-meter races back to back to back to back, where she got super famous. That is a pivotal moment in Saya's career, right? And it happened completely away from a Stardom product. So it kind of goes to show how important and difficult it is to break out of the wrestling bubble. And that's why we need to give Saya Kamitani credit for doing so. Because I think sometimes it's said, oh, red belt champions always do media, right? What's so special about Saya Kamitani doing media? Well, it's the fact that she broke through like the Japanese media bubble in a way that none of the previous red belt champions have done. So they did media, but it was still within the wrestling media bubble. And Saya Kamitani did break that. So I think that's interesting.
Yes. Yeah. Basically, I found it here, but I'm looking at your translation. Like I had my own translation earlier in the day.
What does yours say? Different machine translations.
I don't remember the exact wording. So the point that I mean here is, now that Hate have swept up all the honors for Stardom, the question of how the other units will stand up to them, how far they can go, and who will be the next protagonist. That is the biggest turning point of 2026, and where all the excitement will lie. That's your translation. Mine said something like that is gonna be like the biggest surprise of 2026 or something to that extent.
I would go with my one just because I just feel like Okada doesn't talk like that. You see what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
I don't think he would tease something like that, or he hasn't normally done that. Whereas he has like constantly spoke about like the baby faces overcoming hate and that being exciting about what's going to happen next.
Yeah. I will say the rest of my translation was all so really shitty, to the point where I swapped to your translation like for the second part of the interview. So, I probably my translation was, well, I use Firefox at work, and I think the Firefox auto translate is just shitty.
The extension is dog poop. Yeah. Yes. At the very least, like Google Translate, like the actual website is probably way better.
Yeah. I couldn't even look it up here because I don't even have Firefox installed at home. So, I can't tell you what exactly it said at work.
Yeah, well, I mean,
let's go with yours.
If someone reads Japanese, maybe John DK, then you can tell us what he actually said. So just to jump to that point though, so about hate. So he speaks about basically hate versus House of Torture and what the difference is. I thought this was kind of interesting. So first of all, he says what we all know, right? Which is we're in a storyline or a cycle where the baby faces are teaming up against hate, and that storyline has fueled the company. And from that perspective, he finds hate indispensable. Kind of makes sense. They're very important. The interviewer basically says point blank, hey, House of Torture get criticized a lot, but hate doesn't. What's the difference? And
I was surprised you would even answer that.
Well, not only that, but this is why we read like the native media, because the House of Torture hate is not confined to Western circles. And I do think that sometimes gets said. Like, it does get above average criticism in Japanese media. So Okada responds that he thinks the main difference is that Hate actually reached the top and they won all the titles due to their like genuine talent, and fans appreciated that talent. He thinks that New Japan's babyfaces basically stopped House of Torture from reaching the top. I'm assuming he's meaning Evil's G1 final, but he doesn't explicitly say that. But that's kind of what I think he's talking about. And he thinks that that means that the babyfaces were strong enough in the end. But we haven't seen Stardom's babyfaces topple Hate. And that gives Hate some credibility, the fact that they reached the top, have all the titles and stuff like that. I think that's kind of interesting. So he doesn't even talk about like the match interference or anything like that, which we think are differences as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is interesting.
Yeah, and then he also talks about Shingo Poi, obviously. I think this is the one that got aggregated. So he says that
of course.
Natsupoi, and it was the least interesting thing to me, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
He says Natsupoi actually leads merch sales. So that was a bit interesting because I assume he doesn't mean number one. I assume he just means she's in the top group. Because we know it's like
set for
because it's Sayaka Mitani and Starlight Kid. We know are the top two. Like they've both said. I think Starlight Kid literally wrote about it in Shupro. So
I remember it said like she's only like very strong or like she's
okay, fine. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Yeah, she's probably that doesn't surprise me at all. He said they were careful about the announcement because Poi is kind of like an idol, and they thought it might turn some quote passionate fans unquote off. He also says. This is actually kind of funny, that Stardom moved away from the extreme physical proximity business model after COVID, and that has worked out in their favor. He said that when the physical proximity is too close, fans' emotions can become overly intense. Okay. Then he says that when Poi told her, he said, "Congrats." Then a few seconds later, his business brain turned on, and they spoke about how to protect her in the business. So.
That makes sense, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course it does. That's literally his job.
the physical proximity thing makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Fans do be crazy, I think.
Yeah, fans are fucking insane. Yeah,
too close.
Well, especially you have to remember in Japan, it's stan culture, right? It's even way worse than anything you think in the West. So the more parasocial the wrestlers are, the more chance those type of interactions can happen. Which can obviously be kind of uncomfortable for them, but that's how they make their money as well. So obviously sometimes they use it to monetize their businesses, right? So like think of all the photo shoots, Misa Kagura's photo album that she sold me for 6,000 yen, so yes. It is what it is. Yeah. Finally on contracts, which I think was maybe the newest thing that no one knew about, he said that when he came into the position, he has made the contract structure more flexible. So some wrestlers are on multi-year contracts spanning several years, while some are on per match fee arrangements, which I'm guessing is Rini Yamashita and Itsuki. It could be more people, but those two for sure. And he has adjusted the timing of each wrestler's contracts according to their own circumstances. That's cool. And I think, we never ever need to talk about contract season coming up ever again. So I personally didn't like that discourse, to be honest. Like every fucking April, like, oh my God, who's leaving Stardom? Yeah. It was kind of tiring. So now we don't have to do that.
I think that's awesome. Like it was about time for like these fucking Japanese promotions to get to the
multi-years.
Multi-year contracts and just like.
Because New Japan have done it as well, right? The sister company.
Adjust their models to like the Western standards to not get completely like taken apart by Western companies.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Finally, he talks about Stardom's goals. So obviously Tokyo Dome, blah, blah, blah. He mentions that they're trying to replicate New Japan's growth into becoming a national promotion. So he wants Stardom to become the number one promotion in Japan. And obviously, he's kind of discounting New Japan because he thinks New Japan should become a global brand. So he's not even like thinking of them as like a Japanese national promotion. It's sort of like Stardom takes New Japan's place, and then New Japan should be on the level of WWE, AEW. That's Bushiroad's goal. Sorry. I mean, obviously that's a huge goal to have, but that's how they're thinking internally.
Yes.
I picked up that line because we've kind of been talking about it when we talk about Korakuen Hall attendances, right? Stardom is so obviously trying to replicate the New Japan strategy of having like 1,000 to 1,200 fans without barely giving anything away. Well, obviously, when I say nothing, I'm comparing it to like other non-Marigold promotions that run Korakuen. They always put like 2 to 3 title matches on top, right? So compared to those, they're trying to give as little away as possible. In 2025, they'll put in red belts at Korakuen, right? You'll be crazy. It'll be crazy to see that in 2026, to be honest. I'd be surprised. So
Yeah, for sure.
They speak about synergies between the companies via sponsorships. Obviously, they're both part of Bushiroad. He says that they don't want the company. It's important for the company to not just do business within the, like insular, within its own wrestling village, he says. That's the translation. Because if they promote women's wrestling, that is better for Stardom overall. What a crazy concept that is.
That's what I think will be the concept of the Tokyo Dome show as well.
Yes. Can you imagine what card they can put on if they like partner with Sendai Girls, Marvelous?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, just partner with Marigold. Why can't you just have all of the promotions come together for a big fuck off Tokyo Dome? Come on.
Should do that for sure.
They could put on an amazing super card. So,
but I mean, that's what HAW did in the 90s, essentially, right?
Yeah.
For their first big Tokyo Domes.
Yeah,
I
don't think they will, just because Bushiroad is such a big corporation. I just feel like they won't like the idea of like other companies getting credit or shares of profits and stuff like that. That's just kind of my thinking. But they can still get some talent for some matches, right?
Yes.
Like Hashimoto, people like that.
I think there's some companies like Sendai Girls, for example, that they will be open to working with for sure.
Yes, exactly.
And others that they won't, maybe.
Yeah.
Then there's also this like weird confederation or whatever, like the United Wrestling thing, where like Tokyo Joshi is in there with Stardom together, but they never did anything with that.
So they never will, I think.
They never will either, yeah. I don't know what that's about exactly, but it's basically useless, I think.
Yeah, and then just the final note, you'll know this, but the way he spoke about the Tokyo Dome was literally like he would die if they did not run the Tokyo Dome. It's literally like his life mission for Stardom to do it. So it's not like a wishy-washy thing. They are going to do it, and yeah, that's it. So you can bet on it.
Question is when.
Yes, exactly. If. Not if, yeah. Right, should we move on to the other interviews quickly?
Let's do it. These are from today, so I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, they're quite short.
Eric will take us through them.
Yes. First of all, we have Tsaya's weekly column. So this is Shupro 2404. And yeah, so they basically talk about fan interactions, which, ties in with the physical proximity we were just talking about. And I didn't really notice it or think about it, but Hate have been doing signings recently. So they had this
big fuck off event. Like,
yes.
In a huge theater that was completely sold out, right?
I think that's the Joshi'ing around catchphrase, big fuck off. We just love that phrase. Yeah, they did have a big fuck off event. It was like, I don't know how many people, it was definitely maybe over 1,000.
I think over 1,000,
yeah. Just for signings. There wasn't any matches or anything like that. And on top of that, obviously Sayu's been doing these signings, which Sayaka's been following her at, but they're holding fan signing events. And they didn't do that because Sayu was like, I didn't get to do it for a while after my heel turn, and now I'm doing it again. So that is kind of interesting. I don't know if it's because she's starting babyface at some point or what. Maybe it's just they want to capitalize on Sayu's popularity, I imagine is what it is. So. She said she gets told a lot about people coming to the shows who are first timers, and they found her through media, YouTube or social media. And she's basically seen an increase in girl fans as well, which has made her very happy. The girl fans sort of like mimic her hair and her makeup, and she finds it very cute. Some of the girls, they tell her that they want to be a wrestler and they want to be like her or even design her costumes. And she's basically starting to realize how many more girls are fans and how many more kids are fans as well. So that's all.
Wait, what if Sayaka Mitani, right? If she wants to turn face, what if instead of destroying Cosmic Angels after beating Sayaka Kurara, she's taking the Cosmic Angels and she continues as the leader of Cosmic Angels.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe she turns the entirety of Hate into Cosmic Angels. She takes the name and they all turn face together.
Brings back the dance as well.
Yes.
Delicious.
Can you imagine Ruaka out there in the delicious dance?
Fucking Ruaka. Then we had a Shupro. So this was a bigger interview with Hanan after her Cinderella win. She basically acknowledges that Rina is a great promo and that she herself is not so good with words, which I think we all know. She says she was out with physical issues and her mental state. So this reads more as kayfabe to me, to be honest. She basically says she found it difficult leading a unit which I'm struggling to believe has any reality to it. But
I remember her saying that before, though, in some post-match promos.
But would she take time off because of that?
I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. She says that her ideal leader for a unit was Tam Nakano. Drink.
Well,
should I stop the drink bit?
It's true.
Because I feel like now her name is just Tam Nakano Drink. That's just weird. Okay, anyway. She said wearing her down. Oh, she said it was wearing her down being a unit leader and not looking after stars the way that Tam looked after Cosmic Angels, which I thought was kind of interesting. So even Hanan basically admits, Tam Nakano was the best unit leader, which is what you said at the start of the episode.
Yes, for sure.
She wants to draft some. Yeah, she was. She wants to draft some people into stars because there's a lot of unaffiliated. So if you needed another hint at what's happening post All-Star Grand Queendom, there you go. She also says she wants the artist titles. Yeah, it kind of makes sense for stars to win them, to be honest. We need Momokogo to be a champion, right? So, can you imagine if it's Hanan, Momokogo, and Yurihime?
I was gonna say B. Priestley.
Komomo,
and Yurihime.
What a fucking squad. That's a squad. She said she will only call herself the Stars leader when she wins the white belt. I think that's cool as well. It's just another little... It's like a nice little nugget, right? So like when she wins the white belt, she'll call herself Stars leader. It'll be a nice post-match promo moment. So yeah. I like that she said that.
For sure.
She also talks about the Sareee Ida match at Dream Queendom. She says that... What she says is, seeing Ida-chan from the commentary booth, she was too strong, too reliable. The cheers for her were on another level. And watching that, I felt like... It's impossible for me now. I felt that Ida-chan was the one who should take the white belt. That is kind of funny. So we spoke about Saeeda's cheers and how crazy they were at Sumo Hall. And I'm confident that it is just a you had to be there sort of thing. And people will always think we're crazy.
Maybe. That was a lot of the show, I think, when I read like some feedback. I think they just hella suck at miking the crowds.
Yeah.
That's just a... thing they're bad at. They need to improve on that.
Yeah, because
like it was loud in there.
No, I mean that's understanding. The Saeeda one was one of the craziest reactions I've been at live. Granted, I haven't been to a lot of, I mean, maybe like 30 live shows, but it was just insane.
And it even carried over to like her Sendai Girls matches.
It did
and stuff.
Right? It actually did.
Yeah. Yes, I mean I was there. It absolutely did.
Yes, yeah.
I was there for the Hashimoto match.
Yeah, and Hanan also agrees with us about how loud it was. So there you go. Not just us. There was quite a funny moment when they were talking about her upcoming match with Konami. Hanan says, "Since I've come this far, I think it is just better to go in without thinking too much. Because if I think about it, I'll get scared. So, at least I won't die." And then the interviewer was like, "Wait, what?" He literally says, "Eh?" So what Hanan means from context, I think, is that Konami has basically done her worst already, so she doesn't really have to think about it, but it was just a really funny interviewer reaction. Even the interviewer was like, what? Finally, she comments on the red belt match. She basically says that it's not a competition for attention, and they both have a shared goal of destroying hate. She says that she thinks Sayaka Kurara is the only one that can beat Sayaka Mitani, and Hanan is the only one that can defeat Konami.
Okay. Wait, can you repeat that?
Yeah, she thinks that Sayaka is the only one that can beat Saya.
Oh, that's sick. Okay. That's crazy, actually.
Because, so I actually had a whole thing planned out for like the last 4-hour episode, and then I cut it. I kind of wanted to talk, about how awesome it is that All-Star Grand Queendom is built around a theme. So you could put like a tagline on the show, which is like baby faces against hate. I mean, that's a shit tagline. What I'm saying is that is the theme of the show. And how many big cards do you get where many of the matches play into the same consistent storyline, like a thread throughout the show? I love that. And I don't know many, if any, other promotions do that.
Yeah. And it's kind
of. Can we
like...
think of anything? I can't think of anything. Like current day I'm talking about, because I don't have historical knowledge. Maybe you could think of something historical. Like AEW All In doesn't do that. Like the Death Riders thing, there was maybe 2 matches.
That's maybe the closest. Like
that is the closest
in the Western. I think New Japan often have these shows where like 4 matches, it feels like, are against House of Torture, but it's not really like themed that way, right?
Yeah.
The entire show isn't built around that.
And the baby
It's mostly
faces,
like on the undercard, shitting shit up.
yeah, exactly. And it's because they got
Stinking.
like 15 members, so they just have to split them up into multiple matches.
Yes.
Whereas
Yeah.
this has a narrative going into it that set your expectations about what's going to happen. The baby faces are here to topple hate. And so every single match where a hate title is on the line, you're going to be screaming for that babyface because that's the theme of the show. They also
And
have
it's
their individual storylines, right? Like
Yes.
O2 line will have their individual storyline for the tag belts. Hanan has obviously her own storyline with Konami beating up all her sisters and storing them in her Pokédex. And then the main event obviously has the whole Tam connection. All individual storylines, but they build together to a coherent thread, and I love that.
And it's very, very, very like evenly split across Stardom too, right?
Absolutely.
You have Neo Genesis for the tag titles,
Yes.
you have Stars
Yes.
going for the white belt, and
You're
you
in
have
my fucking
Cosmic
brain.
Angels going for the red belt, and yeah.
That
Makes
is
total
what makes it even more awesome. Like the babyface team
Yes.
is not just one unit; they're literally splitting up and attacking hate from different angles. It is so good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, when Hanan says that about Sayaka,
You're
maybe
still
she
on that
means
line,
like in the grand scheme of like the story, like Sayaka is the only one that really makes sense, and like because of everything they've been building, you know.
Yeah.
Because that's all around Sayaka and Saya and Tam, basically. So she's the one to beat her. I agree with Hanan, I think.
Oh no, I mean, bits aside, I absolutely agree with Hanan. Like narratively, they have built this very well for
Yes.
a 2-year, experienced wrestler who hasn't been at the top of the card to main event their biggest show of the year. If this isn't remember, have you listened? You did. You listened to Jesse Collins' podcast about rocket pushes, right? It was with Sarah. Yeah.
Yes.
This is a rocket push.
It is absolutely.
And I can't think of one that's been done this well from a narrative point of view. We'll see business-wise what it does. I still think they're going to do lower than last year, to be honest. But if it does even anywhere close, this has got to be like in the conversation for one of the best rocket pushes.
It is. And it's so weird because like we said last week, Sayaka is not traditionally the type of wrestler who
Yeah.
a rocket push should work very well.
Yes,
with,
exactly.
Because she's like such a
It's so interesting.
frail or
Well, I said it last week. I thought she should be an underdog. Like even I said it.
right. Yeah. She's not the type of like explosive, spectacular
No.
fucking in-ring beast like an Ozawa or like, I don't know, Kenny Omega or whatever,
Yeah.
who you can strap the rocket to. She's just not that style of wrestler. So we'll see. We'll see how well it works.
We shall see. All right.
Yes.
Hey, we're doing good on time this week. Yeah, let's not fuck it
We
up.
are.
So,
I was gonna
previews. So, we only have one of the cards. So, 25th of March, we have New Blood 30. We have Anna Kanaya, Emma Maeshima, and Matoy Hamabe. They're back. Emma and Matoy
Hell
are back
yeah.
from injury.
So happy.
And they're teaming up with Anne to face Hanan Saida and Yurihime. Yeah, this announcement came out of nowhere. I'm super happy. I kind of figured Matoy was going to be fucked. I thought she was out for a long time because it was injuring the same knee she had already injured.
Yes.
And I was like, oh shit, that's not
It
good.
was so unlucky.
So,
yeah.
how long's it
I
been?
thought the same. 3 months?
Wow.
4 months?
Yeah, before Dream Kingdom, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that
No, it
sounds
was
right.
January 3rd. It was the first show after Dream Queen.
Okay, that makes sense, yeah.
January 3rd. Did I say first? I meant
No, third. You said third.
At Shinjuku Face. I remember that very clearly because like we were in Japan and when the news dropped, I was like, oh fuck.
Oh, yeah, and we were doing our daily. Our day out
Right,
with the
we
gang.
were on the trip. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
That was a fun day, though.
That was awesome.
So,
For sure.
yeah, that's the first match. So, get excited for that. And then we have Masahiro and Moehiro versus Ryan
Let's
and Yuna
go.
Mizumori. So, we got a match of the year contender. What the fuck is going to happen in that match?
Yeah, it's so like
You know,
they've been building Rian versus Yuna, right? And now they're just putting them in a team.
now they're
against the
teaming
Mo-
them.
the
Not only
Hero
that,
sisters.
but Rianne, I don't know how well she's going to do wrestling kids. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know.
Oh, shit.
She might literally kill someone. I don't know. So I'm excited to see what happens. So there we go. Then we have Echika, Miyavi, and Hanako, big tall girls, against Hina and Kyoko Katatsu. I'm looking forward to that. I'd love to see more
That
Echika.
sounds awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. I am sad to say I don't think she's leaving the PPP Tokyo bubble because they announced that they're going to have a women's title and she's facing Chanyota for it. I think she might win. I don't know. Maybe Chanyota wins, but I don't think they would even put her in the match if she was leaving. So she's probably there for a while. Then we have Akira Kurigane and Kikiya Furusawa versus Fukigen Death and Taki Kashima. Cool. And the main event, which we've spoken a lot about, so we're not going to talk about it more. Future title defense, Ai Sakura versus Ran Yagami. We know the storyline there. So if Aya wins, she's going to vacate it. It's her last day of eligibility.
Did you want to mention the other theory that we had someone relate to us?
You know what? Let's do it. Because we need to, we're too on track with time and it's not like us. So we need to do a quick detour. So one of our friends, Kaze, he basically said how Aya Sakura may turn heel on Sayaka Kurara. The reason I like it is, so basically every week Aya Sakura does a blog and I translate it and give it to Kaze, and I now give it to Tim as well because he asked for it because I was hiding it from him. But she basically talks in there about, if you follow the blog, you can sort of start to thread how she might have some resentment for Sayaka Kurara. Specifically, even Sayaka Kurara, by the way, actually.
Even Kurara mentioned it in her interview, yes.
In the interview this week, she was like, yeah, I'm not really friends with Aya Sakura. We're just kind of teammates, and, you know, I guess maybe why we're not so close is why we work so well, all of that blah blah. And if you remember,
I think she actually said our team is built on being rivals or something.
Yes, that's much more better paraphrasing than me. And I remember that when Aya Sakura won a match in Kobe, like last month, she basically said she was going to win the Cinderella, and she looked at, it was in February, it was late February, and she looked at Sayaka Kurara right in the eyes. I also remember a tag match when they were against each other, and Aya Sakura played the heel. Like, she was quite aggressive with how she was like stomping on Sayaka and stuff. When I saw that, I was like, she can absolutely wrestle as a heel. She has that aggressiveness that she can do that. And
she's a psycho.
She's a psycho.
Crazy.
You saw that in the Makito feud. And now the clever thing here is Sayaka Kurara needs something to do after All-Star Grand Queendom, okay? We're all pretty sure she's not winning the red belt. So what is her story coming out of that huge show? Could be a heel turn, for sure. If it's not a heel turn, and she's going to keep the same character, a heel turn from Aya Sakura would 100% be a fitting post-All-Star Grand Queendom story. So,
you know what I could even see? Yeah. What makes sense to me is that Aya Sakura even turns on her before All-Star Grand Queendom even.
Ooh,
and
that's spicy.
That leads to Sayaka's mind being like off, like not on the ball, because like her partner just turned on her. So that's why she loses the match in the end, because obviously she's a way better and stronger wrestler than Sayaka Mitani, so she has the upper hand there. So
yeah, she needs like
maybe that's the reason she needs a handicap like her.
No, I'm with you. Yeah.
That would make even more sense. But yeah, either way, I agree with you. It would make a lot of sense. I don't know if it's too America wrestling brained in a way. A lot
maybe
of these
a tiny
fantasy booked storylines never play out the way
for sure
we fantasy booked them, but it would be awesome, I think.
Just like Sayaka Kurara turning heel, where they've put the threads, like, you know, they've sowed the seeds, basically. They've done the same here. They could do it. I'm not saying they're going to, but it would make sense.
Absolutely. Right. You can tell, like, if you read through her blog, like, she's getting more and more negative in a way, the way she the things she talks about and stuff. So, dude,
she buried the future the future title rules. She was like, why does it even work like that? I was kind of surprised how candid she was. Right, then we have a house show. So this is Stardom proper being back now. So they're back on the 28th of March. So that's like 13 days since the Cinderella finals. It's just a house show in Sendai. Who knows what's going to be on that card. And then the 31st of March at Korakuen Hall. So I think they need to ramp the fuck out of the Sayaka storyline on that show. And I'm kind of expecting a big angle, to be honest. That is where you do. If you don't do it there, I guess you can do it at the press conference, which is on the 12th of April, I believe. But either one of those two places, you need a bigger angle to build this, I think.
No, I agree. They should do that for sure.
All right, we ready for TJPW?
Yes. Can I just
Yeah, you want to talk more about
say
Sayaka
something
Kurara?
real quick? No. I want to talk about Tokyo Joshi Pro.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Maybe just my overall thoughts, maybe about the Tokyo Joshi Pro shows in Texas. I think maybe we could do like the positives and the negatives, maybe.
Yeah, let's do it.
Because I thought, like, obviously the crowds were amazing. Like they had a huge turnout for
Absolutely.
them. I do have the exact numbers actually. 1951, 1561, 1481, and the fourth one isn't on Cage Match yet. So
It was sold out though. It was sold out at like 500 or something.
Looked very full.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a smaller venue.
Yes.
And obviously the crowds were very like lively and entertaining and entertained themselves. And it was a very cool thing. Like apparently they attracted a lot of like casual fans as well, like who went there with their families to just have it like a cultural Japanese spectacle in their town or whatever. And it worked great. Like they sold it like that, they advertised it like that, and they also have a date in London soon that they advertise the same way as like a Japanese cultural happening, I think.
Yeah.
It's called. So that's obviously awesome. I myself, honestly, maybe, and the matches have been great too. I should mention, like there's a couple of really good matches on these shows as well. I myself had some problems with these shows. Honestly, I didn't have the greatest time watching them, which is why I didn't watch a couple of matches on there. I tried my best to do like, I watched the first day complete, and then from the other days I kind of picked and chose from. Do you ever wonder like who listens to our podcast out there?
Yeah, there are a few listeners of the pod for sure.
Do you ever think like you can't be too harsh on people in case maybe they're actually listening or something? I recently listened to this podcast, which was like, I think like Mike and JD show on the Voice of Wrestling podcast, because he was like invited to Impact, and then he heard that like every single wrestler there listens to his podcast every time, and everyone knows exactly what he says all the time, and that's like, and they only have like 500 listeners or something as well.
Yeah.
And we have like 120 maybe. So we're like a fourth of that audience, but still like you don't know the reach that can have, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
I guess accumulated we're about 200 to 300 listeners maybe. Maybe I shouldn't say that publicly. What am I doing?
I mean,
maybe I cut this out.
It's up to you. I don't care.
I don't even know how that counts. Like if you go to our like stats, if it counts like, I don't think it counts like YouTube views.
It definitely doesn't count YouTube.
And that's like another 150 or something like that sometimes, which is, I don't know. Either way, like a smaller podcast like them has this like wide ranging knowledge about them in the business and stuff, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of, I don't want to be like rude is my overarching point.
I don't think we're ever rude.
And
I feel like our criticism always has justification. Like we're never mean to people, right?
But something about like the production, maybe Chucky, something about like the production, the commentary, and the overall like, I don't know,
you didn't like
not
the commentary,
talent, but like
just say it.
Employees on the show. I didn't like the commentary. I thought the refs kind of made some stupid mistakes. I thought even the ring wasn't very good. Often it felt like the wrestlers often had problems with the ring itself. Maybe they're just not used to the American style ring. That's probably it.
You mean like Suzume springboard stuff? Yes,
for example. They kind of had problems like climbing the ropes and stuff like that. So overall, I didn't like the commentary very much. I'm sure they're lovely people, but they had a bunch of problems. They confused wrestler names, like basic stuff, you know. They didn't know about the basic storylines I felt like going on in the promotion. They they didn't pronounce the wrestler names sometimes correctly, which always irks me. And all that kind of jazz, you know. I really sometimes they just talked like gibberish in between and like didn't even make sense. Like didn't know what to say, and sometimes there was just a break of like 30 seconds where nothing was said, which was probably the best. Like I in general just have a problem with English commentary. I think I always choose no commentary or commentary I can't understand if I have the choice. I think what would be great is if every promotion just had the option of no commentary on their streams. That would be amazing for me. But yeah, that's probably my main problem, which is like I didn't have a great time watching the first show, which is like I kind of dreaded to watch the other three. So I didn't watch everything on these shows. So I apologize in advance for that. But what were your overall thoughts on these shows?
I thought, so the biggest novelty with these shows is the crowd, and I'm a big crowd guy. When a crowd's into a match, I get into a match with them, and I thought it reminded me of the Dallas show last year, where the crowd would pop for like the most basic moves, and that's why these shows, like I'm pretty good at zoning out commentary if I don't want to listen to it. I definitely agree with you that it wasn't good, but it doesn't stop me from enjoying it, I guess, which, you know, there are some things that do stop me from enjoying it, and then I switch it off, right? But commentary isn't one of them typically. But I do always do Japanese commentary. But if it is English, I'll just mute them in my brain. Basically.
I can't always do that. And there were a couple of things here that annoyed me so much that I couldn't.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
I grew up literally right next to the busiest airport in the world. So planes over my head. So I just have like an innate ability for turning things off. So, so without me getting bothered by the commentary, I just focused on like the crowd and stuff. And that was enjoyable to me. Specifically, I think it's kind of heartwarming when you see the wrestlers. They look so happy that they're getting so much appreciation, right? That was very cool. Because TJPW have the deadest crowds. I'm sure this is like a known fact by now in Japan. Like really, really kind of dead crowds. It's actually worse than Marigold, actually. Marigold kind of had dead crowds. TJPW's worse. So when they were getting launched... I
mean, Marigold, they at least pop for like Megaton, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. They pop for Megaton, yeah. So from that point of view, I enjoyed that. I would obviously I prefer the shows in Japan, but I like the novelty, right? Like once or twice a year getting to hear a crowd like that. Yeah, no problem with that. From a business point of view, this was kind of insane. So 1,951 from the first show is almost one of their best attendances ever. Obviously, their best attendance ever is the 2,500 at Dallas last year. That is honestly crazy that they can draw these numbers. I don't know how many are comped, obviously, so we don't know about that. But this is like it was like 3 capacity Korakuen halls in like 5 days, right? Probably at way higher prices. Obviously, they have to transport the wrestlers and stuff like that. And like I said, don't know about the comps, but yeah, just really successful from a business point of view. So
absolutely.
I thought the shows were okay. There were some matches I really liked, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they put like the main eventers, the best talent in the promotion, I'd say, often into the main events together in various combinations. So they are never going to have like bad matches together.
They also worked hard. They do not phone it in on the international shows. I think it's because they recognize the opportunity and they want to leave the 2,000 fans with an impression, right? They're desperate for these fans to come back when they tour again. So some of the matches were probably a better quality than what you see in Japan, actually. To be honest, like some of the undercard matches, even. So
yeah, they won't phone it in if it's a TJPW show.
Yes,
when like MLW brings them in, I heard they might phone it in.
Yeah, like Shuriken. Yeah. Yes, because Trish watches MLW. She loves Shoko Nakajima and it pains her. Yes. So, do you want to get into it? Should we get into it? I actually don't want to do like full show reviews because I just don't want to because there's a lot of matches. Okay. It's 4 shows. Like, we're not going to go through 4 shows. We'll just pick out the best bits. So, they were in Austin. Actually, the other thing is, they were losing steam as well. That Houston show, I think that was running out of ideas almost. It was their 4th show in 5 days. Okay. I just don't think there were a lot of like crazy matches on that one. Whereas the first show, I think, was probably the best one, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we had Suzume versus Utsutakami in the opener in Austin, day one. So this is the one that did not 1,951. For some reason, half of the match was cut off on the VOD, so I don't know what happened in the first half of the match. But the crowd was super hot in the latter half. So, and Suzume won with the ringer bell. So then we had a debut of Sakura Hattori.
Debut time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So formerly Kaya Toribami, she made her debut against Shino Suzuki, and she got a large reception from the crowd. So she basically has adopted a more aggressive wrestling style, and she's also clearly figuring out her new presentation on the go as well. So there's slightly too many ninja gestures for my liking.
My god.
A crazy amount of posing and gesturing.
Yes.
It was like spamming taunts in like a WWE 2K game.
Yeah, we have the same brain again. I have the exact same qualms with it.
Yeah, so I get it was like her first chance to get her character over, but I think she needs to find a better balance there. Yeah, she overdid it.
She overdid it.
She landed some great kicks, but on other ones she totally whiffed. So kind of like the old Kaya Toribami, to be honest. So some calibrations needed. But I also... Yeah, go on.
I was just... She looks very motivated.
Yes.
To make it work. And especially for this crowd, I guess. Everyone looked very motivated. But
and she was super over.
Yeah. Yes, she was.
I also really like the fact that you have caught on to Shino Suzuki. Because when you caught on to her, it made me catch on to her. It was kind of like when you and John from Omikaze started watching Ice Ribbon, and then I was like, wait, Moe Hero actually is good. You guys are right. And I didn't notice until someone else watches, and I talked to someone else about it. Shino Suzuki, I had that same realization with Shino Suzuki after you said it. I kind of see her in a different light now. She is really fucking good. So
she is, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
So I like this match. I thought it was good.
Yep, absolutely.
Then we had...
What's her finisher? Is it like a cravat?
Oh, it's is that the name of it?
But I'm not sure. Like cravat is like the old MMA name for something.
It might be.
I mean, she did different stuff to finish the matches, I think.
But it was mainly.
But
I think it was mainly
like this.
It was mainly the reverse headlock, the cravat, whatever it's called.
This headlock choke thing. Yeah.
That was the main one she used.
I thought she did like a special pin once in the second match or something.
Oh, maybe I don't remember that. Maybe.
That also looked very cool. But
yeah. Oh, I forgot to mention, because maybe she didn't do it in this first match, but she definitely did it later. She has this spot where she goes to the fucking turnbuckle, and it's like time stops. She stands on that turnbuckle for literally like 40 seconds, just posing until she does a diving... She
recites like a poem or whatever.
Oh, is that what she's doing?
She talks forever. Yeah.
I didn't know she's reciting something. What the fuck?
She did like, I don't know if it's literally a poem. She did like these call-outs, these ninja call-outs, I guess. Like, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
It was very hokey.
Yeah, she needs to change that. It is...
Absolutely.
Do not like that. Because also the diving forearm that comes right after doesn't look good anyway. So...
Yes.
But there was some great stuff. Like her kicks look really good when she lands them. So you can see some raw potential there, but just not altogether right now.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Right. Then the next match, I'm going to skip some stuff. So if you watch them, just interrupt me, because it's likely the Pom.
You want to skip the next one?
Hyper Miss Out and Mifu Ishida faced Pom Harajuku and Muraku.
That one went probably the most viral, right?
Do you want to talk about it then?
Like I mean, they had the spot with the, like, obviously Hyper Misao had like a Timo version of her bike that someone in Texas probably made for her, spray painted green or whatever, and gave to her. So they had the bike spots, but then Pom had her own little Tesla that she rolled out to run Hyper Misao over with. And I gotta say that's I don't know if that's the greatest choice by Pom. I don't know if she's locked in appropriately into the socio-political climate in the US right now, to wheel her Tesla out there. So yeah, that's minus points for me, for Pom. But she did in fact run Hyper Misao over. It was a hit and run. She fled the scene, and Raku pinned Mifu back in the ring with a swinging neck breaker.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Tim. Then we had Arisu Endo and Miyu Yamashita versus Mizuki and Yuki Aino. So this was really good. It was low-key a bit of a banger. It was lots of brawling, good work. I enjoyed it a lot. And they all worked super hard while also having fun. And I think that's like a hard balance to reach.
Yes.
And I think they did that. So you could see like how happy they were when the crowd were reacting big to some spots. Mizuki and Arisu Endo were great together, as were Yuki and Yamashita. The ref, so you spoke about ref problems. So the ref counted as a shoot, I think, because Yuki Aino basically kicked out a tiny bit too late, probably because she's used to Japanese refs counting. This time I kind of felt bad for the ref, because I think Yuki wanted to do like a super late kick out, and he basically just had to pretend it was a 2, and then they continued. And it did take me out a bit.
Nah, same.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate.
And Mizuki's whirling candy is incredible, as we all know. That was a great spot.
I didn't like hate the refs overall, by the way. Like one of the refs even like had like a progression through the matches where he like learned about Pom screaming, and then the next time he refed Pom, he like put like tissues in his ears.
How do you remember this? I don't even notice that.
I don't know. It was a fun spot. I don't know.
Yeah, you're a Pom enjoyer.
So they played along well, the refs in general, with their gimmicks and their fun little shenanigans.
Then we had the Inspiration versus Shoko Nakajima and Wakana Uehara. Then we had in the main event Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi versus Yuki Arai and Yuki Kamifuku. So I like that Yuki Arai has added a new weapon to her arsenal, which is the body scissors. So it's like another way to work on Miyu's back. So this was preview tag 6? I think 6 sounds right. Yeah. But yeah, this match was basically big legs versus Daydream, right? So both Yukis. So like they double teamed and there was like a sandwich big boots. Miyu had like a running power slam into a giant swing onto Yuki Arai, which got a massive reaction. So, and this was like the first standard giant swing that Yuki had received throughout their previews. Not including the one where she was like face down on the last show on the 15th of March. So that was interesting. Then Miyu Watanabe put her in a Canadian backbreaker again, but Yuki Arai kind of struggled out into the Scorpion Deathlock, which has submitted Miyu before. But this time, Rika Tatsumi saved her very quickly. I thought that spot was great.
Yeah, Miyu immediately started her like face acting. In the show. It was so fun. Like not in a bad way. It was actually like the way she immediately panicked when
it's awesome.
When, Yuki got the sharpshooter was great. And like not even just her panic, but like Rika like knew she had to immediately fight.
That's why I loved it. Yeah, Rika was like, oh shit. Yeah, it's good.
It's great. Yeah,
those are the things that make things more immersive, right? For the storyline. So I love that. They had the forearm battle again, and Miyu Watanabe hit just a fucking really stiff forearm.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just so jarring because they don't normally do that in this promotion. So I love seeing that. Then Miyu hit the laser beam chop, which was as nasty as ever. And then she hit the teardrop for the win, which is the first teardrop of their preview tags.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
I didn't even realize that. Oh, she always teardropped like her tag team partner or whatever.
Yeah.
When she won with the teardrop. Yeah, that's true.
I think that was only in like the first match as well that she used a teardrop on the tag team partner.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, that's true.
Cool.
And also, like, did you notice like how Yuki fought out of the pin at like 3.1? She almost kicked out.
Oh, really? I didn't notice that.
Pin. Yeah.
That's an actress girl special.
Tried to fight. It came across well. Like Yuki kind of showed that maybe the one teardrop isn't enough or whatever. Like next time she may kick out inside the 3.
Well, you know what Miyu's finisher is, right? It's not a teardrop.
Is it like the avalanche?
No, it's a spinning teardrop.
Oh, right.
The one she beat Suzuki with, where she debuted it.
Yes.
So she hasn't shown that at all yet. So yes, she's 100% kicking out a teardrop. But I'll say later, I actually also think she's kicking out the spinning teardrop, which hasn't been kicked out of before. But I'll say why later.
Yeah.
So then we have day 2.
I have one more question for you.
Yeah.
So like a tag team like the Inspiration, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Inspiration. What do you think they do week in and week out as a wrestling tag team?
I don't know. TikTok.
I haven't seen them in probably 8 years. 2018, that sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't improve at all.
Because they don't care about being better workers because they can rely on their personality, which they are funny, right? Like, there's no doubt
they are funny.
That they're funny, they have good skits. So when you know you can rely on that, why even bother taking like bumps in practice?
I mean, maybe because you like being a wrestler, or like the craft of wrestling means something to you, right?
Then on day 2, no, do you have anything else on inspiration?
No, it's fine. Let's move on.
Okay.
Do you think they're gonna win because they already announced them for?
Oh yeah, I saw that
Post.
I mean, we'll have a preview after. We got a preview after.
Okay, let's do it in the preview.
So day 2, I'm actually going to go quicker because that one took longer than I thought. So they had 1,561. Another very good.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, another very good one. Day 2. So in the same venue, and they're still drawing like over 1,500. I think that's pretty great. The opener was Arisu Endo and Shina Suzuki versus Mifu Ishida and Yuki Arai. And the crowd was fucking hot as fuck again. There were pops for every single move. I heard a pop for a back body drop. Okay? A back body drop got a pop. The girls obviously didn't want to let the crowd down because we had Mifu Ishida pull out the German suplex again. And Yuki won with the spinning brainbuster. So it's crazy to me. She debuted, to my knowledge, a new move in the opener of the second show of the US tour.
Yeah, I don't remember ever doing that.
Yeah.
I didn't watch this match, so
that's
crazy.
That's how seriously they were taking this tour, by the way. So
yeah,
really cool. But she's obviously going to use that in the Miyu match.
Sounds sick though.
It
what
looked pretty
do you mean
good.
Spinning does she like spin while she has her up?
Spin while they're dropping to take the bump, sort of. You know, like a rotation during the brainbuster.
That sounds sick. Okay.
No, it's actually, I think she rotates before the brainbuster. Now I can't even remember which one it is. Which one would be cooler? The cooler one would be during the bump.
I think
it's before it though. Now that I think about it, which is still it still looks cool.
Yeah, that also sounds like hella dangerous. How do you spin a brainbuster during the bump? Now that I think about it, like that sounds crazy. I don't know. I'm gonna have to see it.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like you have someone in the vertical suplex position, like they're upside down, right? And then you just turn around and then do the brainbuster.
Oh yeah, that's the lamer version of spinning, I guess.
Yes, exactly. But we'll find. Yeah. Anyway, so then we had Hyper Misao versus Sakura Hattori. Yeah, I mean the same comments basically as the first night with Sakura.
Yeah, she's really done.
Yeah, she's got some real cool drop kicks, but the diving forearm, yeah, same shit. Anyway,
this is where she pinned her with this gimmick pin thing.
Oh, okay. I didn't
roll up. I don't know. Yeah,
makes sense. Palm Harajuku and Raku versus Uber Eats. Yeah, you could not pay me $4 billion to watch this match.
It was Bucky the Beaver.
Of course, out of all the fucking matches, you watched this one.
I watched it until like Yuki Kamifuku rudely undressed one of the Bucky Beavers, and it turned out to be Palm Harajuku.
Wow, what a shock!
Yeah, and then I moved on because
yeah,
it was Uber Eats. What can I say? I skipped.
Two. You know, that song is very catchy. It's very catchy. No? Okay. Rika Tatsumi versus Yuki Aino.
I have no idea what this song is.
Oh, okay. So Rika Tatsumi bought some popcorn, and then she force-fed Yuki Aino. Do you know... So at this point, because I was obviously doing notes for the newsletter as well, and I was like, I don't know the UK word for a concession stand, which is what the commentators called it, where you buy the food in the fucking arena. In my entire life, I have never once referred to the food place inside a venue like as a thing. I just don't say that. I just say I'm going to get some food. I don't say where I'm going to get it from, because everyone knows. So I don't know what the fuck it's called.
What did they call it? Concession stand?
A concession stand. That's what Americans call it. And I don't know what the fuck the UK word is for it, because I'm pretty sure it's not concession stand.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like I've lived 30 years on this planet and I just don't know something basic like that. That's fucking insane. Happens frequently to me. But anyway, Rika won, or something. Then we had Miyu Mashita versus Shoko Nakajima, which was the match of the tour. This was also the match that everyone was looking forward to. Guess what? It was actually good. So the interesting thing is obviously is that both provide classes for those wanting to learn wrestling. So yeah. Yeah.
During the tour?
No, just in Japan. They hold like they hold lessons for people. So.
Oh, that's cool. I did think at the start of the match or during the beginning, the opening minutes, it was a bit clunky for those two, for their standard, I guess. So I think I have seen them do better, but towards the end of the match, like once they started getting like warmed up or whatever, it was the old classic, like fucking incredible. Couldn't fail, but I don't know if that's maybe also the ring that was.
Shoko had a few difficult moments during the tour with like her springboard, hurricane runners and stuff, flying heads.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
Yeah, Shoko had like 2 insane suicide dives here, like landing on her feet both times as well. It was absolutely crazy. There was a pretty sick transition when like Miyu Mashita countered a European clutch into like rolling backwards, then lifted Shoko up with a waist lock, and then delivered like a brutal German suplex. That was a beautiful sequence. There was just a lot of sick strikes, Northern Lights suplexes, great counters, near falls. I really like this match.
Yeah. She just threw her with that German. It was
that
like a
was the best one by far.
Yeah, it was insane. Shoko did her like double 619 in the corner, the second one like over the top rope. That always like fucking blows my mind. I have no idea. Like she can't even look over the top rope. How does she over the top rope 619 so flawlessly? I don't get it. But it was awesome.
Then we had Miyu Watanabe and Suzume versus Mizuki and Uta. I'll be honest, I got no notes for this because it was just a good match. It was like a really good main event. It was all action.
Yeah.
Couldn't really write down every move, and I wasn't going to do that anyway. It was basically as close to a party style match that you get in TJPW. That's basically what this was.
Yeah. Miyu pinned Shoko, by the way, after running. Did you say that? I don't know.
Oh no, I didn't.
I agree with you on the main event. It was made for me basically. This was booked specifically for
it
Tim
actually
Hunter.
Was.
This was
it's your 4 favorite wrestlers in TJPW, right?
It's basically, yeah. I mean, Uta Takami is like, I don't know if I would rank her that high, but I think she's fun. I would probably put Shoko Nakajima over Uta Takami or whatever, you know what I mean? Miyu Yamashita. But like, I think her team with Mizuki is insanely fun to watch, so she's definitely up there. Like I said, it was just a very fun party match, and it was made for me, and it was so funny to watch. I loved it. Miyu scoop slammed them both at once. The crowd fucking lost their minds at that. It is pretty sick. She held them for quite a while too.
I mean, Miyu's strong as
in
fuck.
Scoop slam position.
Like,
she is
like underrated strong. Like I know everyone thinks of her strong, but she's even stronger than you think she is.
That's what I wanted to say in I don't know in which one of the previews it was, but whenever Yuki puts Miyu in the, what's it called?
The Scorpion Deathlock?
Oh my god. No. The, fuck, am I stupid?
When Miyu puts Yuki or when Yuki puts?
The full Nelson position,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
Where she has like both, but she puts like both her hands through Miyu's arms behind her neck, you know what I mean?
Yeah, are you doing the motion in person?
Was that noticeable? I did.
Sorry, go on.
No, when she does that, like just not even slams her, but just holds her in the full Nelson, you can see how fucking jacked both these women are. It's crazy, actually. Like,
so, yeah, Yuki is getting very over with me with how huge she is. I love how gigantic she is compared to the rest of the wrestlers. I didn't even realize it until this Miyu Watanabe feud, I feel like, where she's like towering over Miyu. Yeah. She's just so fucking big. Yeah.
She is, yeah. I think that's a recent development too. Like, she didn't always look like this. She went to the gym, pretty sure.
Okay.
I've never like I've never really looked like observed her that closely in her matches because I've never been a big Yuki Arai fan, but I feel like she bulked up a lot for this feud, maybe.
That would not
like in the
surprise
last
me.
half year or whatever. So yeah, she's huge, and when they do the full Nelson, that looks like two just fucking powerful women
Amen.
in there.
Right, 21st of March, Dallas. So this was actually the show during the tour that ticket sales looked very soft. And it does kind of look like that TJPW may have booked a bigger building than they could fill out. So it wasn't a small crowd though, right? They filled...
It looked alright, yeah.
I mean, they got 1,481. That's a good crowd. But the problem is the building was just too big. So it looked pretty bad. And I think they were just expecting more in this building because they did 2,500 in Dallas last year. So they wanted to do better, I guess. But yeah. But still...
It was also the problem was basically they sold the bleachers like from where the ring started, essentially. And like where the entrance ramp was and the like stage, all those bleachers were completely empty because I don't think they even sold those tickets. And but the camera angles they filmed it from, you mostly only saw these bleachers like behind the stage at the entrance way. So that looked completely empty like for a lot of the match.
But it was a solid crowd.
Yes, it was. Whenever you saw the other bleachers, it was a really solid crowd. So yeah.
Right. So yeah, the opener was Mifu Shida versus Shina Suzuki. I mean, I like this match. Not much to say though, but I liked that the crowd were hot for this match, and I like both these wrestlers. So it was fun for them to have a singles match. Sakura Hattori versus Uta Takame. Uta was so over. It was actually insane how over she was. And to me, it was good on her. I think she's a really fucking great recruit for TJPW. So this was a...
Do you think...
Yeah, go on.
Sorry. No, you go on.
No, you go on.
Okay. Do you think Hattori is going a bit heelish with her character there?
I don't... Well, TJPW doesn't really do heels. So no, I don't think so.
But she released the cravat or whatever headlock thing very late. Like she kept it on for a good 10 seconds after the ref called the match off, and Uta was struggling in there. Like it looked very much like that was a very heelish thing to do, especially to someone like Uta.
She's definitely
raised my eyebrows.
She's definitely more aggressive. Well, I remember one time when Kira Summer basically did a similar thing. It wasn't a submission, but she pinned someone, and then she kind of like threw their leg down, and she looked like a total heel. And I was like, "Oh, where's that going?" And then nothing happened. So I think sometimes they just do it. I don't know.
Okay.
So
cool.
Yeah, please stop the forearm again, Sakura Hattori. Thank you very much. Next match: Arisu, Endo, and Suzume. So that's Daisy Monkey versus Pom Harajuku and Raku. I did watch this one. So Pom and Raku were dressed as beavers as they faced Daisy Monkey. They brought out the gacha machines and then they ran Daisy Monkey over with them. Oh my god. So obviously Japan has a huge gacha culture, and it's the same machine that they had at last TJPW US tour. So there was a funny spot. Okay, there was. So Daisy Monkey got a lot of heat because they basically ripped off the beaver costumes, and then they basically got cheers for putting them on again. And it was so loud. It was crazy. But it was so funny because Pom is like one of those people in sketch comedy that loves breaking others, and she loves making people corpse. Because Arisu Endo was struggling to take off Pom's beaver costume, and Pom is just staring right at her and trying to make her laugh. It's just, I was loving Pom's facial expressions during this, to be honest. So
yeah, the Americans love their Buckies.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. I had no idea what the fuck a Bucky was, and I had
it's just a gas station, right?
So I had to DM my American expert friend Emmy. I was like, "Hey, you're from Texas. What the fuck is a Bucky?" and then she was like, "Yeah, it's just a general gas station store." And I was like, "Oh, okay. What's a gas station?" No, I'm joking. I know. But yeah. So also, it's spelt weirdly. It's like Buck.
Yeah.
Space double E. And I was like, "Are you doing a typo?" And she's like, "No." I'm like, what the fuck? But then I Googled it, and there's a hyphen there instead of a space. So I don't know what's going on with Bucky's, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
But anyway. Oh, but I wouldn't want to imply that Emmy was wrong. Emmy's never wrong. I'm sure it's an actual space, and Wikipedia is wrong.
Not.
Yeah.
Emmy is great. She would never.
Yeah, she would never be wrong.
Something like that.
So, all right, I've got to say something, and I don't know if it's blasphemy. Maybe, because I never see anyone say it. I feel like I have never seen someone say Mongolian chops suck. I absolutely detest Raku's Mongolian chops. In fact, I hate everyone's Mongolian chops.
You've never seen anyone say... I'm pretty sure I've said them.
Okay, if you said them...
Maybe not on the show, but...
Yeah, I've just... Well, to be honest, I'm not on social media, so whenever I say I haven't seen someone, it's not really a big statement. Because I haven't seen a lot. Yeah, Kyoka in a way does them as well. I just fucking hate that move.
Yeah, Mongolian chops are useless.
Yeah, awful. Anyway, another fun match. Then we had Vert Vixen and Yuki Aino versus Uber Eats. I think this is the best Uber Eats match I've seen.
This is the one you want to talk about? I skipped that one.
No, did I put it? No, I didn't. I didn't care about talking about it. But because even the best Uber Eats match you've seen is still like, you know.
Was Vert Vixen good? I think Vert Vixen is not bad, right?
Vert Vixen's good. She's definitely good. Yeah. So she's like a local Texas independent wrestler. I think mostly like New Texas Pro, but yeah. But all you need to make an Uber Eats match good is basically a hot crowd and don't botch anything. And they achieved those two things. Okay. So it was a good match. Like, a whole fucking crowd popped for Kamiyu's awful big boots. So it kind of makes the match more watchable, right? It's like, oh shit, maybe it is a good big boot if like 1,500 people are screaming for it. So I'm thinking Uber Eats is just kind of American coded. And maybe WWE should just scalp them.
You know, one that's very true. You know, one thing about Americans, right?
Yeah, one thing about Americans.
I'm gonna piss off like 300 million of our listeners now. But,
yeah. But we still got like another 200 million after that anyway.
They're very, very wrong very often. So I wouldn't count on that if they popped for the big boot that it would be a good one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm completely... I mean, Americans are mostly wrong. What are Americans correct about?
Well, not voting for the right politicians.
They're definitely wrong about that. Is there anything America does well? Wrestling. Well, actually.
Well,
do they even do wrestling? I mean, AEW's good.
Yeah. But like the American style of wrestling production is the worst. So
yeah, is AEW even like, okay, I guess it's TV wrestling.
If all the American wrestlers from AEW were in Japan, I would enjoy them more, but they are good wrestlers.
Taylor Swift. There you go.
They do Taylor Swift well.
Olivia Rodrigo.
Yeah, they have some good musicians for sure. So they do that well.
We can say Americans do music well.
They do some movies well, I guess.
Oh, movies, yeah, that's a pretty good export. Hollywood.
Series, yeah.
Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're good in the entertainment.
Yeah, let's give them that.
I guess. Yes, for sure.
Cool. All right, I'm glad we could agree on that. So
hell yeah.
Then we have. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm not done about this match. So you know that assisted kick that they do? I fucking hate it.
Yes.
When
it's like Wakana
lifts Yuki Kamifuku up into the air, and it is like a slow motion Matrix-like big boot, and the crowd completely popped for it. I was like,
honestly, I think it's so bad and so ridiculous that it turns around to be
entertaining. That's right. Yeah. God, oh my God, she's gonna do that against the fucking Inspiration.
Absolutely,
and they're gonna bump in like 0.5x. Oh my God. Cool. Then we had Hyper Misao versus Mizuki versus Rika Tatsumi, and I thought the opening promo was kind of funny. Hyper Misao was basically like, "Hey, she was speaking in English because she's like fluent in English.
Her English is good.
It's very good.
Yeah. I noticed it.
She was crazy. Like, I know my opponents are cute, but they're evil devils." And then she told the crowd not to worry because they can't understand English. So it was funny. So.
That's actually one thing that annoyed me on the first show. Because she thought her English is that good that she has to narrate half the match on the microphone while she was wrestling. Yeah. That was not great. Like, I love that you're fluent in English, but okay, just get to the wrestling, please.
I'm not a Hyper Misao guy. I don't know if you know this.
Oh, okay. You should watch I wasn't a Hyper Misao guy until I watched like a video on her, like how Hyper Misao became Hyper Misao.
No,
and she has a very great backstory, so I kind of like her just for that.
I also love her produce shows, because I remember I wrote...
that too.
Yeah, I wrote a review on one of them, and they're all excellent. I think just as a wrestler, I mean.
I'm not into her brand of comedy. I would say
that's kind of what I mean. Yeah.
I think whenever like the 1 or 2 times a year where you get a serious Hyper Misao match, I think she can really rule as a wrestler if she's really like the one I think we mentioned this before. The one match where she got unmasked and she just turned into a fucking
I need to rewatch that
monster. It was so sick. Yeah. She can be really good, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, this type of match is like the classic TJPW match that I don't care about, but I know that a lot of people love TJPW for this type of match. That's fine. Then we had, in the main event, we had the last ever preview tag between Miyu Watanabe and Yuki Arai. It was Miyu Watanabe, Miyu Yamashita versus Shoko Nakajima and Yuki Arai. This is my TJPW. Okay, this was sick.
Oh yeah.
I want both Miyu Watanabe and Miyu Yamashita to go for the tag team titles, to be honest. I just want them to destroy Oritz when Yuki wins the Princess title. Shoko is the most over person on the wrestler on these US shows, it feels like, because I guess maybe she wrestles in the US regularly. Like, the crowd is chanting, "We want Shoko," during the Miyu Watanabe and Yuki Arai grappling at the start of the match. So that's
crazy. Yeah.
But the first thing that kind of hit me is, I'm impressed that Yuki can actually like chain wrestle really well now, like competently. She looks pretty good. Like,
she improved so much.
Yeah, she looks good taking down Miyu with like a waist lock and stuff like that. So I enjoyed that. And then later on, Miyu dodged the full Nelson and she kind of powered through the Scorpion Deathlock, which was good. So now we know that she can, dodge the Scorpion Deathlock. She also did a nice giant swing.
She did that at the start already, sometimes.
Yeah.
Power out of the Deathlock, I mean. But I think it always depends. Like, she says it very well when she's worn down enough to not be able to power out of it anymore.
That is like the story of a lot of the matches, right? Like, she initially powers out of, like, it was the full Nelson on the 15th of March show, right, in Ryogoku KFC Hall. So she got out the full Nelson and then she got hit by it later, right? So I think she's really good at doing that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Then later on in the match, Miyu did a fucking flip sell for Yuki Arai's big boot. And I don't know if I've seen Miyu sell like that. I was like, that was awesome.
Really? She did that a couple of times.
Okay, maybe, yeah. Maybe it doesn't happen often. But this is the time I was like blown away by it.
What? That's the one time that I talked about where she landed straight on her face, where she did like a sideways flip. And
Okay, so maybe she's
the most insane psychotic landing that I've ever seen. I think that was very much on purpose. Like, it didn't look like a botch or anything.
Oh, okay.
Like, she just decided to land on her face on the flip bump. It was crazy.
Yeah. So then we had Yuki Arai hit her finally axe kick that I can't take seriously anymore because I've seen a rookie and actress girls like perfect it in under a year. So it was the first time she had hit it on Miyu, and I think now they've hit everything on each other except the spinning teardrop. That's the last thing. Yes. So then she hits a full Nelson on Miyu. Obviously that. Okay, no, sorry. What I was going to say is, now that they've hit everything on each other, I think it's kind of cool to look back on what they've done. Just like a recap, because there's been 6 preview tags. So, firstly, she hit a full Nelson slam on Miyu Watanabe. That kicked off the feud, right? In 14th of February at Korakuen Hall. So that was the one where she had an insane selling performance, Miyu Watanabe, from that full Nelson slam outside the ring, onto the mat, right? From the apron. Then Miyu Watanabe tapped out Yuki Arai with the Canadian backbreaker on the 28th, right? That was the match that Miyu Watanabe was going full, basically, monster mode, and it was awesome. Then Yuki Arai tapped out Miyu with the Scorpion Deathlock in Shinjuku on the 7th of March. And then Miyu Watanabe hit the teardrop on the first show of the US tour. And then the axe kick here. So that's everything in their arsenals except the spinning teardrop. And that's why earlier I said, I think she's kicking out the spinning teardrop, because no one has ever kicked out of it before. So I think they're going to give her a big kick out before she like wins with something like a Scorpion Deathlock. That's what I think the finish is going to be.
You really think they're going to take the belt off?
Oh yeah, I'm like 92% sure that Yuki Arai is winning.
I'm keeping my faith in Miyu.
I just think they wouldn't do this match if Yuki was losing. She's already lost. She lost to Mizuki last year. That was kind of her, hey, you get a red belt match and you lose the first time, but then you win it the second time sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe they can do a third time for her.
I think I think they just don't want to kill her star power that much.
I think Miyu should be the ace.
Oh, I mean, I want Miyu
for longer.
I want Miyu to reign for like 500 years, but I'm just saying Yuki is going to win. So.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, and the other stuff in this match. So Yamashita and Shoko were obviously great with each other because we spoke about that match the other night. There was like some sick kicks from Yamashita, another ludicrous German suplex. There was a nice 619 from Shoko where she sort of like kicked her Miyu's leg while Miyu Yamashita was going for the triangle kick attempt. I thought that was sick. And then Shoko Nakajima basically got her win back over Miyu with the senton. So
yes. Fucking 50-50 booking.
Hell yeah. And finally we had Houston, and this show didn't hit as much as the previous three. I think there was weird audio. It was a very cavernous venue as well. It was like at Post Houston, which is like a shopping mall. Someone can tell me if it's the actual shopping mall. It looks like one. But yeah, the classic like hot crowd sounded kind of like echoey. And I feel like the production, this is when the production hit me. So you had it with the other shows. This is the one I was like, I'm not feeling this. So...
okay. I thought the crowd was very hot here, though.
They were, but I felt like I couldn't hear it as much as the other venues, I guess.
Okay.
And also, I guess it's a third of the crowd. There's only like 500 people.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but they were definitely hot for it, just like in the other ones where they pop for like moves and stuff like that. But yeah,
but this was that cool venue with the stairs in the background.
Yeah, it looks
maybe
like
you
an
saw
X.
it from last year. Yeah.
The only thing I kind of want to mention, Kalia Capri was on this show. So it was Kalia Capri and Miyu Yamashita versus Uber Eats. I thought this was a mess. Like there were so many messy spots. But like you said earlier, I don't want to be mean because I don't know who's listening. So I kind of had to turn it off actually. I literally did. I didn't.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I never even started watching that.
No.
So.
But the crowd was hot though. I did not like that match. We had Pom Harajuku versus Yuki Arai. So Pom got the gacha machine out, and it turns out that Pom put Yuki Arai's house keys inside one of the balls inside the gacha machine. So she forced Yuki Arai to leave the ring and go and get the key, and she had to gamble for her key. And she was getting kind of unlucky. She did like 6 tries until she finally found her key in one of the balls. And as soon as Yuki Arai opened the ball, and Yuki Arai was excited she got her key, literally like a split second later, Pom just fucking froze the camper machine right at Yuki Arai. And the camera angle was so funny because you see Yuki Arai be so happy and then immediately bam. Yeah, that was funny. Pom is growing on me, I will say. I do think she's like an S-tier goblin. Like if we're doing goblin ratings.
Oh yeah.
She is so good at that. Mm-hmm. In the main event, we had Arisu Endo, Miyu Watanabe, and Rika Tatsumi versus Mizuki, Shoko Nakajima, and Uta Takami. Yeah, good match.
I only watched parts of this. That's the only thing I watched from this show. So
yeah, the Whirling Candy.
But only parts too, like mostly the finished stuff.
Yeah. The Whirling Candy got literally one of the biggest pops of the entire night. It was fucking crazy. And then Miyu had an incredible giant swing on Uta Takami. That was great.
Oh yeah. Her swings the entire tour were insane.
She just goes ham. She just does. Yes. She goes full speed swings. It's awesome.
It's crazy.
All right, I'm done.
Yeah. And like just, yeah, I guess Rika, Tatsumi, and Mizuki are so good together. They have such a great chemistry. That was my main takeaway from this. I mean, obviously, they had great matches together, but yeah, loved their interactions here.
Yep, so there's your Texas Tour roundup for TJPW. So a lot of great matches, but the main theme is the crowds are so hot that if you're into hot crowds, you will probably enjoy these shows if you like TJPW already. A lot of classic TJPW comedy in some matches, but also they just went balls to the wall in other matches. So this was like classic TJPW show. It's not like, oh, I'm in America, I'm going to do something different. They kind of actually leveled it up a tiny bit from their normal house shows. Not a tiny bit, a lot.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Good wrestling. Suboptimal other viewing experience for me. So
yes. Right. So upcoming, we have Grand Princess next week. Well, on the 29th of March, so we'll review it next week. So it's TJPW's biggest show of the year. So we'll do a little quick preview for the full card. So in the opener, I think this is the card order, to be honest, but I actually don't know.
I'm trying to find the card right now. Okay, I think I got it. Yes. I don't know what the order is, but
I'm going to guess it's
something.
So the opener is, it might be a dark match, is Shion Kanzaki versus Utsutakami. Cool.
Okay. That sounds okay. I mean, that's could also be a house show opener, so I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So, to be honest, I would like Utsutakami to have a bigger spot, to be honest. Especially after, like, the tag run she just had with Mizuki.
They should have just won the fucking tag league.
100% should have just won. That's the biggest booking misstep in a long time. They were getting super over. Yeah. They're a really good team. They could have had a great defense on this show, because the semi-main event that we're going to come up to is a blight on this card. It is fucking terrorism. So if they just swapped that around, this card would have been a lot better. But anyway, the second match, we have the DDT Iron Man Heavy Metalweight title. So this is the 24/7 title from DDT. It was in TJPW custody for months. I think it's got to be it was like 8 or 9 months or something like that. So what happened on the 11th of March in DDT in Shinjuku Face is Antonio Honda pinned Rika Tatsumi, and then it got announced that Antonio Honda was going to face Yo from New Japan on a show next month, and the GM of DDT was like, I can't risk you losing the title to New Japan because we're never going to get the title back. Because the joke is that the New Japan roster is so strong that they'll never be able to pin anyone. So the title will just stay in New Japan forever. So the GM betrays Antonio Honda and becomes the new champion. And so he defended it. So he went to the press conference for Judgment because DDT had one of their biggest shows of the year last weekend. Mm-hmm. And in that match, it was like a 6-person tag with like all of your DDT old guys like Danshoku Dino, Super Sasadango Machine, Toru Owashi, all of those. But also in that match is Minoru Suzuki. So at the press conference, basically Imabayashi, who is the GM, he's doing this whole rah-rah speech about how he will defend the honor of DDT. It's really important to keep this title for business, for risk management, all this stuff. And then Minoru Suzuki just chokes him out and then becomes the new champion and then walks off. So Minoru Suzuki is the champion heading into Judgment. And then at Judgment, I'm not going to recap the match, but it's a really funny match. And what ends up happening is Minoru Suzuki ends up wearing Imabayashi's glasses because it protects him against the Gongetsune attack, Antonio Honda's Fox attack. So Suzuki becomes immune to the attack because he's wearing the glasses. But he finds out that the glasses are too strong, so he faints, and then everyone pins Minoru Suzuki. And what happens is there's like a 6-person pile on top of Suzuki, and they slowly get off him one by one, and they celebrate that they've defeated the evil Minoru Suzuki, and then they realize that the glasses are the one that are actually on the bottom of the pile. Oh. So the glasses become the new champion. So then at the end of the show, the glasses are like, the camera shows the glasses and the belt behind the glasses, and the glasses are like posing with the belt, I guess is the joke. And then you just see Antonio Honda pick up the glasses. He goes to the ring, and this is after the post-show credits, by the way, so fans are leaving Korakuen Hall. And Antonio Honda snaps the glasses in two, and then he's declared the new champion.
Wow.
So, because he killed the glasses. So, Antonio Honda is the champion. Sorry, that was a long way to say Antonio Honda will defend his 24/7 title against Chika Nanase, Kirasama, Mahiro Kiyu, Matcha, who's the... I don't want to be... Singapore. I think she's the one from Thailand. Sorry, I get confused between her and Alexis Lee. So Matcha's from...
She is known as a comic artist on Twitter, right?
Really? Okay, I got no idea about that.
I think she was known as Tabla on Twitter.
Okay.
She made her name as like a...
All I know is she had a great match with Miyu in Bangkok. That's all I know. So then also...
Maybe I'm confusing her. But...
Mifu Ishida, Minmu, who's like a mascot, I don't know. Someone will correct me on Japanese comic culture, pop culture. Momo Sato, who is the sister of Daichi Sato, who is like a DDT prodigy. So she's making her debut. She's an idol. She's like 15, 16? I think she's the younger sister of Daichi, who's 17. So she's making her debut there. Raku, Rika Tatsumi, Sakura Hattori. So she does her new gimmick, and then she ends up in the 24/7 Rumble. Sure. And Sumire Uesaka, who I'm not familiar with. I don't remember if she's someone important. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
there.
Bunch of celebrities in this match, I guess, is what you need to know.
Yeah. You know me, like, knowers of the podcast know that I'm an Antonio Honda guy. So
Yes, I mean, I love Antonio Honda, so.
me too.
Then we have Himawari and Shina Suzuki, so that's bumping gritters, against Ren Kanatsu and Toga. Cool. Ajikong, Max the Impaler, and Pom Harajuku versus Haru Kazushiro, Shoko Nakajima, and Yuki Aino. Okay, that's...
Should we give our predictions, by the way?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm guessing Bumping Gritters wins that because it's Ren and Toga.
Yeah.
Ren takes the pinfall. There you go. I don't know who will win the 24/7 title, actually. I don't know if they give it back to TJPW or just keep it in DDT. I think they might give it back.
I don't think that matters, actually.
Yeah, sorry, okay. We don't
Maybe they do actually have Honda have it for the Yo match and he actually loses it.
That would be hilarious. That would be so funny.
Maybe somehow he ends up still having the championship by then. That's one thing I could see.
No, yeah, he's probably going to keep it. Yeah, no, you're right. Because that's a big match with Yo. So Yo is like insanely popular in Japan. I don't know if people... Yeah, and I mean, New Japan watchers know. He is the... Ikemen? I don't know what you sort of like... Yeah, he's just very popular. So.
Yes.
Ajikong and Pompela against... I'm just going to call them Team Okayama. I know they have an actual team, I just don't remember it. But yeah. I guess Pompela and Ajikong wins that?
Ajikong wins.
Yeah, but who's she picked? Oh, like Haru Kazushiro, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Then we have Andres the Giant Panda versus Mizuki. I mean, that's a repeat of a classic.
Yes, this is classic feud. I don't know.
I mean, Mizuki wins.
I think, yes.
But that'll be fun. We have a special tag. It's Hyper Misao and Super Sasadango Machine versus Konosuke Takeshita and Yuka Sakazaki. And Yuka is going to debut a new song, I believe. Which I don't know what that means. Why would you debut a new theme song when you don't work in TJPW regularly and you don't work in AEW?
And also your theme song was like the most iconic thing like in wrestling history or whatever. So
I don't know if she's going to appear on AEW TV or if she's doing an extended run in TJPW.
I don't know.
But
maybe she's...
We'll find out. 'Cause
this was so much wasted potential, man.
Oh, yeah. You wanted them to go against like... Yeah, I mean... Yes, I agree.
Put them against like Spark Rush, you know?
That would have been kind of great. That would have been... Sareee against Takeshita? That would be kind of cool. So it's like, fuck it, why not? But yeah, obviously this is going to be a bunch of comedy. This is not going to be a wrestling match. So, but anyway,
wins.
Not that that's bad, by the way, because my match of the week is going to be a comedy match with Takeshita. So
I knew you were gonna, yes.
But specifically the Hyper Misao brand of comedy, I'm not sure. And Super Sasadango.
I watched it actually. Yeah. We're gonna talk about it later.
Okay, cool. Oh, awesome! Wow. You're surprising me. Then we have a special tag, which is... after the main event, this might be the match of the night, competing with Mirai and Suzuki.
Oh, yeah.
But we have Arisu Endo and Miyu Yamashita versus Spark Rush. So, it was originally going to be Lei Ying Lee, right, from TNA, who's the TNA Knockout Champion or whatever that title's called. But she couldn't make it because TNA pulled her. And Sareee was like, hey, Takumi, do you want to come see another promotion I work for? Please, bestie. And then Takumi's like, sure. Because now it's Stardom and then TJPW. Saree's just like holding Takumi around the hand and getting her out of the marvelous bubble. I love it.
That's funny. It's like the E-Inspiration signed with AEW and all of a sudden TNA pulled their talent from the TJPW.
That is kind of curious, isn't it?
I don't know if I'm making that connection. No. I don't know if that's a conspiracy theory from me or if that's the logical.
Always assume the worst with the Axis powers, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway, that match is going to absolutely rule. Obviously, Spark Rush are not losing, so that is Arisu Endo probably getting pinned.
Yeah.
But match is... I'm so excited for the match. And I'm really happy that Endo is getting this spotlight as well, by the way. So she's the perfect person to be put in this match. She is...
That's true.
She's such a good underdog babyface that she's going to absolutely kill it when she's getting beat up by Sareee or Takumi. Like, Takumi, like, lighting her up with kicks. Arisu's going to sell it like $1 million. And obviously, Yamashita is just there to go 100 miles an hour with Sareee and Takumi, so she can do anything. But, yeah, and I'm looking forward to Endo getting beat up, basically.
Nah, but, yeah, I totally agree. I'm really looking forward to that.
We have Mirai versus Suzume for the International Princess title. So this is Mirai defending, and 100% Suzume's winning.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know if I'm 100% on it, but I would book it like that. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be good.
It's going to be great because Mirai is great.
Yes.
And so is Suzume. Yeah. This is like a top match. Like the last one,
Absolutely.
This one, and the main event all have potential to be like low-level match of the year contender matches or more.
Yes, I agree.
So I hope they get them a lot of time. Then we have the Princess Tag Team title, which is the Inspiration versus Uber Eats. And this is absolutely disgusting that you would put this in the semi-main event of Sumo Hall. This is insane to me.
You know, maybe they do the classic like WWE move. Maybe they think like Suzume and Mirai is gonna be so hot that they need like a cool down before Yuki Arai and Miyu Watanabe.
I never thought about that. Yeah, I never thought about that. That is the toilet break match for sure. That's hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do actually think the Inspiration wins.
Is that because of the advertising thing?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay.
They get a short run here and then lose it back or whatever to someone else. Maybe to Miyu Watanabe and someone.
Okay, do you want a spoiler of another match that has an advertising spoiler?
Not really.
Okay. Then
I don't know. If it's important for the analysis and preview, then you can say it. But
nah, it's not. It's fine. Yeah, okay. I don't know who's winning the tag title. I mean, I assume, like, what the fuck else do Uber Eats have to do in TJPW? They've beaten almost every standard tag team. I think the only people they haven't beat is.
Yes.
Did they face Daisy Monkey? Did they beat Daisy Monkey for the titles? I don't even fucking remember anymore.
I think they beat them in a tournament as well, no?
No, they were on opposite sides of the bracket, I think.
Oh, were they?
I think Daisy Monkey got kicked out by Miyu Yamashita and Kaito Obame, maybe? I don't fucking remember anymore. But anyway.
I don't
they've beaten a lot of teams.
That's one reason they don't really have anyone to beat anymore, so they gotta lose the titles and like why would the Inspiration ever come back? If this, why would this not be a one shot? I think they're gonna win.
Yeah, but what are they gonna do with the fucking titles?
Carry them around in AEW for a month.
Oh my god! You know, one thing we didn't mention is they actually changed the design on the titles.
Oh yeah, they look cool.
They look very good. I think Uber Eats are winning. I think Uber Eats are winning.
Okay.
I mean, I know that advertising.
That's the first one we're split on.
I just can't believe they would fucking. No, I actually refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. I won't even manifest it. Uber Eats are winning.
It's such a classical fucking Japanese, like move for Japanese promotion though. Bring a shitty US act in and put a title on him and for 4 months. And
it's a very Rossi Ogawa move. Yeah.
Maybe that.
Yeah. Then we have the Princess title, which we've spoken a lot about over the last few weeks. We've reviewed every preview tag of them. We are fucking ready for Miyu Watanabe versus Yuki Arai. So
yes.
Let's close the book on the feud with one final interview from Yuki Arai from this week's Shupro. So just very quickly, she discussed the Scorpion Deathlock. She says that she beat Miyu Yamashita with it to become the number one contender. And after she did that, she kind of realized how overpowered it was. So she started using it against Miyu Watanabe as well.
That's funny.
Yeah, she puts over Miyu Yamashita massively, to be honest. She loves Miyu Yamashita, basically. She also talks about the fact she called herself the ace at the press conference. And we spoke last week how in Miyu's Shupro interview, she basically refused to call herself the ace because she thinks it's a very not TJPW term and it's more traditional pro wrestling. And obviously we can't forget that Miyu is basically an idol, right? She just happens to play the part of one of the best wrestlers in the world sometimes, but she's an idol at heart. Yuki also talks about Miyu calling her a star. Miyu Watanabe called Yuki Arai star, and that it was actually Sanshiro Takagi, the DDT founder, that called her that when he was recruiting her. So he was like, "Hey, I can make you a star."
Oh, okay.
And Yuki says that Shanshiro Takagi might have forgotten about that, but she hasn't. And she uses a star in her signature and stuff like that. And she then puts her balls on the table. Okay. So the interviewer presses her more and is like, hey, Miyu Watanabe is calling herself a princess. What are you? And Yuki is like, fine. But if I say it, you won't be put off, right? And then the interviewer is like, I don't think I'll be put off? ? And Yuki is like, you're definitely going to be put off, but fine. I'll say it from now. I'm a star. So I thought that was really cool. Hell fucking yeah. So Miyu Watanabe for me has like completely rehabbed Yuki Arai. Like if you told me 3 months ago,
for sure.
Hey, do you want Yuki Arai to beat Miyu Watanabe for the title? I'd probably say I'm done with TJPW. But now, yeah, I don't mind a Yuki Arai reign. I think it kind of makes sense, and I'm kind of interested to see how she does it.
Well, I will still predict Miyu Watanabe. So we're
Split
opposites
again
on the
top two
semi-main
matches.
and main. Yeah, that's interesting.
All right, let's see. And then the other thing is they talk about the Tokyo Dome. It's nothing interesting, but everyone's talking about the Tokyo Dome, so.
It's crazy.
Marigold.
Okay. You wanted to preview a show here?
Quick preview. Shinjuku face next week. What day is it? Yeah, no, this weekend. We got Lady AI. That's her name, Lady AI, against Misa Matsui and Naoi Ishikawa. We have Komomo Minami.
Hey.
Huh?
The Lady AI, no?
Yeah, but Cage Match only has it as Lady AI. But yes, it is the Lady AI. Cage Match just couldn't be bothered to do the whole thing. Yeah. We've got a 6-person tag, which is Komomo Minami, Nagisa Tachibana, and Victoria Yuzuki versus Sareee Yamaoka, Shino, and Yuka Yamazaki, who is the same trio team that is going for the title belts the day after on a VOD show. Chika Goto is the 4th person to face Shoko Koshino on her 7-match series. Wow. Can't wait for that.
Cool.
Angel Hayes, Maddie Morgan, and Megaton will be taking on Hummingbird, Kuki Amare, and Utami Hayashishita. Can't wait for that.
What a match.
In the semi-main, we've got Darkness Revolution, which is Chiaki, Nagisa Nozaki, and Ria Seto, versus Mai Sakurai, Mayumi Ozaki, and Miku Aono. So this is the first ever Marigold appearance for Mayumi Ozaki. It's kind of a big deal to say it, I guess. So Miku really wanted to make this team, apparently. Miku Aono, the Marigold champion. I have no idea why, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't know what the connection is. I don't know if it's some deep actress girl's lore or something weird like that.
Probably right.
We've both complained about how stale or isolated the promotion is. So I'll take this. You know, we can't trash on this because this is a good idea. So bringing Ozaki in.
Sure.
Maybe it's to teach Darkness Revolution how to brawl. To be honest. All right, you want to brawl for 5 minutes at the start of every fucking match? This is how you do it. Fucking blade Chiaki. See what happens.
Let's go.
Then in the main event, I mean, as in Chiaki should blade herself. I'm not inciting violence, just to be clear. In the main event, we have the Superfly title defense. Mayu Iwatani defends against Natsumi Shizuki. That is going to be a banger.
Oh,
100%.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to tune in for that.
Yes. Don't miss that match.
Wait, this is a busy weekend, eh?
Yes. Yeah, it's an insane week. Natsumi's going to be unleashed. She already looks good in some of the trios. So obviously she's part of the trios champions. She already looks good.
Yeah.
I'm really excited
awesome
for this
in the
match.
show.
As much as we like joke about Marigold, this is a certified banger.
Yes. Let's go.
You know what's next?
Is there no Mayu Iwatani on the show?
Wait. Are you okay? Who holds the Superfly title?
Yeah, I meant Victoria's Yuzuki.
Oh, okay. No, she's in the second match.
She has the other. Oh, she's in the second match.
Yeah, she's not doing much.
Yeah, right.
Please, can we?
No.
They should just give her an interesting defense. Why does she not have an interesting defense?
Because there's no one that
I was actually,
looks like...
I was just looking at the roster. I was like, wait, who would she even... Utami wouldn't do it.
Maybe also Shosuke, that's like...
Yeah, also Shizuki.
Utami. Yeah, Utami maybe. That's true. I always think it's gonna lead to a Mayu match down the road for both titles.
Obviously, yeah. Because Mayu's doing the Grand Slam, right? They're chasing... The whole storyline is that they're racing each other for the Grand Slam.
Okay. I didn't know that, but
well, they haven't mentioned it since Mayu debuted, but so maybe they dropped it. But
okay,
I don't forget storylines.
Hell yeah.
All right, now you know what's next.
The Indie Zone.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to Tim. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as Tony Storm. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and whatever AJ Styles believes in. And it lies behind the pit of man's fears and the summit of Eric's knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area we call the Indie Zone.
Right. Well, let's kick off the big, huge Indie Zone section. I don't know how long this is going to take. We'll find out. We've got Saree's 15th anniversary review. And it was the cover of Shupro, 2404, the recent one. They did do a quick article about Saree's dad, basically, which I thought was kind of interesting. Another interesting fact, I guess, is Saree is leading the number of covers this year with 2, alongside the Knockout Brothers, Tanahashi, and Hiromu Takahashi.
Hiromu got 2?
Yeah, because he left New Japan, right?
Yeah, that's 1.
Yeah, well, he got spread over 2 because he did 2 interviews basically. He knows how to maximize that publicity. So
let me look at something here. Yeah, you go on.
Yeah. So the iColumn this week had a really short feature on Saree's dad. Basically, the first show that Saree went to was a Neo show at Tokyo Cinema Club. His first live match was Inoki versus Kentaro Oki, and that's where his and Saree's Inoki love comes from. He also visited Inoki's residence and was given a meal because he was basically one of those fans that would stay at the hotel of wrestlers, and he became very known to the wrestlers. So Saree's dad was a super, super fan, and basically got in with wrestlers that way. And apparently he's like very influential in like Saree's planning right now, along with her 2 older sisters.
Oh. For some reason, I assumed he passed.
No, he's got bad health, so
he's still in there.
Yeah, he's got bad health, so he can't travel to every show. But he was at this show.
Okay. Oh, that's good to hear. First, I always thought like Saree lost him or whatever. I don't know why I thought that. Maybe,
well, because he had a health accident. That's probably why.
Yeah, maybe I read just about the health accident.
Cool. So
who do you think leads the Joshi'ing Around weekly covers?
What, in 2026?
Yes.
Shit, it's got to be Miyu Watanabe.
Oh, you're actually right. But she's tied.
Chihiro Hashimoto?
It's free Sayaka Mitani.
Oh, Saya, yeah.
Watanabe.
Hey, we did say we need to... Wait, didn't we say we need to pump up the Hashimoto numbers?
We did.
Okay.
It's always... It's kind of strange, like... For some reason, people don't really put many photos online of like Senjo shows, like good quality ones of like Hashimoto or whatever. It's always kind of rare to find a really good Hashimoto pic. I found
maybe they have rules
like,
about
for the newsletter and for the.
No, I think I've noticed that as well. Yeah, they probably got some rules or something.
Yeah.
Right. So
maybe
let's get into the show.
Let's get into it.
I want to start with the attendance. Can we do that?
Yes.
So
for sure. It's important.
2,693. So if that's true, then it is an insane achievement for Saree. I am doubting it a tiny bit. Like, I think it's over 2K, but I also think it's less than 2.5K. Because if you remember, she used to announce above capacity in Shinjuku Face. So I'm just finding it hard to believe like how many seats there were that she beat Stardom's record at the venue, which was like 2.5K for the 5-star finals in 2023. That makes me come off like a Stardom homer, but I'm just saying there were a lot of empty seats and the arena has a capacity of 3K. But if it's a real number, it's insanely good and she must be very happy. The worst case scenario is that it's above 2K. There's no way that crowd was less than 2K. So even then, it is a big success. And I think we said if it was anything above 2K, it would be a big success, right?
Yeah. I think I was the high man. I think I won the bet in that.
What did you... I don't even remember what you said. I think I just said 2K. Or
I think... I'm not sure if I went actually 3K, but that was probably too much.
Yeah, that would have been a sellout.
I remember that I said it would be higher than you did.
Yeah, that's probably fair enough. Yeah. So, I mean, it was definitely over 2K, for sure. So
yes.
Yeah.
I will say there's probably few offices in Japan that are more carny than like the Sareee.
Yeah,
team.
exactly. Yeah.
But I will also say if someone like Velke, who hates Sareee and is like a professional seat counter, he said that this looked like a legit number. So
Yeah, okay.
he said at most they exaggerated by 10%, which would be like 250 around.
Okay, that's what I think. Yeah. I would
so when Velke says something like that, I say it's legit.
Yeah. I would believe like 2.3, 2.4 easily, for sure. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, awesome stuff. So I mean, honestly, it's a crazy. She's a freelancer, right? I don't remember what Unagi Sayaka's numbers did. I think she did maybe similar at Sumo Hall, maybe a bit less. I don't know.
I think a bit less.
Okay,
I don't think she cracked 2K. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
But Sareee is like the premier freelancer in the scene, and probably along with Unagi Sayaka, we have to give Unagi some credit for what she does as well.
Unagi used to be like 2023. She was insanely popular, and she sold out like several Korokens like easy.
How was
Every time she announced a Koroken, it was sold out.
The Shinjuku you were at, was that
Immediately.
like packed, or the Unagi Sayaka one?
That was, that was pretty full.
Okay, yeah.
There were a couple of empty seats where I sat, but it almost looked like it was so like spread out that it seemed like people that just didn't make it to the venue.
So Saree's probably number one right now. I think we can safely say. So.
I would say so for sure.
All right. I thought we could just give general thoughts about match quality and some other general thoughts, and then we go match by match.
Yes. Okay. That's
so.
good.
In terms of match quality, I kind of only enjoyed 2 matches a lot, which I don't know if that's surprising because I'm a huge Sareee guy. So we'll talk about it, but the Chi-Chi tag and the main event, I like those matches. Everything else didn't hit for me, and that's a low hit rate for a Sareee ISM show. So I watched this show after the fact because I was watching the DDT Big Show live, and when I was watching this Sareee show on VOD, I was like, I'm kind of happy I watched the DDT live show live because that was an incredible show. The show was good overall, but I don't think it will like make my top 20 shows of the year. And like I said, that feels like blasphemy for me because Stardom got me into Joshi, but what really turned me into an obsessive loser was the Sareee ISM show in September 2024. I literally remember being so excited about that main event that I actually rewatched the match the next day with Alex, my wife. So it was like the first Joshi wrestling show I ever showed her. I'd only seen Benny twice. I'd only seen Hashimoto a couple times, but that match converted me. So Sareee ISM has always had like a place in my heart. But yeah, I just thought the show was quite good, but not as good as I wanted it to be. The old timers were way more of a problem than I thought they were going to be, basically.
That's true. I would agree with that. Yes. I think overall the show largely delivered as you would expect from a show like this. Some matches over-delivered, some matches under-delivered.
Yeah.
So like it kind of evened out a bit. But what you would hope for a show like this is that it completely over-delivers, as Sareee ISMs usually do.
It should be a show of the year contender. It's Sareee ISM's big show.
Yeah, right. This didn't over-deliver to the degree that previous Sareee ISMs did for me.
Yeah.
Although, like, after, like, the 4th one, so you basically know going in that it's gonna be insane.
Exactly.
But yeah, I would say, like, there were definitely some shaky things that didn't quite deliver like they maybe should have.
Cool. Yeah, the other thing for me was I thought the ring wasn't mic'd too well, which is not good for a Sareee ISM show. So I knew it immediately from the dark match we'll talk about with Yuka from Ice Ribbon because we all heard her insane forearms.
Yes.
And, even if you haven't heard it, you've heard us talk about it. Yeah, so that kind of affected me because I think I said it last week about the WXW shows and I really need a good ring mic. It's so important for me. And I also
That's very true, but overall I would say Sareee ISM still has, like, just from a production quality standpoint, Sareee ISM is like top tier. Aside from the miking, I just mean like the crispness of the video and the quality and the stream quality and everything is so flawless.
The video packages and stuff.
Yes,
that production value was great. I think she did well with like she clearly had a big budget for the show, right? But she also had some inspiration from big shows in the US. I know people might not like to hear that, like whether that's All In or like WrestleMania, or Wrestle Kingdom, like with the video packages, the live performances. But her twist on it, I thought was perfect for the audience. Like it was very minimalistic. I feel like.
Oh yeah,
she like picked the right parts from US big show production, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, so let's get into it. Well, I guess the opening video was kind of funny. It was so corny. She was picking up sand. I love that too. I mean, wrestling's dumb as fuck, so I like when people lean into that. She showed scenes from the 5-star when she was booed, which is obviously a deliberate choice from her, right? She's obviously doing the video package, so that was cool.
Yeah.
The opener was a dark match, which was Akari and Sayaka Toyota versus Utashima and Yuka. I did not know this was happening. I don't know if it was totally unannounced, but I was kind of half paying attention, and then I just see, what the fuck is Akari doing here from Pure J?
Why is Yuka?
Yes, Yuka as well. So Akari is a Pure J wrestler who we've covered a few times. She also shows up in Diana here and there. She's a Chilean wrestler who's been wrestling in Japan since like 2019 or something. She used to be Krea's tag team partner, who is someone I mention a lot as like a hidden gem of the scene. Obviously, we talk about Yuka a lot in our Ice Ribbon reviews, so hopefully we don't need to do an introduction there. Sayaka Toyota is I was just going to introduce everyone quickly. And then, Sayaka Toyota is the niece of Mayumi Toyota, obviously, and she trains in the E2 dojo, so that's why she was there. She's also part of T-Hearts, which is Yumiko Hotta's promotion, alongside Mika Kanai, so no surprise she was actually on the card. I was actually surprised she wasn't announced before. And then, same with Utashima, who also trains with them in the E2 dojo as well. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually looked it up because I was just as confused, and I think the earliest mention was just literally like the day before.
I missed it
on Twitter. And I saw like Scott Edwards did an interview with Sareee, and he had the full card already then too. I think it released the day before the show, so he had the dark match already like in his full match lineup. So I'm not sure. Maybe she told him on that interview.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What?
Scott Edwards did an interview with Sareee.
Yes.
That's so crazy. I just wouldn't have expected that.
He did like 4 or 5 of them.
Really?
He is the Western like spokesperson basically for Sareee. Didn't you know that?
I'm really surprised you're not picking up on the British sarcasm today, Tim.
Oh my god.
Okay. Sorry. I was doing a bit. Yeah, okay, that's cool if they announced it the day before. But Akari and Yuka were just fucking huge surprises to me. I don't even know how the Yuka thing happened. So Sareee must have like
so surprising.
Actively contacted promotions and like wanted indie representation. So I just thought that was really cool that Yuka was actually at the Budokan. I thought that was really cool.
Hell yeah, for sure. I loved it.
So my problem with this match was the crowd miking. I'm sorry, the not crowd miking, the fucking ring miking. Yeah, Yuka. I heard nothing on her forearms, and that's the main thing about her. So anyway, it was still a good match. Akari and Yuka were very good. I thought it was an okay match overall. Sayaka Toyota, totally whatever to me. I don't see it with her. She also just doesn't take bookings. Like she doesn't work enough. Like Miku is fucking everywhere and anywhere, and they're both in the same promotion, T-Hearts. Why is Miku everywhere and Sayaka's nowhere?
You'd think that promotions would want to book her too.
Yeah.
Like just a name value thing in a way, maybe.
Yeah, the only people I see book her is like Itsuki Aoki in her regional promotion in Shawn Capture. That's it.
It's crazy. Is she, how old is she?
I have no idea, actually. If I had to guess, I'd say 20 to 25.
Say.
Oh, is it not disclosed?
So she's not... No. Oh, she's already been wrestling for 4 years.
It's just crazy.
I was thinking maybe she's still going to school or whatever, and that's why she can't take many bookings. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a good explanation, but I don't think that's the case. But anyway, what do you think about the match?
Okay. Just kind of... yeah, I was just... Let me actually look at my notes here. I thought it was okay, I guess. I didn't have too many notes on it, honestly.
Yeah, same.
Toyota won with a missile dropkick, which kind of surprised me, honestly.
No.
There was a cutie special kick out, which also surprised me. Like, do they need to kick out a cutie special on the opening dark match? That's kind of whatever to me.
Yeah.
But Toyota's music goes hard. She has good entrance music. So,
right, and then the first match of the show proper was Kikuya Furusawa versus Celine Mizora. So, everyone knows I love Celine. And everyone knows how excited I was for this match. I just don't have many notes for this one. I struggled with like a few different things. First of all, I don't think it's the type of match that's suited for a big building. To be honest, I think they did okay, but it's just not the type of match. Like, it's not the rookie versus rookie type of arena. I feel like you kind of want an intimate building where people really get into the underdogs, right? And they want one of them to win. The crowd fucking died a death. That's kind of. Also, they just didn't feel. They didn't look comfortable with each other. I don't know what it was, but something felt off to me. They were just kind of slow with each other. And what's painful about this is I've seen Kikuya go before with Starlight Kid, where she was able to like keep up speed-wise with some submission transitions and stuff. So that's why I think Celine was a slow one in terms of like not adapting well enough to Kikuya's style. Because Celine isn't really like a submission transition sort of wrestler. She's more of like the veiny style. Like, she likes to hit hard. She's got like an attitude and stuff like that. You don't really see her do any like complicated moves yet. She's obviously still like 15 matches into her career, so she's super green with stuff like that. And it kind of showed here how more polished Kikuya is in that department in terms of like just general like chain wrestling and all that stuff.
Yeah, I just think this match showed very clearly how important it still is to have like a vet in a match. Oh, like how risky it is to put two people who are this inexperienced against each other
in an arena this big,
to really guide them in an arena this big, because like we have often said how like good Kikuya looks, but that's always when she's like in there with an Azumi, with a Sareee,
Starlight Kid,
like she looks brilliant, and Starlight Kid. But that's obviously like this match made it very clear that this is still like because she's led by one of the greatest wrestlers in the world.
Do you not think it was a Celine thing? Am I being too hard on my Blorbo, my special little rookie?
Maybe. I think it was like a mutual thing almost. I think you could very clearly see at times how slow and hesitant Kikuya herself could be between like spots.
I'll take that.
So I wrote it down for Kikuya for sure. I wrote Kikuya can still be very slow and hesitant at times. And maybe that's just because like she's not comfortable enough yet with someone this inexperienced. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, no, for sure.
At some points it just kind of fell apart. Some stuff they wanted to do, and they just started forming each other. It was very clear that they started like communicating with each other when like things fell apart while forming each other, and that was kind of like obvious what happened. And it was like these typical rookie things, you know, that you wouldn't notice in like with a proper veteran in there. Maybe they would have done well to put like two more experienced wrestlers with them and make a tag match out of it.
Or you mean like the next match?
Maybe like the next match.
Yeah. So last thing I'll say is also Celine, not only is she still like really green when it comes to like mat wrestling, but also she missed the Seed show like 3 days before because she was ill. You don't miss a show with your home promotion in a big match to build up for your first title match unless you're feeling really bad. So I think I'm just going to conclude by saying I think she was perfect and just feeling a bit down from the illness.
It was a time limit draw in the end.
Yeah.
So I thought Kikuya's ankle lock still looked very good. Like she had Celine's foot in all kinds of directions it shouldn't point in, so that looked gruesome. And Celine was selling appropriately, so that's a positive.
Yeah. Then we had We're going to go like half an hour on this match, okay? I swear. We had LLPWX, Ami Fujiwara, and Rina, who formerly Nori, against Chi-Chi and Miku Kanai.
Yes.
Where the fuck do we start with this match? So, my hot take is this was my match of the night.
Oh,
yes.
I kind of expected something like this.
Yeah, that's how much I like this match. So let's quickly talk about the story of the match. So Amu Fujiwara is 14 years old. She has had... So before this match, she had 2 matches. She debuted against Miyu Momono on the 7th of January, I think. And then she later faced Megumi Yabushita in a 2-minute squash match or whatever. I actually haven't bothered to watch that match because it was 2 minutes. Not that 2 minutes match is going to be bad, but just Megumi Yabushita, so I'm like, okay. And this was her 3rd match. So she destroyed Miku Kanai in an LLPW X dojo practice, and that's kind of like when they built the storyline for Sareee seeing Miku get destroyed, and she's like, I need to book Amu Fujiwara. Obviously it's kayfabe, but she was like, okay, after seeing that. But it was insane, okay? We have to talk about Amu Fujiwara. It's a Joshi'ing Around Weekly podcast. You know how we feel about Ricky Talk. We'll talk about the match as well after, but I just need to get it off our chest. Do you think it's a hot take to say, just based on this match, she might have one of the highest in-ring working potentials of the rookies we talk about? Just in-ring. I don't know about how much of a star she's going to be or what building she's going to main event. Just her in-ring work.
What did you say? She's 14?
She's 14, and this is her 3rd match.
Yes, I would agree with this statement.
She is fucking incredible for her age and her experience. And if anyone thinks we're overhyping, then just wait until we're done with all of this, okay? You need to watch this match. And if you still aren't on board, that's fine. Maybe rookies aren't your thing. But we watch a lot of rookies, and we love talking about them. And we can see the differences between certain rookies. And Amu just feels special to me. This is only my 2nd time.
She's like Rookie of the Year already, right?
This is... Honestly, it was a Rookie of the Year level performance, easily.
Yes.
Her debut against Miyamono, I didn't actually see much there because it was like a debut match, right? She was kind of like selling a lot for Miyu and Mio, and Mio was being like the bully. So I didn't actually get a grasp on what she would be like. Here, this was like the perfectly booked match because along with that background that we spoke about, the story, right? Where she was destroying Miku in LPWX Dojo, that meant that Amu could just go fucking hard here at Miku. And she did, okay? Like... I cannot believe how good, one, her selling was. That is by far the craziest thing to me because normally with middle schoolers, you do not get selling that good, okay? So, did you see the part where she was like selling the leg when Chi-Chi was working it over? That is that is normally the thing that green middle schoolers are bad at. And if you're like, well, how do you know that, Tim and Eric? Well, we watch Diana and we watch Ice Ribbon, okay? We get to see a lot of middle schoolers at the start of their careers. Amu probably has the most emotive selling I've seen for someone her age and experience. I literally had to go back and check my notes to see what her background was. So she has a karate background and she loves Natsupoi. So I wouldn't, awesome. Just because of that link, I wouldn't be surprised if she's also been trained by Sareee because of how much she loves Natsupoi. But she was blasting Chi-Chi with forearms, and it was the most fucking crazy thing ever. It was just insane the confidence she had for someone of her experience. Yeah, you go, Tim. I just wanted to point out the selling and the kicks were insane to me.
I could not believe, like you talked about it when we previewed the show, obviously, but I forgot, honestly, like that she was 14 and... this inexperienced. Like when you told me that, I could not believe it. Yeah. Like I would have guessed she's like maybe a 2-year rookie or something.
Absolutely.
And like 18, 19 or whatever. Because she also doesn't look like a middle schooler. No, really. Like her stature and like just her presence in the ring, I guess. She just beat the shit out of Miku. It was so insane.
Who does that as a 14-year-old in front of 3,000 people on your 3rd match?
Yeah, Miku was like in a seated position and Amu just kicked the crap out of her. It was so awesome.
Like, I'm not plugged into places, but people must be going crazy over her, right?
I don't think people are really aware.
Do people think this is like a normal rookie? I would love for it to be.
People probably think she's just a normal wrestler, you know?
Oh, yeah, they probably don't know.
Who's like not known enough. No, like I don't know. I'm not very plugged in either.
Everyone needs to watch this.
I am active in places, but I hate to read.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Read the opinions there, so I mostly just don't.
Yeah.
So I don't know if people are talking about her, but if they know how fucking crazy it is, how young she is, and how inexperienced, especially, and they see this match, like, I don't know how you can't just be blown away by this. It's insane.
And obviously she's in the fucking LPWX vortex. It is, you know, they don't even run shows, right? So they basically, they had a residency at Kandamiya Hall in Tokyo, and it ran out in January. So they've just been holding like shows at the LPWX dojo that don't even like make tape. So there's no way to watch Rina, and we haven't even spoken about Rina yet, by the way. There's no way to watch Rina and Ami Fujiwara outside of bookings like this. It makes me so sad because she was, and I honestly don't feel like I'm overhyping her as well. I feel like we're giving a fair assessment of what we saw for her level of experience. Like, she would instantly shoot near the top of my rookie tier list. She's easily good on the Joshi'ing Around Weekly rookie tier list, trademarked. One thing that I didn't mention that she did that blew my mind, she was selling her leg after the match, okay? In the backstage comments, she mentioned, once this leg heals up, I will get revenge. What the fuck? Which 14-year-old says something like that? Who is thinking, like, guys, remember what you were doing when you were 14. I've already told the story. Like, a few years before I was 14, I jumped out of a window, okay? Like, think when you were that young, and she's thinking, oh, Chi-Chi worked my leg over during this match, so I need to keep up the performances, even when I'm doing backstage comments. This is fucking crazy!
It's awesome.
Fucking hell. All right. Should we talk about the match? Let's talk about the match. So, just about Rina.
I feel like we could talk about every performer in this match.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. We haven't even spoken about Rina, Chi-Chi, Miku.
Yes.
Rina's spin kick is fucking crazy.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh, it's so sick.
I just need to remind everyone, by the way, that 99% of you voted for Tim's draft. I drafted Rina, okay? And she would have been an upper mid-card hill. Thank you, okay? I'm not a sore loser. She looked so good. I just need to see her more. I want to see more of her matches. She's so crisp with her offense.
Yes.
And she's even better when there's like a storyline where she can like be a bit more aggressive. Because in a lot of her LPWX matches, she just had to sell a lot for old people, honestly. Like against veterans and stuff like that. Because, you know, Takako, Inoue, Shinobu Kandori, they bring in Yumika Hotta a lot. What other oldies that got there? Yabushita. Yeah, whatever. Ryu Mizunami, right? Aniki, she had a match against. And it was just a lot of selling. And the best performance she had was when she was in a tag beating the fuck out of Miku Kanai in LPWX. And again, here again, she looks so good when she's dominating on top. Pause.
Yes.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, like the key word for me basically is how crisp she is. Like, how like flawless her transitions are, like just between holds, or like the way she like takes people down for like a leg lock or an armbar, and then just simple stuff like that. It's just all so flawless and effortless, and looks so crisp and amazing. And her enzugiris are sick.
Oh my god. Sorry, yes, her finisher, which I don't think we got to see because obviously they didn't win, right? No, Chi-Chi.
Yes.
Yeah. So her finisher is a running enzuguri, and it is the most incredible move ever. But yes, her enzuguris in general
she
are
did
sick.
do an enzuguri though to Rina.
Did she do a running one?
To Chi-Chi at one.
I don't think I noted that down because I was hype. I was too. I was going too crazy.
It was probably not. It was a. Do you mean more like a Shining Wizard deal then?
No, I literally mean she does a run up and an enzuguri to the head.
Okay.
It is insane.
She did like an enzuguri to Chi-Chi, and then immediately did like a spin kick, but Chi-Chi dodged the spin kick, so it was more like a transition.
And it was like a standing.
It must have been like a smaller version, standing enzuguri.
Yeah, but no, her enzuguris are one of the best in the world, to be honest. And I guess we didn't mention it. She is a former MMA. We've spoken about her before in the podcast, but she's a former MMA fighter, and she transitioned to wrestling a couple of years ago with LPWX. I think like in 2024 or something. So that's why she looks so good doing that. She just looks so legit.
Obviously, she's trained. And
she looks so legit.
Trained,
yeah, it's so crazy.
She kicked.
Oh, man. Go on. Sorry.
She kicked Miku in the head at one point. I fucking yelled. I yelled out loud at like 8 a.m. in my bedroom. It was like, fuck. It's crazy.
Fuck, this match was so awesome. And then Ami Fujiwara dropping Miku. It was like it was almost like Rani Yagami's Brazilian kick, like question mark kick. I was like, what? I was like, how? What am I watching right now? It obviously wasn't as good as Rana's, but I was like, why are you even attempting that in your third match? Like, I love it. Miku Senton, I have to give a shout out to Miku Kanai's Senton. It is so fucking cool the way she tucks her arms in like a turtle. Yes. We've mentioned it before. It's so unique, so beautiful.
Absolutely.
Oh, I already knew the finish for this match. Sorry, I just remembered the finish. I actually typed out the finish in my notes before it happened because I knew it was happening.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I knew she was going to win with a German suplex because she, that's her big finisher, and I know they wanted to give Miku a big moment, and I know they would pin Amu, so it kind of made sense. It's her third German suplex of the year. It's her 12th in total from all the taped matches I've seen, which is a lot. But yeah, I'm keeping count now because it's fun. But yeah, I love this match so much.
Yeah, it's awesome. I loved it too. And Chi-Chi,
Chi-Chi is she was great as well.
Yes. She's like she's becoming Venny like every match more and more, like right in front of our eyes. Like just at the start it was Amu and Miku started off the match, and Chi-Chi just randomly walked over on the apron and attacked Rina and like,
oh yeah, and then Rina was like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah. It's like it was just something like immediately I clocked like that's something Venny would do. Absolutely. Like every fucking tag match.
Yeah. She's like a cross between Chi-Chi. Venny and Sareee, it feels like. Because, like, Venny's got this, I guess, like, what's it, like, performance, like, she's very performative, right? Or almost, like, theatrical.
Yes.
Even though she is obviously a hard hitter. But then Chi-Chi sort of, like, channels this really serious side of Sareee. So, I really like Chi-Chi, I mean,
that's crazy.
She's growing perfectly, I guess. Developing perfectly.
Yes. Her, like, what do you call it? Her, oh my god, I'm blanking. Her like
forum?
No. I mean her dynamic.
Oh,
is it dynamic with Rina?
Oh yeah, Just how
was. They wrestled so well together. I want to say
they had good chemistry and
chemistry. That's the word.
Yes, and if you remember
with Rina was so sick.
If you remember from the press conference, like Chi-Chi attacked Rina, right, and they like had that little tussle. Yes. This is what I mean. Rina is doing her best work when she's fired up, and so is Chi-Chi. They're both like the same in that regard. If you give them like a very simple storyline where Chi-Chi wants to kill someone, Rina wants to kill someone, it's just fireworks. Like, I need a singles match between Amu and Miku, and I need a singles match between Chi-Chi and Rina.
ASAP and book it, Sareee.
But isn't this why this is like a sick booked match from Sareee? Like, to put these teams... I don't even know how she knew that this match would be this good. Just with, like, Ami Fujiwara. What did she see?
This blew me out of the water, like...
Yeah. She just has a really good eye for talent, which I think people don't associate with Sareee, that I kind of wanted to mention. She does take people under her wing. And remember what we said about Kurasha, Jiro, Tokyo, Japan, telling Chi-Chi, if Saree's taking you under her wing, she thinks you're good, right?
Yes.
She just has a really good eye for talent. To know that Ami Fujiwara would show out in this match is just... That deserves credit.
It's crazy. It's so good.
Right.
Such a good match.
I think we've done this.
I was ready to put this on my match of the year list. Maybe I still am.
Mine, it is on my match of the year list. There. It just is.
Yeah. Should be. For sure.
Right.
I knew that you were probably gonna say something like this.
Yeah?
Because I haven't seen you talk about the main event at all. So I
we'll
thought...
get there.
You probably aren't as high on the main event, actually.
Yeah, good deduction powers, yes.
As you're supposed to be.
Yeah, but we'll discuss why. Then we had Hanako versus Venny. So we've already spoken about how this was basically a Bazilla replacement. We said it in the preview. I wanted to see if Hanako could have a good match with Venny. I feel like if you have a stinker with Venny, it's pretty much always on you because she's always down to throw, right? So this was like a big test for Hanako for me because my theory has been that she just wrestles the level of her opponents. So if she's in there with like great wrestlers like Aya Sakura, then she'll have a great match. If she's in there with less confident people like Yurihime, then she'll wrestle to their level. If you ask me, my view is, I think she did fine, but I don't think you're supposed to do fine against Veni. So I've loved Hanako's matches with Aya Sakura. I don't know why she struggles to bring that side of her every time. So like this match was good, but you have Veni in front of you. You can do so much more than just good. And that's why I feel like this match was a lost opportunity, because it's not that it was bad, and Hanako didn't do bad. She did all right. But I also can't say she did great. Because like I think like anything that Hanako did great in this match, like the lariat, the backdrop suplex, it feels like it was Veni taking an insane bump for her, right? So she did fine, but I feel like she was average and she just didn't mess up. Like if you put Echika Miyavi in there, if you put Bazilla in there, like do you think that match is going to be the same? Oh, well, actually, we saw both of these, right? We saw Echika and Veni in 0-1, and it was great. We saw Bazilla at Sareee ISM, and that match is burned into my memory, right? So we are Hanako enjoyers on this podcast, and I think you're probably going to be higher on it than me, but I think she could have had a better match with Veni than she had.
Yeah, probably.
But she didn't do bad, right?
No. I would agree she did fine is a good description.
Yeah.
I'm probably higher on Hanako than most, and maybe I'm higher on this match too. I thought like Hanako looked pretty decent in some spots. Like actually, even her forearms were good, which they aren't always. But she had some cracking forearms in there. She did some cracking lariats. Why did I write cracking so much?
Cracking's a good word.
My notes.
Cracking's a cracking word.
Cracking lariats and dropped her on the head with like a deadlift backdrop suplex. Like she did some impressive stuff here. And I think people are being too weird about Hanako sometimes. Like I see some very crazy like over
the top, exaggerated.
Over the top statements about her, like how much she apparently doesn't get it or whatever. I think people need to relax. But obviously there are better big men wrestlers out there right now than Hanako.
I think she's a woman.
Like a Bozilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought that was like the general
sorry,
term.
no, sorry. Just fucking with you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people are like over exaggerating about how bad she apparently is. I think she can be good. The Yuria match didn't hit for me either, but the Rana match was a lot better than people.
Oh, for sure.
Acted it was, I think, or like pretended it was. And this one too. I like it. Yeah, it was fine. It was good. It was nothing more, nothing less, but it didn't like suck. It didn't underdeliver for me. It delivered pretty much exactly what I expected from this. So
okay, it underdelivered for me.
That was fine.
I've not seen many, if any, fine Veni matches. So that's why it underdelivered for me.
Yeah, maybe that's true. I did enjoy Hanako after the match too. Like when Veni dismissed it and Hanako sold it very well. And I also thought that the start of the match was very fun because like. Oh, that was like when. Huh?
No, well, like Hanako's doing like the, hey, let's grapple, hold my hand, and then Veni just slaps her around the face.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was kind of. I don't want to get into it now. We're gonna get to it later. But the video wasn't out yet. What happened in Sendai Girls, right? There was just the news that Yurika Oka got a concussion against Veni, and I was like thinking, how is Veni gonna? Is she? Was that a scare for Veni or whatever? And the very first thing she did in the match is like the hardest shoot slap to Hanako's face I've ever seen.
That's kind of hilarious.
Nope.
Yeah.
She is not scared about knocking people out. No.
She only has one mode.
Veni is Veni.
Yeah, so solid match. So the post-match, Veni basically has the same thoughts as me. So the interviewer was like,
okay,
what did you make of Hanako? And Veni replies, what did I make of Hanako? She didn't really seem like an assassin sent from the almighty Stardom.
Oh, wow.
And then the interviewer was like, can you explain what you meant by not much of an assassin from Stardom? And Venny's like, I mean, some of them have been good for me recently. Rina-chan the other time was solid, and when I faced someone like Suzu Suzuki, I thought she was quite something. Compared to that, Hanako, couldn't she do a little better? She's got the height and she's wasting it, I thought. So I think Venny posts in Discords as well about Hanako. So Venny obviously called out Bazilla, and she said that this was meant to be their match. So she basically confirmed what we all knew. But the fact she's calling out Bazilla, they're obviously going to have a rematch. So
Yes.
Then we had Kuroshiro Tokyo.
And then.
What?
I was saying, and then. The big one.
Oh, yeah. Kuroshiro Tokyo, Japan. Yeah. So I would like to say I do not have insider information. So last episode, okay, I said, in around 33 minutes is the timestamp, if you just wanted to check it out. I said that this would be Shinsuke Hirota dressed as Sareee. I'm very sorry for manifesting it, but this was way too obvious. It is like the perfect spot for Hirota, because she normally doesn't get pre-announced, because you can't announce the actual wrestler, because they're not showing up, and you want the pop when she comes out, dressed as them. So normally any big X's, like any X's on any big indie shows, I just guess her. so that's...
Yeah, makes sense.
I don't have anything on this. Would you like to talk about it?
Well, I have okay. this might sound crazy.
Oh my god. We just hit the 3-hour mark, guys, so the delusion starts to kick in.
I just swallowed in the wrong throat or whatever you say.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
I think somehow Kuroshiro Tokyo Japan is kind of growing on me lately in a weird way. I don't think I hate him as much anymore. I'm kind of vibing with him lately.
It was the Megaton match, wasn't it?
He over-delivered in the Megaton match. I thought it was... I had fun here, honestly. I don't know. I've said this before. I've never... when I saw him live, the first time when I was in Japan, I thought it was fun too. I didn't have a bad time watching his fucking 10-hour entrance. When I saw him for the third time, it was a bit long in the tooth, but can be fun sometimes, I guess. And I thought Shin Sakura Hirota, Shin Hirota Sareee, she's called here. I thought she actually had the Sareee mannerisms down pat. She did Sareee so perfectly.
She's a very good impressionist.
Didn't you think? She's a very good impressionist. It was so funny to me, honestly, how fucking 1-to-1 she could impersonate Sareee and all her mannerisms here. The Uranage spot was very funny too. So all in all, I'm positive on this match as well. For a comedy match, it made me laugh, so it achieved its goal, I guess.
People are going to think I don't like comedy and then not realize DDT is one of my favorite promotions. This was fine. I didn't. I have the same notes that she had the mannerisms down. I actually literally said Sakura Hirota has the mannerisms kind of down, which is almost what you said word for word. Yeah. But we kind of already know that she can do that. So yeah, it was a good match. And I'm kind of glad they cut this kind of short. I thought it was going to be way longer. They only kept the actual match 4 minutes. So yeah. Saree's I'm not going to have this going on for 10 minutes on my show. So right. Then we had Fuwa-chan, Shinobu Kandori, and Yumi Kihota versus Jaguar Yokota, Senka Akatsuki, and Takako Inoue. So in the preview, I said I was fine with this match because I was mostly hoping it would be Fuwa-chan. And because I'm fine with Fuwa-chan against Jaguar, Senka, or Takako, because I think all three are okay. Takako can still go. She normally still hits quite hard at LPWX. I had no hope for Shinobu Kandori and Hotta in the preview, if you remember. And they stunk up this match. Oh my god. Shinobu in particular, yes. I haven't seen her do anything good in LPWX, well, ever since I've been watching. It was bad.
Yep, this was the big under-deliver of the show, yeah. I guess you could call it the stinker match. This just didn't work.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no point in shitting all over it. It was just pretty bad. It was too much Shinobu and Yumika Hotta, and they just weren't good at what they were trying to do. I think at one point, Shinobu literally pulls Fuwa-chan by the hair and gets her to tag out. Mm-hmm. And Fuwa-chan's like, what? Yeah. It was just really weird energy, to be honest.
So weird.
Yeah. Anyway.
It was bad. I will say, like, the post-match was great.
Yeah.
The post-match was so much better than the match itself, so we're going to get to it anyway. You talk about it.
No, you talk about it.
Well,
Uno.
Essentially, well, Fuwa tapped, right?
Yeah.
Which also, that really surprised me. So she was all friendly after the match and wanted just a friendly handshake from Senka. And Senka just fucking slapped her over the head instead. And Fuwa was so fucking pissed. She was so furious. And so they had a big, like, yeah, they went at each other after the match. Like, way more than ever in the match, I felt like. So
They barely did anything in the match. Like, whenever they did, it was good.
That's true. Yes. That's kind of the takeaway. The olds kind of dominated the match, but whenever the youngs were in, it was acceptable, I guess, or good even, but like it was just too little. And after the match, the youngs finally showed some like real passion and anger and heated post-match.
So Senka said she was going to debut a new costume, and
that's also funny.
It was just literally a remake of her current costume plus some knee pads.
Yes,
that's kind of funny. You have to admit that's a good rib.
That's a good bit for sure, yeah.
In the post-match, Jaguar Yokota, who's a legendary trainer, I mean, she even trained Takako Inoue and Yumika Hotta, who were in the match. So that's kind of crazy. She put over Fuwa-chan's bumping, which we have been doing since Dream Queendom. Okay. So if you read like Jaguar's backstage comments and shows, you can see she like loves training and coaching. She's really smart. The interviewers like always get good answers out of her, I feel like. So they were asking her, what else does Fuwa-chan need to do to develop? And she basically talks about wrestlers who are quite agile and dexterous. They tend to be too polished and it doesn't look like they're fighting. But Fuwa-chan, who is agile, she still has a bit of roughness to her, which Jaguar likes, which I think is kind of true. So
that's cool. Yeah.
Fuwa-chan said that her mum was in the crowd and her mum is a huge Jaguar Yokota fan. So Fuwa-chan was happy she could just be in a match like this in front of her mum. So that was cute.
Absolutely.
Kaoru Ito versus Natsupoi was the next match. So
timers,
huh?
Talking about old timers.
Yeah, so I was high on this match, if you remember, because I've seen some great Ito matches in the past couple of years. You were on board once you figured out that Kaoru Ito was not Yumika Hotta, but this match might as well have been Yumika Hotta. These submission holds...
you go first.
Well, these submission holds kill me, okay? I am not a submission hold guy. I like it when they serve a purpose to the overall story in the match. When you're doing fucking multiple minutes of them, I just against Natsupoi, of all people, one of the biggest stars in the fucking industry, and you're working her like she's a fucking rookie. Huh? What are you about to say?
I disagree.
With Natsupoi not being a rookie?
No, I agree.
Oh.
I agree. I disagree in the way that one thing Natsupoi excels at extremely well, like maybe more than any other wrestler in the world, is selling.
I just don't want to
crazy submission.
I don't want to see her sell a single leg Boston crab from Kaoru Ito for like 7 minutes.
Yeah, but when you go crazy like Natsupoi, she literally cried. She literally cried in the Boston crab. Like that's some true like emotion. You know, okay. That's something only Natsupoi can do.
Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. I can accept that. I didn't like it. I think I just definitely have a block with really long submission holds, to be honest.
Okay, I get that.
So, by the way, after that, I was done. So, I don't think I can review this match from an unbiased lens.
Yes. Yeah, that was gonna be my hot take. Like, I didn't actually hate the match.
Okay, so you take it.
I was really into the match. Kinda. I thought it was kinda exactly what I expected it to be from like Ito obviously like dominating her early on and then like Poi getting these cool hope spots and stuff and slowly taking over. And I expected Poi to win too. But then this fucking Kaoru Ito fucked up the pin because her fucking ego doesn't let her like just lay the fuck down. It's not like this night is not about you. This is not your night. You don't need to kick out at like 2.9 or she basically kicked out at 1.5, but the ref just forced the pin to continue.
She didn't lift her shoulders up properly.
Yes,
but I thought we said
she's not supposed to lift her shoulders up. It was the fucking finish.
Oh, was it? Oh yeah. Wait.
Or do you think it wasn't the finish?
Well, okay, no. I guess what you said last week, by the way, was Daichi counts as a shoot, right? Is that probably why you think it's the finish? To me, I don't think it was the finish because they both looked shocked, right?
They did.
Like Poi,
but I just thought
Poi was super shocked, and then she called for a rematch because she said she was frustrated about how she won. So I just
I didn't have this translation.
Yeah,
so maybe it was just a botch then.
I feel like it was a botch, and Daichi did count this as a shoot because just because like I don't know. Did you see Poi's face after the count?
I just thought she was super disappointed because Ito kicked out on her and then wasn't like.
Oh, I thought she was
putting her over properly.
I thought she was surprised that Daichi counted as a shoot because Daichi went over to like kneel over like Kaoru Ito and like explain to her like what was happening. Well, that's what it looked like. And also, Poi, she was just staring at Daichi after the finish. She was just like, looking at him, and then he was like 3, and then she was just staring at him. And obviously, she can't say something because he's obviously a big senior and he's like a big official. But she was just looking, and her mouth was open.
I thought Natsupoi looked super disappointed. I thought it was because of Ito. Maybe it was because of Daichi. Yeah, maybe I have to take it a bit slower with like the Ito hate here. Maybe it was actually
no, because I think Ito even I blame it a bit on Ito because she didn't kick out properly. That's where I thought you were going with it.
She had her shoulders up at like 1.
Yeah, she did, but it was.
I think she did kick out.
But it was like
properly.
She was flailing, right? You know,
I thought she wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, but you know,
what? Flailing.
Yeah, you know when people like flail around in like a cradle. That's kind of what it looked like. It didn't look like she was actually kicking out. That's why.
But what I actually said about Daichi is that he sometimes holds pins up when he shouldn't. I think.
Yeah.
Like, we have evidence of that happening. Like, in the trios match with Rian, where she couldn't kick out because she was dead.
So yeah.
We had evidence of that in the Sakikashima vs. Saori Anu match.
So you think because he
hold a pin up.
So because he counted, that's why you think it was the finish, I guess. Because we've had.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, fine.
I think when he doesn't think it's but maybe he thought it's the finish, but he had it wrong in his head or whatever. Maybe he just misremembered what the finish was.
Yeah, because remember the Sariano? You remember, you just mentioned it, right? And they just repeated the exact same thing and counted.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe he sometimes just messes up and forgets something. That's just human.
Anyway, I mean,
so yeah, if it was Daichi, then I take it back about Ito. I actually liked the match more than you did then, but the finish pissed me off so much because I thought it wasn't Ito. I thought it was just her fucking old timer ego wouldn't let her lay down for 3 fucking seconds. But
I will say, in the post-match comments I saw, it was the post-match promo, right? So when Poi was calling for a rematch, Kaoru Ito was basically like, I don't consider that a loss. And the crowd reacted to it. And then she had to say, fine, it was a loss. So you're not totally wrong, by the way, about her ego, baby. And the crowd had to correct her. The things about Ito I did like in this match was the running senton and like the double foot stomps. That Ito I'm all for.
Yes.
That's what I want to see. I just don't want to see the Boston Crab, that's all. But I get that you liked Poi's expressiveness because she's a very good seller. So.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about this main event. Chihiro Hashimoto and Syuri versus Spark Rush, Sareee, and Takumi Iroha. Who goes first? You liked it more, so what does that mean? I go first, and then you talk about what you liked, or
We can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everyone knows I'm a huge Takumi Iroha stan. I rated her as the 6th best wrestler on the 2020, for 2025 on the Social 50 list. So, and also if you would like to plot the views on Takumi Iroha on like an x-axis and poll the general population of Joshi wrestling fans, I think I'd be considered a Takumi extremist. I've been very, very high on her. And Spark Rush is obviously my favorite team. I've got a signed t-shirt, all of that. And I think Hashimoto is the best wrestler in the world. I did love this match. But the reason why it won't be like high up in my match of the year rankings is because it was an incredible match, but it didn't hit the level of the Veni, Mayu Iwatani, and Hashimoto one. And in my head, I have to compare those because like I didn't have my heart in my mouth when I was watching this match. The action was flawless. There's nothing I can pick out from the action that was bad, but there's like no spots that I'll remember like 1 year from now, like I do with that Sareee ISM tag. And like we've spoken about this, I know how much I liked a match from like how much caps lock I have during my notes, and I have no caps locks in my notes here. So if I'm being really honest with myself, I liked the Chi-Chi match more. I don't want to feel that way, but that is the way I felt after I watched this. I felt this is an excellent match, but none of it emotionally gripped me, or there was like no spot that hooked me. There wasn't that one thing that made me go crazy, I guess is how I'd put it.
Okay.
And I think one of the things is maybe that Sareee ISM tag, that's the September one, I'm super protective of that match, so it's natural for me to compare it to it. And maybe that's why I'm lower on this, because of how much I love the other one. And just the final thing, I do think I have a thing about big arenas. I think I have a personal preference for matches to be in like the more intimate venues like Shinjuku Face and stuff like that. And to me, it's amazing that Stardom big shows are as good as they are to me, because they don't feel as intimate, but they've sort of like perfected how to do those big shows. And the classic Joshi indie style that I watch and love, I feel like it doesn't translate as well to the big arena. That's the only thing I could think of as to why this didn't grip me as much as the other one. It was like some je ne sais quoi, I guess, that I can't really word. But no fault with the match itself, just to be clear. It was just missing a hook for me. Part of it might be, we spoke about this on the first ever episode of Joshi'ing Around Weekly, you need to be like emotionally ready to accept a match. So maybe I was like in a different mood. So, like the Miyamoto Aihozan match, obviously it hit me perfectly. I think wrestling is just kind of funny like that, and it's very subjective. And yeah, I guess I really like this match. But for comparisons, I would take the Hashimoto Yuna match that we're going to talk about after. I would take the Rina Sayaka Kurara match from the Cinderella. And I would take the Chi-Chi match over this one.
All right. I will say I don't disagree with you. On basically anything. No, your specific preferences.
Oh, okay.
I would have the Mayu Veni match higher than this.
Yeah.
That's not really a question for me. That's like one of the greatest matches ever.
Yeah, exactly.
For me.
Yeah.
This didn't. I kind of agree with you that maybe this didn't reach the pantheon of one of the greatest matches ever.
Yeah.
I think like you said, the action was completely flawless.
Yes,
it was kind of like if you imagine these four wrestlers all bring in their absolute A game.
Yep.
This is what it looks like.
For sure.
But yeah, you're kind of right. The thing that popped me the most, or like hooked me the most, and like got me really into it, was really just towards the very end, actually. When like Chihiro just ran Sareee over like a truck.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's
awesome
my
spot.
first like big caps lock moment for me.
I do have capital locks Lamau for that spot.
Yeah.
So some caps locks. Yeah.
And like the thing that really like popped me the most is basically Takumi.
Yes.
Takumi's spin kick at the end before like that basically spelled the end for Chihiro when Takumi hit her with that spin kick. That was like the moment of the match for me.
Awesome.
That was the hook also for me that was kind of missing for you.
Yeah.
that was kind of there, but it was like basically the very finish of the match, because then the Uranagi span began and Chihiro was basically done, and it was just the finishing stretch. But that spin kick from Takumi looked so fucking sick. That was like one of the greatest kicks I've
Can you
ever
talk
seen,
about Takumi for a bit,
probably.
and how amazing she is, and people don't still give her the credit for being so amazing?
If there's still people, like I've seen some people who were Takumi haters acknowledge that they were wrong. Maybe not that they were wrong, but some people I saw said that this was a great performance from
Awesome.
Takumi, who I know were haters. But like everyone who still thinks Takumi is like washed or whatever is completely in the mud at this point. If they can't acknowledge it after this match, they either didn't watch or they're just fucking delusional. I don't know what to tell them.
To be clear,
she had an amazing performance here.
and for me, this is the same Takumi I've been watching for a year.
Yes.
So yeah, that's why I feel so strongly about Takumi, and why I've always rated her so highly, like in my list or whatever, whenever I talk about her. So
Yes. I think a lot of the hate really comes from this one Utami match that I never watched, but that has a really bad reputation.
it was just
The 58-minute one or whatever.
like, I didn't like it, but that's just because they planned it incorrectly. The wrestling in the last half an hour was incredible.
Okay.
But the first 20 minutes were nothing. If they just needed to plan a better match. That's it.
I think people took that way too hard and just
For sure.
completely wrote both of them off after this match.
Yeah.
From what I saw. And I think that's just not a serious way to approach something, like one match, just to judge the entire fucking, like, these
absolutely.
are done forever or whatever. That's just not serious discussion. So I never took those people seriously anyway, but I think everyone has to fucking acknowledge after this performance that Takumi Iroha is incredible, and yeah, she brought it here. She was amazing.
Some specific spots, like her and Suri kicking the fuck out of each other.
Oh, yes.
That was sick.
my God. Their thighs. How do they do that, man? How can they walk the next day?
I was just watching these two, and I was like, these are the two best kickers in the business.
Yes.
Like, just perfect
Yes.
kicks. Yeah.
And I was kind of ragging on Shuri
Well, specifically her running knee
for a
strike,
while now.
right?
Specifically, but she also like kind of took it easy with her kicks in for the past 2 years or something. Like ever since she was like downcycled from her red belt reign, I thought she kind of took it back a bit. Her intensity in general in every match basically she had, because she wasn't in the spot anymore where she had to have like a 5-star classic on every pay-per-view. She was mostly like put into undercard matches, and she just kind of like maybe relaxed a little bit on her like being the greatest kicker alive. But here she just decided to fucking bring it. And even her like knee strike, she did the old Shuri knee strikes, and they are so good.
Yeah. So
Yes.
some other spots I've got, like, so Sareee did the La Mystica Schoolboy, which is the same thing
Yes.
we've seen Anri do in Actress Goals.
Yeah.
And I've seen Kazuma
was so
Sumi do it
surprised.
in DDT as well. I actually didn't realize Sareee does it. I don't know.
No, I've never seen
Oh,
before.
okay.
I called it uncharacteristic in my notes.
Yeah,
but
that was
I can't remember her doing like a fucking La Mystica type
Yeah.
thing ever.
Takumi's selling of the armbar I thought was really cool as well. Series armbar. So yeah, and then I've also got the Hashimoto bowling over Sareee spot. That was so hilarious.
Oh my God. Chihiro might have the second best spear in the world.
It's amazing. Yeah, after Sayaka Kurara for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was just a lot of I thought there was a lot of really inventive double teams in this match as well. So like Hashimoto like dodged Saree's roll through like foot stomp thing, and then she just got super kicked by Takumi, right? It's just like having each other's back, that dynamic style of wrestling that Joshi tag teams I feel like do better than anyone else. There was just a lot of that in this match.
Yeah. In general, there was like Takumi Chihiro. When did they have their last match?
I don't even remember. That it doesn't even ring a bell to me.
They had a stretch in this match like against each other that was so fire. That was so good.
Yeah. Yeah. I love when Takumi broke up a pin with kicking Hashimoto right in the head.
Oh yeah. Just straight in the head. It was so sick.
It's fucking insane.
I love her, man. She's great.
Yeah. And then there was also the cradle German suplex jackknife combo that we've seen from Spark Rush. And then they finally hit their swanton and stomp combo. And then the finishing stretch between Hash and Sareee, I thought was just, it was like the November match. It was
Yes.
a lot of very obvious callbacks. Like even when they're like running the ropes after each other, they did that exact same spot in November.
Yeah.
Sareee fought through the German suplex and then hits the Uranagi. Hashimoto fights out of it. They hit some really stiff forearms. And what I thought was really cool about the German suplex, like Sareee fighting out the German suplex, is Sareee was basically sandbagging her. She was like using all her weight not to get German suplexed because it was the exact same way she got destroyed in November. I love little details like that. So that was very cool. Hashimoto hit the last ride, one of her finishes, obviously, but Sareee kicked out, which got a big pop. And then there was the Uranagi spam. It was just the standard one, so you get a third one, a fourth one, a fifth one, just like in November. This time, though, Sareee breaks up the fifth Uranagi, and then Sareee hits the wrist clutch, which is the GG.
It was GG.
Yes. She got her win back, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just...
we kind of saw that coming, right?
Yes, exactly, yeah. Excellent match, to be honest. I literally can't fault it. Just that didn't have that hook for me. And I've just seen this like ranked the same as the other Sareee ISM tag match, and that just sits wrong for me. So, excellent match. You should definitely watch it. But I wouldn't consider this on my like match of the year list at the end of the year.
I did put it fairly high on my match of the year list.
Enough.
I'm probably gonna...
I'm not gonna fault anyone
like,
for doing that.
I did that right after it happened. I was very high on it. I just at one point stopped taking notes too, because I just wanted to revel in it or whatever you call it. The votes are probably gonna calm down after a while.
Probably.
It's always like very high at first, right? But I would definitely agree that the 2024 tag is still definitely better. I wouldn't be surprised if it's still in my top 10 at the end of the year. But I also kind of was thinking about something you mentioned earlier that we're going to get to.
Cool. All right.
That I watched after this.
Yes. So in the post-match, I thought it was a really cool post-match because the Hashimoto-Sareee storyline is that their rivalry is entirely competitive. That's why they're able to like shake hands and hug. It's like... imagine like two Olympians, right? They're competing in the same category. You know, they don't just like hit each other after the match, right? And stuff like that. Like in judo or whatever, they just shake hands. There's like respect there, right? They respect each other.
Yes.
So it's a very sports-like rivalry, very realistic. And that's one of the reasons I love that rivalry. So I just want to say...
I did think Chiro Hashimoto was more emotional than usual. She was screaming.
She was. Because she's probably shoot happy for Sareee as well, right?
Yes.
So, I've been saying for quite a while that there is a singles match coming between Spark Rush. They planted the seeds in their first ever defense against H2D, so Ryu Mizunami and Tanoka Kato, on the 20th of May. And I remember writing about it. It was my first ever review for the Social Suplex newsletter. So I thought it was fun to see what I wrote. So I went back and I wrote, the story of this match was to tease tension between Sareee and Takumi. During the match, there was a spot where Sareee accidentally kicked Takumi in the face. This was the only time it was played up, so it could be nothing, but a seed was planted for the future. So one of the best things about Joshi is if you just watch everything, everything will just fucking make sense. That's why... I feel like whenever you follow the products, you're able to know what's happening, and things normally aren't a surprise. Most of the time. So this wasn't a surprise to me at all, obviously, and I'm really happy. They basically announced Sareee versus Takumi Iroha for the AAAW title on the 5th of May at Yokohama Buntai for Marvelous's 10th anniversary. I definitely got goosebumps, so I'm very excited for that. That's awesome.
Are you excited?
I am very, very, very excited. I wonder what other shows Saree's going to be doing on the day. That's my only worry. So, but it should be okay. I think STARDOM don't have a show on the 5th, so it should be fine. Okay, are we done with this reason?
Okay, yeah. The singer came back out. Did we mention that Sareee got like the
singer for a theme song? Yep. So she
Yes.
did a live performance for her entrance. Yeah, we did not mention her entrance.
I wrote her name down. I can't find it.
I don't know her
She's
name.
I think she's like a legit pop star
Yeah.
over there.
So yes.
She linked up with Sareee and they did their new trademark song.
Yeah, but Saree's entrance for the main event was like a total like big special entrance. She had like a live performance and stuff like that. It was a very cool entrance. So don't skip the entrances for the main event if you're gonna parachute in.
Yeah. Before Sareee came out, they did like the classical like a little pause before the super main event comes out, and they draped like the entire ring in red lighting, and it looked so fucking awesome. I thought
Awesome production value on this show. Yeah, except the ring mic. Sorry.
yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's move on to
right.
Sendai Girls, because we still have a lot to talk about. We're 100% cutting some stuff out, by the way, Tim. So,
yes, I did. The first show came out, I think, yesterday evening. They released the word like randomly, and I have not had the chance to see the full show.
We're not going to talk about the full show. We're just going to do quick notes. On the 20th of March, they were at Zelia Taisha Hall in Osaka. And yeah, as Tim said, they uploaded it yesterday with like no announcement, and it wasn't even like on the Wrestle Universe schedule. So our lovely Spike Nishimura correspondent, Alice, she basically just started talking about the show, and I was like, wait, what? What show? And sure enough, sure enough, it was there. Because I check schedules very often, so it's kind of rare. I have no idea a show has happened. So good job, Sendai Girls.
Yeah.
This was the show that Yurika Oka got injured on. So I checked out the match. Did you watch the match before the injury?
No.
Okay.
I just saw the spot.
The match was actually really fun before the incident. It was like my type of match. Yurika is such an underrated worker for like being able to effortlessly weave in funny spots into her wrestling. It was going to be such a great match because Veni knows how to get Yurika over and Yurika knows how to wrestle Veni. So they have like a really fun chemistry because Yurika is playful enough to like get some really fun spots out of Veni. So honestly, it was on track to be like a favorite of mine. Like I just really love the chemistry. Then the injury happened. So I was going to ask you if you wanted to discuss it, and then you told me, so we can discuss it. So I slowed it down and replayed it.
I think we should. I think it's an important.
Yes, I replayed it a lot, frame by frame, just so we don't misreport as well. Well, we're not reporting, we're not journalists, just so we don't misspeak. So what happened was, Yuriko is basically doing a flying nothing, right? When you jump off the turnbuckle, and Veni is basically going for, it's not really a code breaker midair, it's like a double foot, right? Rather than double knee. It's like she's trying to shotgun drop kick Yurika out of the air.
Like a shotgun drop kick, exactly. Yeah.
But it's not forceful. So, but it is a spot that needs to be done carefully, right? And it looks like Veni is doing it carefully. The problem is I can't see Veni's left foot. So I don't know if Yurika's head accidentally hits Veni's left foot or not. I think it doesn't. I think what happens is she just lands awkwardly and then smashes her head on the mat.
That was my impression. That it happened on the landing.
I think it happened on landing,
itself.
but I can't rule out that she might have been knocked out before because you can't see it from the angle.
Maybe, yeah.
But anyway, either way, her head definitely hits the mat and she's knocked loopy instantly. Like you see her arm is kind of like she I don't know how to describe it. Like her arm is like floating in the air a bit and then it like slowly drops. She's breathing really heavily and there's like spit coming from her mouth because obviously she's like not in control of like, it's probably like involuntary breathing. She's like knocked out. And the worst part is the fucking referee. All right. Yes. So I was disgusted, literally disgusted that this match continued. And I don't think it's just because I knew there was an injury. Because Yurika is clearly out of it because Veni tries to lift her up by the hair twice. And Yurika does not cooperate each time. Veni can't get her up. So at that point, I'm kind of wondering, Veni must have figured it out by now because she can't get Yurika up. But Veni clearly hasn't figured it out.
Yes.
She just moves off into the corner. The referee does not check on Yurika a single time during this entire sequence when Veni is lifting her up. He just keeps on counting to 10 while Yurika is struggling. Veni even goes into the corner to just wait for the referee to check her. And the referee still does nothing. So then Veni is probably, I'm just guessing, that Veni is probably like, okay, the referee's not checking her, maybe she's fine. Veni goes up to Yurika and then lightly slaps her and then does a spin kick, but the spin kick doesn't hit her at all for sure. The slap, I think, does connect, like very lightly, but it still hits her. And still at this point, so Yurika is just standing there. She's got to her feet from the 10 count. So somehow she made it to her feet. And then that's when Venny went up to her and gave her the slap and the spin kick. She's just standing there, motionless. She's not fucking moving. And then she goes down, and the referee counts to 10. No, so Venny goes for a suplex, right? Is what happened, yeah. Venny goes for a suplex, and Yurika just collapses. And that's when Venny's like, something's wrong. The suplex was when Venny's like, she definitely just walks away after that. And what does the referee do after the suplex? He counts to fucking 10. What the fuck are you doing? Stop the match. You just saw her crumple from a suplex. Why are you counting to 10? So the only reason the match stopped was because Yurika couldn't get up for the 10 count. So it was a knockout. What the fuck? It was honestly crazy.
It was unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah, I was shoot mad about that. Go on.
Absolutely. And like just the way, like I thought the way Yurika Oka landed the first time was like kind of alright of a position to be in when you're knocked out. But the other two times, when she dropped down, she was in such a terrible position. I was so fucking scared because like you have to stabilize them, right? In a situation,
isn't it because
like they have to like
you can
get
choke
on their
stuff,
side.
Right?
You can swallow your tongue. You can choke. You can like so many terrible things can happen. And they just didn't do anything of that. And she was like in such a bad position that like for the other two times she went down, that I was fucking like, that was very scary to watch. I wouldn't really recommend anyone like,
it's not a good watch.
It's not a very comfortable watch. And I do think realistically Venny should have noticed it earlier, probably.
I don't think she should have done the slam. If you struggle twice to get Yurika up, you should know something's up. She might have trusted the referee too much.
That's my main takeaway, yes.
Yeah.
She went by the ref too much and the ref just didn't give a fuck whatsoever.
He didn't check on her
So
once.
Venny wasn't sure. No, he just told them to continue. And Venny tried to continue, but obviously she should have maybe realized earlier that she shouldn't continue and just shouldn't have. But
isn't there a thing about squeezing the hand?
Yes.
Like, why doesn't the referee just try that?
Other referees do that after every little spot, like constantly, always. And he didn't even bother once. You saw like Hiroyo Matsumoto was on the outside. She registered it before like anyone else, I think. And she was just, she looked like she was very angry for once, and like she couldn't believe it. Like, what the fuck is going on in there? And when the bell finally rang and she could enter the ring, like she looked very upset.
She was in there instantly,
rightfully so. Like she was in there instantly, and I feel like she clocked it immediately what happened, but maybe she should have just immediately told something. No, I don't want to say that. I don't want to like blame anyone, other than the ref. Really,
the ref is by far the biggest person to blame here. Yeah. Cool. All right.
I feel like people are gonna try to cancel Venue or whatever, or like blame it on her. I wouldn't. Like the incident itself had nothing to do with like Venny's stiffness or whatever.
No, nothing to do with that.
It was just
the
an
only
accident.
thing Venny maybe made a mistake on was doing that light slap.
Yes,
she just shouldn't have done that.
That's the only thing. But I hope people don't overreact to that. I don't know. We'll see. Apparently, Yurika Oka seems to be in higher spirits. She started posting on social media again, but said some scary stuff as well. So I don't know.
I haven't seen her post.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. She apparently posted something like she started posting funny shit again, but then she also said something like she posted a bunch of videos last night that she couldn't remember, so she deleted all of them again.
Fucking
which
hell.
Sounds definitely very scary.
She can't wrestle. She's booked for the tag team title match on the 27th.
No, that's way
That would be insane if they go through with that.
Yes. Mika Iwata also said that she's alright on social media, but I do think they have, like, Mika Iwata probably has a close relationship to her, but because obviously they do a lot with social media and stuff. That's obviously all work then. I think they are friends, so maybe she knows. she wouldn't just say that without knowing, I guess. So we'll see what happens. I hope everything's all right, but well, can't say.
Cool. All right.
For sure.
Yeah, we're gonna start. I think this is the first week we've actually maybe run out of time, Tim. we are actually gonna have to skip.
We have so many shows.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have to skip stuff.
What are we doing?
Sorry, guys, if you didn't get a particular review this week. We actually did run out of time. Right. So the next show, the 22nd of March, Shinkiba review. We're reviewing the Shinkiba show. This was a banger, to be honest. I thought the show was great.
Yes,
a lot of really good stuff on it.
The show was so good.
Yeah, a lot of really good stuff on it. They obviously announced some stadium dates in the future. So 12th of July in Zebi Arena, 20th of July in Korakuen for Dash Chisako's anniversary, 28th of August in Yoyogi Gym, and then 10th of October in Sendai Sun Plaza Hall. So a lot of big shows coming up at the later half of the year, which is basically their strategy for last year as well. They did that. And I guess they're doing the Nippon Budokan at some point in 2027, like at the start of the year, I think is the suspected date. So we'll see.
Yes.
All right. So Honoka was in the opener. Honoka versus Yuna. I mean, Honoka's great. Yuna got a flash pin, which I assume is to set up a pop title match, but let's see. Whatever. Yura Suzuki.
I did want to. I don't even know. I probably can't. Right.
What?
I was gonna like talk about the Sendai Girls documentary and stuff a little bit, but I shouldn't probably. Yeah.
That's kind of.
I started watching it more, and it's like very interesting. Actually, I'm really into it, but. Yuna reiterated her like story that we talked about that was also mentioned in Shupro, like her rough like teenager years, I guess, where she was like really not in a good state of mind, and how much like wrestling helped her, like how much Hana Kimura helped her, and then Benny subsequently, and how much that meant to her and all that stuff. She recounted it like in person. It was very like, I don't know, it was at the same time like heartwarming and heartbreaking to watch.
Yeah.
So it was like a very emotional scene. But needless to say, I was like rooting for Yuna all the way after watching. Like I watched it like literally like right before I put the show on. So that helped a lot in my story with Yuna on this show, because like I was like, I thought she did great in the open as well. Like I think she's really improving and the crowd is really into her, and that's great to see.
Sometimes, even if you connect more with a character, that is another form of improvement, right? Because it is theater. It's not a sport.
Yes.
So if someone's able to get their character over more, that's also an improvement. Mm-hmm. It's not just about like in-ring work.
Yes, and I popped so hard when she got the pin. That was awesome.
So this was the first of two matches. The second we'll talk about later. So Yura Suzuki versus Zonez in a singles match. Just want to mention Yura Suzuki has new gear. It looks a lot better, I feel like. Still got the blue and red theme, but it looks a lot better. I've always been high on Yura, and because I basically...
She's very good.
Yeah, I spoke about her Catch the Wave tournament last year. That's when she kind of floated on my radar. And I feel like she's going to have a breakout year this year. She was great in this match. Like, she's improving faster than I even expected. She looked so clean. The kicks were great. The knee strikes, the armbar transition, everything. So, yeah.
Yes, I completely agree.
Zonez's chops were actually quite insane as well. I was kind of impressed with Zonez.
This was a good match.
This was a pretty great time limit draw, to be honest. So
yeah.
Then we had Marvelous versus Hiroyu Matsumoto, Miyuki Takase, and Spike Nishimura. So Marvelous is Ai Huzan, Miyu Momona, and Sora Yame. So Ai Huzan's first Sendai Girls appearance since 2023. This was basically just a preview between Takase and Mio for the tag titles, which who knows if that match will actually happen.
Yeah.
Do you have anything you want to say about this match?
I feel good for Spike. I think the crowd was very into Spike, which was great to see, and she got the pin in the end, which was also great to see. So yeah, those were I thought that was a lot of fun. Like obviously, all the participants.
It was a good match.
Various degrees of fun. It was a good match, and I love the finish. Spike getting the pin is awesome, and Spike's music is awesome. I wrote as well.
Yeah, the only note I had was Matsumoto seemed to be calling the match, because there were definitely some points where Spike, so for example, Spike was meant to go to the top rope, but I think she was too busy beating up Sora Yame for kicking her shin. And Hiroyu knew she had to go to the top rope because she was like pointing to her and pointing at the rope. So Hiroyu, Matsumoto definitely looked like she was calling this match. Because then later, like Spike hits a great springboard drop kick, and then Matsumoto like comes in and whispers something to Spike, and then Spike hits Sora Yame with the Michinoku driver for the win. So yeah. I was like, why did Spike need so many spots called out? I don't know. Maybe it was nothing, but I just noticed that.
maybe they just maybe Hiroyo was supposed to finish the match, but she just said you take the pin. Or
maybe it was audible. Yeah, we'll see. Then we had Dash Chisako Mika Wata versus Minami and Ryu Mizunami. So this was actually meant to be the main event, but it was moved down to the semi-main event because Chihiro Hashimoto was obviously supposed to face Yurika Oka in a singles match. That got replaced by Yuna, so Yuna worked twice. But also, Chihiro Hashimoto was in the Sareee ISM main event we just spoke about.
Yes.
This show was going on at the same time, and that main event ended, I want to say, an hour and a half before this match. So she had to travel from Yokohama to Shinkiba, which is like 75 minutes.
Yes.
So this was really tight timing. So in order to give her more time, they swapped the card order and also went to intermission after this match. So but yeah, this match went over 20 minutes because they were clearly giving Hashimoto as much time as she could have. But
yeah, you could kind of tell.
Yeah, but I thought after all the chop crap, like the last 10 minutes of this match were really good.
Yeah. I'm reading here Mika Iwata lost. That must be a mistake.
So what happened was Mika Iwata lost. Yeah. That is exactly what happened. Well, I mean, it's Dash and Mika. You know, Dash doesn't actually take a lot of pins in Sendai Girls. I can't.
No.
So the only other thing was
Manami,
but she has a title match on the 27th.
They could have just made it. They went 20 minutes 35.
Yeah,
they
why not just a time limit
draw? 20-minute match.
That's what I was expecting.
I mean, they already had a time limit draw on the card, but just do another one.
Yeah, I was expecting that because
special circumstances, whatever. Yes.
Right. Main event. That's what we're here for. Chihiro Hashimoto versus Yuna. Yeah. Impromptu match. What a fucking treat we got.
Oh my god.
I swear, Yuna better be thanking Yurika Oka because this was the best thing that could happen for Yuna. This match was insane. Yuna...
This was a star-making performance.
It was absolutely... I'm not exaggerating. Like, this is like a low-level match to year contender match for me. Like, I would have it over the Sareee ISM main.
Yes.
This match was crazy. Yuna was over. Huge Yuna chance. It was the most I've ever rooted for Yuna, especially how they laid out the match as well.
Oh, yeah.
Hashimoto, we know, is fucking great. Obviously, she's the best wrestler in the world. But she made Yuna look $1,000,000. Okay? And it was also Yuna's, obviously, best ever match, and it's not close. But Yuna's performance was amazing as well.
She was flawless, almost, I'd say.
Do you remember? So you mentioned the Sendai Girls doc, and in part of the document, the only part that I've watched is that Hashimoto has wrestling lessons that she runs regularly, right? And she has a lot of indie talent that go there. I think maybe even some Stardom talent. No, definitely some Stardom talent. I think it's only Marigold talent and TJPW that don't show up there. And if in that document, Yuna does like some shoot wrestling with Venny, and Venny's her idol, right? And this match really reminded me of those wrestling training sessions because I swear to God, they must have said to each other, look, we don't have time to plan this shit out, just wrestle me. And it was incredible. Okay, like Yuna trying to wrestle Hashimoto made her so much easier to root for me. Like she went for a double leg takedown and completely missed, and it was awesome because that's realistic. And you know, Hashimoto's one of the best wrestlers in the world. I loved it. There was like a sick armbar. It looked like a shoot, to be honest. It was insane, that armbar. And what does Yuna do? She rolls over quickly to hit the ropes.
Yeah.
That was so smooth from Yuna. Like, that's a wrestling thing that Yuna did that was amazing. Like, we don't consider her an in-ring worker. That was just good work. How quickly she did that. Then I'm already at caps lock, by the way, at this point. And this is like, a couple minutes into the match? So Yuna does a single leg takedown attempt, and Hashimoto turned it into like a gut-wrench suplex and just launched her across the ring. It was awesome. And Yuna comes back. She's fucking trying to forearm Hashimoto as hard as she can. These are good forearms from Yuna, like really stiff forearms.
Yes.
Hashimoto just clobbers Yuna around the head. And then later in the match, the whole thing about this match is the crowd is waiting for Yuna to either get that big takedown or submission hold or something. They want Yuna to get something against Hashimoto, this fucking monster, this wrestling machine. She finally gets an armbar, and the pop is massive.
Oh, yeah.
It's so good. She tries her special cradle for a good near fall. The crowd is losing their minds at this point. And then Hashimoto speared Yuna out of her boots for a near fall. Hashimoto fucking lariats her to death. Another near fall. The crowd is just chanting for Yuna. I'm chanting for Yuna at home through my screen. This is fucking wrestling. Yes. And then the fucking dickhead Hashimoto, she just starts clobbering Yuna, stopping her from standing up. And then Yuna still, she's steadfast, she's determined. She slowly gets to her feet. And Hashimoto just drops her with a running lariat. What a match. Incredible.
Oh my god. Yes. I think one thing, you mentioned like the double leg takedown that missed. I think one thing that's important is that like for the first couple of exchanges, I'd say, Chihiro just completely fucking smothered Yuna. Like she completely like dominated, took her down, and it looked like Yuna was completely suffocating under like the force of Chihiro. Yeah. And Chihiro did not play. Like she showed no mercy, and she like I was surprised. I could have believed that they would just fucking end it in 45 seconds for the way Chihiro wrestled. But somehow Yuna always prevailed. Like, but she was like so done. She looked like she was so done after like the first few exchanges already that she was like struggling to get on her feet at this point already. So she was already in this position where she was like so wrestled down from like Chihiro's dominance that she could barely like coordinate herself, I guess. And that's how she missed like this takedown attempt and stuff like that. But it made like perfect sense. Like it wasn't like a miss as in she lacked the skill to have to do the takedown. It was a miss because she was already so
tired, worn down,
so broken down. Her body was already like giving up, I guess. And so for every time Yuna still prevailed after this, like the crowd is also a main factor in this. Like they were behind Yuna 100%, and they screamed for her, they exploded for her at some points. Like just the simplest things made this crowd go crazy, and it was so deserved because they like the wrestling in this match was excellent, and the story they told was so flawless. Like the way Yuna just kept prevailing, like when she kicked out of that spear at the end, like I thought I couldn't believe my eyes. It was insane. But like just the nature of this match, this is the typical like I think these are my favorite matches now.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Like these just fucking complete underdogs against a complete overpowering force, and of course not winning in the end, but like still looking like $1 million, and
that's what wrestling's about.
It's kind of like it's not the same as the Ai Husan match, but it is for me in the same kind of like corner of matches that I love, just like the veteran beating up a rookie. But in Ai Husan's case, the rookie didn't really prevail.
But that was part of the story.
That
right?
long.
Yeah.
That was part of that story. They told a different story.
Yeah, exactly.
100%. Yeah. But like the same dynamic, I guess, like the overpowering veteran versus a complete underdog rookie fighting for their lives, literally.
You know what they have in common? They're totally unpredictable. Like if you were to ask me, who is like, and you probably, like who's seen these wrestlers hundreds of times, what type of match are these two going to have? We would never have predicted this match for both of those cases. So
yes, exactly.
That is why they're awesome to me. Like just out of nowhere, that's the hook I was talking about. This is like, I got hooked here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I got hooked like crazy from this. That's true.
Yeah.
That's why I would probably put it, maybe I would put it above this. That's so hard.
Don't feel bad about really liking this so much.
Sareee ISM. No, but I'm trying to decide, like, I did really love the Sareee ISM main event, I don't know if I can really justify putting this over it, but I kind of want to.
That means you should. So if you want to, then you should.
Maybe. I don't know. This blew me away so much. This felt so good. Yeah. This was such a happy especially watching this Yuna doc just before it was just such a fucking 1-2 punch and crazy.
We are reformed
crazy.
here. We are Yuna lovers.
Absolutely. That's not even in question for me anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yuna also did a really nice looking sling blade at one point. I hope Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, wasn't watching with us. So.
All right. Then in the post-match, Sareee came out. Obviously, Sareee was in the Sareee ISM tag as well, so she also made the trip. And they announced a singles match for the 12th of April, Korakuen Hall. And that's going to be great.
Hell yeah.
Right.
What do you think's going to happen?
Oh, well, Hashimoto should probably win that. I mean, given that Alex wins a pin Sareee, I think Sareee is open.
I kind of wonder if Saree's losing too much then.
Yeah.
If Hash wins, but
I think she can lose. That's fine.
She probably can.
Maybe they have a rematch.
To set up a IWGP championship match. So
exactly. Let's see.
Good.
Right, we're going to have to be very selective with the next few matches. Unfortunately, we watched more than we're going to talk about. Okay, so that is just what has happened this week. Yeah, yes, because we're not going 5 hours. We're never doing that. That is too much.
Never 5 hours.
No, that's too much. So 19th of March, we have SEAdLINNG. And this is obviously one of my favorite promotions right now because what they're doing with the rookies. So yeah, I thought this was a decent show. Yeah, there was some things I liked, but actually it was an okay show. Now that I'm looking back at my notes, it was just okay. In the opener, we had Itsuki Aoki and Lana Hisaki. So this was Lana's second match. She's an interesting rookie to me because she has a fucking torture rack submission that she's using already. And she's just slapping submissions onto Itsuki. She's stomping on Itsuki. It's like they aren't laying any of her matches out like she's a traditional rookie. So she's obviously green.
Yes.
But I find it's interesting that they don't want her to work as a rookie.
I wouldn't have honestly known this as a second match rookie.
Yes. Any other notes?
That was a fine match. I didn't have too many notes.
No.
Like, I would have probably paid more attention if I knew that, but this was just a fun match to me. I thought she was just a worker who was not known and SEAdLINNG brought her. But
it's very so it is interesting.
It was handled like it's just a normal match between Itsuki Aoki and another indie worker or whatever.
Yeah. So if you like your rookies, then check out this match because she is quite interesting. I'm not saying she's like great or an insane worker. I'm not going to hype her like I did with Emi Fujiwara, but it is interesting how they're building her. That's all.
Yes.
Then we had Madison Marley versus Mira Koga. Madison had a new look. She looks great. She's obviously a Danish wrestler. She had a fun storyline in Seed last year. So, I mean, the storyline I will mention because it's just kind of funny. So basically, La Fresa de Egoistas, which is Nagisa, Nizaki, and Makoto, and Veni. But Nagisa and Makoto wanted her to join, but she was kind of put off by them because they were trying too hard. And it was like really good acting because she basically like got the ick. And it was like a cool dynamic because La Fresas are like the mean girls of SEAdLINNG, right? And then this fresh gaijin is kind of like, you're trying too hard. And, so I just thought that was really funny that she could play that. But this match was just kind of a bit weird because Madison's playing the vet and I think she's not totally there yet with it. Miria, I think, is not good at playing the underdog. She needs to be aggressive, like when she's kicking the head out of people. I think that's probably when she's at her best because she just seems lost sometimes, basically. Like, I feel like both Yuki Funa and Celine Rizora have kind of like passed her by a bit. So, anyway, any notes? Wait, did you watch that? I don't know.
I didn't even watch it.
Mei Suruga versus Yuki Funa. So, speaking of which, Yuki's confidence has gone through the roof in the past few appearances. Mei played heel again, and I am so happy she's taking more external bookings and playing this role. It's fucking awesome. This is what we've been waiting for, everyone. Like, you got no excuse now. Mei Suruga is making the rounds on indies outside of her Choco Pro bubble, and she's being awesome while doing it, playing a heel. She's done this in 0-1 now. She's facing Honoka in Wave on the 1st of April, by the way. So now she's doing this in SEAdLINNG. There's no excuse for not witnessing Mei Suruga's greatness anymore. If you didn't like,
but
Choco
I could
Pro.
see people go like SEAdLINNG.
Yeah, oh my god. Okay. No, she's awesome. Yuki Funa basically has the most complicated cradle I've seen in a while. She like grabs the arm during a 619, does an arm drag, rolls them onto their back, spins over, rolls them onto their front, and then rolls them again into a cradle. It's pretty crazy for a rookie of her experience, but it also was kind of a bit messy, but she'll get there. But she's improving a lot. So I also love that she instantly tapped out on the armbar, and I thought this was good.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
May is excellent.
One of our listeners, Kaze, thought it was kind of a mistake on the finish, but I didn't really notice it. So maybe
on the finish?
Yeah, maybe he can tell us in the Joshi'ing Around Discord channel. We'll look forward to hearing it. Then we had...
I didn't.
Yeah, I didn't notice either. Semi-main event, we had Honori Hana, Misa Kagura, and Nanami Hatano versus Makoto, Celine Mizora, and Veni, but Celine Mizora couldn't make it. This was going to be like the Joshi'ing Around Weekly six-person tag, but yeah, it's a shame Celine couldn't do it, but she was ill. So during the crowd brawling, Veni is just destroying Misa Kagura. She threw a bottle or a can at Misa's head.
It was a can.
It fucking clonked. That is when I would maybe, safety police alarms. That was kind of rough. She is.
I thought the chair shots were more brutal. I think a regular can can't really hurt, I think. But it sounds great.
It did sound great, yeah. She's just so stiff with weapons, in particular. I know she's stiff in general, but with weapons, she is crazy.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah,
she brained Honori too, right?
She did brain her.
Yeah, at the start.
Haven't we had this discussion about what brain means?
Yeah. Oh shit.
All right. Yeah, she did brain Honori. Pause. So Veni was doing squats and bullying Honori. Honori just slaps Veni around the face. They have that dynamic. I've said it. They're one of my favorite rivalries in wrestling right now. I would say this was a bit less heated, and I think it did suffer from Celine Mizora not being there. So Honori was teasing a shoot headbutt on Veni, which was a callback to the title match, but then Veni dodged it. Veni hits a crazy spin kick. So I think she's about to suplex Honori, but Honori reverses it into a cradle. And Makoto kind of has to fuck up Barb Sasaki to break up the pin, so she just stopped him from counting.
Oh, that was funny.
Yeah. So yeah, and then there was a good bridging out pin from Honori, but then there was a moonsault for the win. So I thought it was a pretty good tag match, but kind of lower than my expectations, maybe because Celine wasn't in it.
I mean, it was just crazy how much they dominated. The two wrestler team dominated over the three wrestler team.
Yeah, it was
because Veni is just such a dominating force together with Makoto too, and it was just kind of crazy. But I also felt like they wanted to what's it called, protect Nanami a little bit.
Yeah,
because she was barely in the match.
She was not in the match.
She didn't do much.
Yeah, so
it was essentially a 2v2, and Nanami was just kind of mostly sitting it out because maybe it's Diana direction too, that they can't just beat her like a drama or whatever. I wanted to mention for the Mei Saruga match real quick, there was a mistake, but that was during the rolling cradles, because Mei Saruga for some reason decided to do rolling cradles in the seatbelt position, which looks incredibly complicated to do, and obviously it fell apart after a couple of rolls, but in the actual finish, I didn't see a mistake. So
cool. Okay, funny note from intermission. I know we're running late, but this was funny as fuck, and no one will watch the intermission if I don't say it. Okay, so I just have to. Okay. I'm the only person that might talk about this, so I have to say it. So Arisa Nakajima and Natsuko Taiyo, who help their run SEAdLINNNG. So Arisa is the GM, and Natsuko Taiyo, I'm pretty sure, is the coach, but she might have some back office stuff as well. They were doing announcements for April. And then either a cockroach or a spider drops on Arisa Nakajima's head. I'm not making this up.
What?
And she starts freaking out, okay? And then the fucking rookie we spoke about earlier, Lana Hisaki, this tall rookie that you wouldn't even think is a rookie, because she just has it's like an ominous presence. I don't know how to describe it. It's like she's an emo goth kid. She doesn't smile. She's huge. She's got a torture rack submission already. She's brooding. So it's really funny. She jumps into the ring. She picks up the fucking roach with her bare hands like it's nothing, and then casually gets out of the ring. I think Lana might be more of a psychopath than Honori Hana. I just couldn't believe my eyes. Arisa was just looking slowly. I was what the fuck is she doing? Because Arisa literally just jumped and ran to the turnbuckle. She stopped her announcement. She was freaked out.
Where was the Shinkiba?
Yes, this is at Shinkiba. So
do they have roaches there?
Yeah, either a roach or a spider. I don't know what it was. It was too small to see on stream.
Damn.
All I know is everyone reacted to it, and then Lana Hisaki just got rid of it.
That's funny.
They also announced Miria Koga versus Shuri at Korakuen Hall. This was really cute because
Was Shuri?
Yes. So obviously Miria Koga loves Shuri, literally her favorite wrestler. She idolizes her. You know, Celine Mizora idolizes Sareee and Venny. Yukifuna didn't really grow up watching wrestling, so those are the 3 different ones. But yeah, Miria loves Shuri, and she will be facing her on
That's cool.
17th of April. Then we had the semi-finals. The top 2 matches were the semi-finals of the tournament. So obviously in the tournament, the gimmick is Hiroyu Matsumoto, who's the current Beyond the Sea champion. She's defending that title in every match. So the first semi-final was Ayame Sasamura versus Nigi Sinazaki. Whatever, fine match. Ayame Sasamura won with a flash pin, thankfully. Then we had Hiroyu Matsumoto versus Mia Shirai. I do not ever need to see Mia Shirai be an underdog babyface. Do not ever do that again, please. She is literally a top heel to me. And I don't mean like I don't like her. Her character is literally heel. She's a fucking asshole to everyone all the time. She's so condescending. She shits on everyone on the mic. In the ring, she's bullying people with enziguris and kicks. Nothing about her is an underdog babyface. This dynamic was awful. I don't want to see this. Stop it.
I saw
Yeah.
Mio Shirai, 15 minutes, 34 seconds, and I decided to...
And 10 minutes of that is her selling.
against watching it.
Yes. Good choice. And there was a point where Matsumoto basically hits one of her like stiff as fuck lariats, right? Mio kicks out at 1. Sorry, I peeked there. I don't care. Don't edit it out. I need that mic to peek there. She kicked out at 1 and then immediately got a near fall after. So she didn't even sell the lariat. I couldn't believe my eyes. Anyway, the finals will be amazing. It'll be Ayame Sasamura versus Hiroyu Matsumoto, because Matsumoto beat Mia Shirai, thank fuck. Yeah, awesome stuff. So I'm really looking forward to the Korakuen Hall. Then we have Ice Ribbon Dojo, very quickly, because we never talk about the dojo shows. On the 14th of March, there is a rare match that I will recommend. So the dojo shows are basically always fun, but you don't normally see matches that you think other people would enjoy as a parachuter. This was definitely one of them. You know, given our draft, right, and how well I did, I figured that I would reward people more by trying to highlight the gems of the scene more. And we frequently mention Ancham as one of them, and it was good timing because she had a great singles match on this dojo show against the Ice Ribbon rookie Kurara Wakana. It was only their second singles match against each other. Yeah, what did you think? Did you watch the match? You did, right?
I did.
Yeah.
I watched the entire show. Actually.
Oh yeah, you did. You fucking psycho. So what did you think?
It was fun. No, it was good. I liked it a lot. I think Kurara Wakana is very good, like, at selling.
She is, yeah.
She's just screaming for these arm bars from her Ancham and shit. And Ancham was just a very dominant, like, bet in this case, just beating her down. But I liked it a lot. You could really see, like, this is basically what you call it, like a picture book match for why Ancham,
yes,
why we heralded for Ancham as being like an underrated veteran who can like work with these rookies, like work wonders with them, and it's really important, like a really important for these wrestler for these rookies to face. Oh my god, my brain's slowly
it's starting shut down
to work. It's starting
shut down imminent. Sure. 30 minutes.
Yeah, so in the end, like, Kurara even got a really nice submission, like, out of nowhere. She like...
It was great. So
crossed the legs and arms behind her back. I can't even describe it. I've never seen the submission before. I don't know.
Even how it got there was awesome. So it was like...
Yes.
So basically... So Ancham was, like, working over Kurari's arm early, right? And... So Ancham started throwing stiff forearms at Kurara, and then Kurara tried to return them, but her arm was weakened because she had no power behind them. So Kurara fired up and she hit some stiffer ones, but then Ancham quickly countered into an armbar. So Kurara is basically becoming overconfident, and she's trying to beat Ancham at her own game. So she tries a really convoluted Kimura lock. This is Kurara trying it on Ancham. So Kurara basically cranks that Kimura hard as much as she can, right? Because she wants to tap Ancham out because, she worked over her arm. But she cranked too hard that she left her neck open, and Ancham basically latched on a nasty dragon sleeper, and Kurara immediately tapped out. Is one of the coolest finishers I've seen, to be honest. So,
that was a very cool finish, yeah.
Cool. So there you go, Ancham. Then we had Diana. Holy fuck, I've got so much notes and we're not doing any of it. What do I want to say?
I couldn't even watch this one because they took it down from their service, apparently, because something was wrong with the file or whatever.
Yes. So quickly.
You're on your own.
They also uploaded the 22nd of February show. 23rd of February, which was in Hamamatsu. That wasn't anywhere seen before, so it's now up on the Diana service. I just quickly want to say, PPP Tokyo has a new wrestler called Non Tarago. She's 26. She beat Anna, who's the Diana rookie, very quickly. First time I've seen Non Tarago. She's basically, she was recruited by Chan Yota from the adult film industry. And it's Chan Yota's first ever student as well. So Chan Yota is 4 years into her career and she's already popping out students. So I think that's cool. And Taraga looked pretty solid for only 4 months of wrestling, to be honest. I'm not saying she's good, but she's solid. And the indie scene can always use solid talent. And her influences are Rhea Ripley. So I just wanted to say that Rhea Ripley is, again, massive in Japan. I think she's just kind of like a global star. And WWE don't even know it. I think she's probably the biggest woman star that WWE have made, except Mercedes Moné, probably. And her other influence is Takumi Iroha, so clearly she's going to be a star, non-Tarago. Right.
Bigger than Becky?
What? Becky? Maybe.
Becky Lynch.
Yeah, Becky's probably up there. Maybe those three.
I would have said Becky is maybe the biggest.
Oh,
because
really?
Her peak was bigger than any other
That's
woman.
probably, her peak is bigger than Rhea
America,
Ripley,
probably.
for sure.
Yeah.
Don't know about Mercedes
Moné. No other woman was like the top star in WWE ever, right?
No, that's true.
Other than Becky, but Becky was legit, so
yeah.
I would put her as the most, as the biggest woman star. Maybe not the best woman star, but whatever.
Then I'm going to jump to the 22nd of March, which is a show I actually wanted to talk about, which is Volume 107. And I'm just going to talk about one match, which was Anna versus Haruka Umasaki. So Anna is improving. She started out from being the most green rookie in the entire industry, and now she's slowly getting there. I love seeing that growth, okay? This is the shit I live for, Tim, okay? This is my favorite thing about Joshi wrestling. I can watch someone from the start of the career where I think they might drop out of wrestling, and then a couple months later, they're doing some crazy stuff. Like, she offers a handshake to Umasaki, and then she yanks Umasaki into the corner and drop kicks her. So Umasaki was kind of playing a heel here, but Anna's forearms are so fucking crazy. They're so loud. So I
talk about them every week.
Yeah, I can't believe it. She can't do anything but forearms. It's insane.
It's good.
But she also showed a lot of babyface fire here, which I want to give her credit for because it's night and day from her first appearances a couple months ago. So I thought this match was really, really good, and obviously good job to Umasaki for getting this out of Anna. It's Anna's best match for sure so far. And it made me love wrestling. One of those matches that you just like, this is why I watch. So good shit. Then I'm not going to talk about anything else from there. So sorry if you wanted more Dino review. You'll get over it. Then we had Actress Girls in Osaka on the 14th of March. So I said this last week that they have a new debutante in April, but I found out a new note that I thought was worth talking about. So Yuri Yamane is 29 and she'll debut on the 5th of April. But her athletic background is very strong, and it kind of surprised me. It's very unlike Actress Girls recruits, who we know, recruit idols. So she is an actress, but she also has a black belt and is first dan in Shorinji Kempo while competing in national championships. So Kempo is the same martial art that Keno does, so Noah's Keno, and also DDT's Takeshi Masada. That's what they're trained in. So I just thought it was cool that she's a black belt and she did national championships, and now she's an Actress Girls. So there you
go.
Damn. The show itself was pretty fucking great, to be honest. Sometimes Actress Girls just put on a really great show. You can tell from the card. This was one of them where you kind of knew from the card that this was going to be a great show. The opener was Asako Miya versus Natsuki. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I talked to you about in private about that, but I'm enjoying Asako Miya for whatever reason. I think she's a very entertaining like funny bad wrestler. I don't know.
No, she is. It's definitely funny.
I don't even think she's bad, but like as a worker itself, I think she can go. Like she shows it in here and there in between a couple of times. Natsuki is great, of course. So I was entertained by this. Yes.
Yep, I was too. So yeah, I thought it was a good match. So then we had I don't know why am I even mentioning that. We had Marina Sahara versus Naru. I thought this match was great.
You don't want to talk about the Maru match?
I mean, no, it's just nothing really happened. Iona Iri and Mari versus Kyoka Iwai and Maru. Do you have anything on it?
I would have just said I didn't change my mind on Maru.
Oh boy, they're gonna get mad at you.
But I do like Iri and Mari.
Yeah.
They make for a good team. They look good together in a team, you know.
Yeah, then we had Marina Sahara versus Naru. So this was great because Naru rarely gets a chance to shine. And I think she did here. They hit some brutal kicks and forearms on each other. There were nice transitions. Just everything was just like smooth as butter, basically. So good stuff.
Yes.
So I basically like the Actress Stage podcast, that's Velke and Sondra, they were like very high on Naru, but I never quite saw it. And that's because I only started watching a year ago, and she just hasn't had much of a spotlight. This is the match I was like, oh, she is like good. And it's kind of a shame that she's like going part-time basically, and she dropped from Actress 5, the babyface faction, because to focus on her part-time job. So yeah, but she was great here. So good stuff.
She is always kind of like I think this was like my third match probably that I saw, and every time I see her, I think she looks like a new rookie to me, but then she starts going in the ring and she's like, oh no, she's like,
I get what you mean.
The fuck?
Yeah.
She actually like,
exactly.
She's like thin as a twig, and she doesn't look like much, but she has some power behind her, and she's like
sneaky good.
Impressive. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Sneaky good is perfect. Yeah. Kicks and elbows were insane in this match, and they did. No, you just continue.
Okay.
Sorry. Like the one spot was insane where like she draped over the top rope and Marina like deadlift Germaned her out of there, and yeah, there was some crazy shit in this match. It was very good.
Definitely a good match. I like this a lot. I think I put it in my recommendations for my written review, but yeah, very good. Then we had Kana Yufuku and Yukina Uehara versus Marino Nishimura and Riko Fukunaga. So this was obviously the rookies Kana and Yukina, and they were taking on the champion Riko and another rookie who's Nishimura. So I was just watching this match thinking, again, what on earth happened to Yukina? How did she get so good? She is just she's so good. I don't want to say flawless, but she is so good in these tags, and she just wasn't before. She was a mess in these tags, and now she's just good. It's just really mind-blowing to me, and part of why I like watching this promotion, I guess, because people just grow really quickly, I guess. And then I was watching Nishimura's selling in this match. Like she was like taking some hellish kicks from Yukina. And I was like, how is someone only 5 or 6 matches into their career able to move and sell this way? I was like, okay, I love Nishimura. Then there was like Kana Yufuku, right? Which I couldn't stop having a smile on my face when she started off the match against Nishimura and they were like exchanging forearms. And then, Riko Fukunaga tagged in, and then Kana pointed at Nishimura on the apron, and she was like, watch this. And then she sits down and eats Riko's kicks. So I was like, I fucking love Kana. Right. And then obviously Riko was in this match as well. So Yukina won with the axe kick that she's now calling the heel drop 170, something like that. 170 refers to her height, 170 centimeters.
Okay.
That axe kick is so fucking good. Yeah. It is. I love that axe kick.
It's better than Yuki Arise.
It is definitely better than Yuki Arise. So I think Yukina is like a real prospect. I guess the news is she's doing some Sukaban dates. So Sukaban have found her. I don't think that means she's leaving Japan. It's just kind of funny that someone found her an Actress Girls wrestler, especially because they're not really doing a lot of outside stuff. So anyway,
yeah,
just interesting. Really,
people were panicking.
Yeah,
it's gonna be fine. It's
like
2 shows a year, if even that. I think these wrestlers, like the ones in this match, they're kind of clunky still in between, but like they make more than make up for it with like just how hard they fucking kick and strike each other. It's
especially Kana. Kana is very clunky,
yes,
but she just goes so hard. I think Marino is kind of more smooth, Marino Nishimura, than you are one.
She's a great seller.
She is a great seller.
Nishimura.
And then so Yukina wants Riko Fukunaga's AWG title, and they have made it official for the 28th of March. So I don't actually know if they're going to belt up Yukina. They just might, but we'll see. Right. Then we had in the main event Anri and Sakura Mizushima versus Arisa Nagai and Nagisa Shiitsuki. This was like the AWG house style tag match, which means it was great. I really liked it. So Polaris is Anri and Arisa, and obviously they were on opposite teams here, so they're like mistakenly, teamed up for a double move, but they were also like hitting each other so hard because that's what teammates do to each other. So like Anri's come back from injury and she's basically hitting harder than ever. It's really, really good, cool. So
she's good, yeah.
Yes. Do you have anything on this?
I was kind of surprised. Anri basically wrestled this entire match.
They do this in Actress Girls. They just like pick someone on a team to just go 15 minutes.
That's kind of what happened.
I kind of like it though.
That was good. I like Anri a lot. No, yeah, kind of.
Cool. Well, are you gonna say something?
I don't really remember much about this match, but I thought it was good.
Yeah,
Anri was good.
Yes. Then after the match, Anri delivered a heartfelt promo to Nagisa Shiitsuki. I wish I knew what she said, but there's no promo translations for this. But yeah, her facial expressions were awesome, and it kind of got me good. She was basically in tears, so she's also a good promo as a rookie.
Cool.
Actress Girls, good. Then we had finally, I've just got 2 notes from Pure J. They had a show on the 21st of March
in
Itabashi. So these are basically their big shows. They're below Korakuen shows. Is Itabashi Green Hall. They do it like once every 3-4 weeks, maybe once a month. Right. First note, the new rookie Mia is pretty damn solid. Like, she reminds me a bit of Yuka Yamazaki, not just her build and look, but her confidence as well. So like Yuka Yamazaki from Marigold was a really confident rookie. Well, still is. Mia is like that as well. She's doing a 7-match trial series, and she was against Kazuki here, and she shook her hand, much like Anna and Haruka Umasaki and Diana. She yanked her in and then drop kicked her into the corner, so it was the exact same spot, and then just started throwing stiff forearms. She's 27, so I think that kind of explains her confidence a bit more. But yeah, I think she's promising. Then we had Misa Kagura is the new #1 contender for the Pure J Openweight title. She beat Chi Izora in a pretty great match. I liked it a lot. But yeah, Misa's just becoming like the premier freelancer, I guess, in the independent scene. She never puts in a half shift. In this match, she was like it was like all action. Go, 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 go. Like, it's Pure J, Itabashi Green Hall in front of like 100 people, and she's like taking nasty German suplex bumps, and she's like sprinting for 15 minutes straight. So, good stuff.
Cool.
Quick previews. Just the Sendai Girl show on the 27th of March. That's just notable because it was randomly stacked, as in it had 2 title matches in Sendai Pit. So that was Chihiro Hashimoto versus Minami in the main event for the world title, and then the semi-main event was going to be Red Energy, so Mika Wata and Miyuka Takase versus Bobo Momo Banana, Miya Momono and Yurika Oka. I doubt that's happening, but as far as I've seen, they have not announced a replacement yet. So that card is still stuck there. And I don't know why they got 2 title matches on the Sendai Pit show. So that is also a VOD show. So it releases on the 30th. I don't know what's going on with that show.
Do you know when they filmed that doc? Is all that pre-recorded, or is it like
I've got no idea. Wait, didn't someone say it's like a few months ago? There was stuff from a few months ago.
That would make sense because Spike is there. It's either like very new and they release it week by
it's
week
before.
right
it's
after they
before.
film it,
Yeah.
or it's okay.
Then we have Marvelous on the 30th of March, which is Senka's birthday, and it's notable because they're running Shinjuku face, not their normal Shinkiba, because it's a Senka birthday, so they have to build a bigger arena. They have to book a big arena, which is kind of interesting. Because Soriyami had a birthday show, and it was just at Shinkiba, so I do find that funny. As of recording, we only have Miya Momono versus Rin Kadakura, but they always announce shows the week of. So, but Miya versus Rin will be very good as well. So, not going to talk about that. Okay, maybe I will. So, Seed Stage Volume 3. So, this is their like series focusing on younger wrestlers. It actually happened a month ago, but they don't post it anywhere until they post it to the service 1 month later. So that's why it's getting released this week. And I just want to highlight 2 matches. Haruka Umasaki versus Yuki Funa will probably be good. And then Honori Hana versus Slee Mizora in a singles match. So I want to see what happened in that match. And
that's cool.
So Wanted to mention that. We have Evo at Shinjuku Face again. So they're not at Shinkiba. They're running a bigger show at Shinjuku Face. So Chi-Chi versus Honoka for the Evo title. That will be great. Then we have Chihiro Hashimoto versus Chika as well in the semi-main event, which will also be good. So those are the two matches I just wanted to highlight.
Wait, Chihiro Hashimoto versus Chika Goto?
No, versus Chika, so the Evo rookie.
Okay.
Yeah. She's pretty good. Diana have a show at Shinkiba on the 29th, which has 2 title matches. So you got Ayako Sato versus Miss Mongo versus Tomoko Watanabe for the Elizabeth title, whatever. But the main event is Debbie Kaito versus Mochi Natsumi for the Diana World title. So Debbie will win that. Wave, a really quick Wave note, because no one cares about Wave spoilers. They've switched their tag titles like 3 times. So first they switched them to Prominence. So it was Saran and Yumi Oka. Then Prominence, which is Hiragi Kurumi and Mochi Natsumi. Then it was Haruka Misaki and Honoka. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. Amikun's won the titles. They dropped them to Kahaku and Momoko Hanazono on the 20th of March, which the VOD hasn't released yet. And then Kahaku and Momoko Hanazono dropped them to Rina Amakura and Yuko Sakurai the day after. So those are your new Wave Tag Team champions, Rina Amakura and Yuko Sakurai, which is from Colors Promotion, Saki's promotion. Awesome.
What's going on there?
Wave is soon going to enter the Marigold house show zone for me. Then we have...
That's fair.
No, that's it. And then the next show I guess to look out for is 01. They had a show on the 20th of March, but that should come out relatively soon. So that's the Rose Division episode 2. Well, it's the pre-launch show, episode 2. So you've got like Honoka versus Kao Kobayashi, which is great. You've got Coco versus Mei Suruga. I'm very excited for that. And then the main event is...
Oh, that sounds...
Yeah, and then the main event is Rina Amakura and Saki versus Yuka Mashiro and Yuka Satsuki, which is okay. Match of the week.
We cannot watch all this, can we?
What do you mean? Oh, you're looking
Everything
at...
you just previewed.
How many shows there are?
Looking Grand Princess, free Stardom shows.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out.
Huh.
We're probably just going to have to select. Yeah,
that's a daunting week.
It is a daunting week.
Ahead of us.
But we know we're going to watch Stardom and TJPW, and then it'll just be like recommended matches from the Indie Zone, right?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, one of the Stardom shows is just the Sendai also. We can probably mostly skip that too.
But we never do, so. What is your match of the week?
Well, this is kind of the question, right? I do believe, like, officially it should be between the Sareee ISM tags and the Hyuna Chihiro Hashimoto match.
Yeah.
Since we like to sometimes mention things we saw from outside of this. I think Callum Newman and Shota Umino actually was my favorite one of the New Japan matches, but Oleg and Yuya, as well as Yuya and Newman, were also both very good, but I most preferred the Shota match, I have to say. I'm not as high on the finals as a lot of people are, because I had some problems just with the way they worked. I think for some reason, Newman almost worked like the underdog for a large stretch of the finals. That's not how I would have just structured the match in itself. And I still think Yuya Uemura is just... I can't get into his matches. He's too bland for me, honestly. So I do like Callum a lot. I think he's great. I do like Oleg Bolton a lot. I think he's great. And Oiwa is probably my favorite guy. But I can't really... Zack Sabre Jr. Oiwa was the previous week, right?
Yeah,
I can't
it was
really
previous
dominate
week,
it this week. So yeah, I guess, like... Thinking about it right now, I want to say Chihiro Hashimoto and Yuna is actually my match of the week right
now.
I don't know. Why not?
So, I'm gonna, because I didn't pre-prepare this like I normally do, my match for the week is, based on how excited I was to talk about it, is Chi-Chi and Miku Kanai versus Ami Fujiwara and Rina.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think I'm higher on it now after talking about it. It's probably going to go into my favorites list, actually, that special list.
That's how it went for the Yuna match for me.
Yes.
I'm higher now.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So the runners-up, obviously, Chihiro Hashimoto and Yuna. And then I think the only other one on that level was Kazuki Hirata versus Konosuke Takeshita from DDT. Those three I have around the same level.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that was fun. I watched it.
you did watch it. What did you think?
I saw like a couple of tweets on, like a couple of clips on Twitter. So I thought I'm just gonna check this whole match out. It looks fun. Yeah, it was fun. I thought it was very fun.
It is fun.
More matches should have 20 counts. So
Yeah, exactly. I just
it was very funny. I laughed a couple of times.
I think Kazuki Hirata is so fucking good. You're not a Hirata enjoyer. He's one of my favorites.
I'm not a Hirata hater.
No, but
I'm just
you're an Anton Honda
I
guy.
enjoy Honda more when it comes to DDT comedy.
Yeah.
But Hirata is probably like second place when it comes to
Yeah.
DDT comedy.
And I just want to say, Takeshita in DDT is a special attraction. And it feels awesome. It feels amazing. It feels epic. The crowd love him. His entrance is awesome. That is how he should be booked. He looks like a killer. Even New Japan fucked it up. I don't know how DDT, the comedy promotion, is booking an alpha top dog better than New Japan and AEW. It is mind-blowing to me. Right. Thank you, everyone.
I heard he lost to John Moxley. Is that true?
It's just fucking ridiculous. Why even book the match? Like, why are we still waiting for a Takeshita push? We've been waiting since 2022.
Well, keep waiting, I guess. I don't know. I can tell.
Tony has too much money. I'll tell you that. He's got too much money. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think we have arrived at the end.
We have arrived. This is our longest episode, by the way.
It is? Oh my god.
How did this even happen?
It's
you know
crazy.
what? It was the fucking start.
We did have a lot. The stardom thing ate a lot. Yeah.
0 fucking
I'm
shows.
sorry.
1 hour.
I'm sorry. I insisted on talking about it again. It's my fault. I'm sorry, everyone.
Tim was basically like, he linked the interview, and what you were like, it was something. Okay, it was like, hey Eric, like, do you think we can add this Sayaka Kurara interview to the agenda, pretty please?
I asked you, should we talk about it?
And
Should
you
we
had like
cover this
puppy dog
interview?
eyes, and I was like, fine. Yeah, so that is how this happened. But I hope you guys enjoyed the episode.
Well, I think it was good.
Yes, give us a like, maybe,
Yes.
wherever you listen to us, and join us on the Discord channel, which Tim has linked in the description. And we are very open.
Sure.
I mean, I basically reply to everything. You reply to everything. So
Yeah.
we like talking to our community.
Listen to all the other excellent podcasts on the network. Do we have?
Oh, yeah.
Just-
So, don't worry, Tim. I'll do this. Okay, I'm not going to do the speed thing. That one should be special. We are a part of the Social Suplex Podcast Network, a network dedicated to bringing you the best coverage from all over the world, including Keeping It Strong Style, the Trish and Sarah Wrestling Podcast, which has a new episode, which I have listened to, and I thought it was awesome. You haven't listened to it, right?
The first 20 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Do you hate podcast
On my
spoilers?
way
I don't know
home.
if you hate podcast spoilers as well.
Nah, just
Yeah, no, because
Say
they
whatever you
also
want.
compared Hangman. No, yeah,
Tom Nakano.
no, to Naito. Because you know she did that on the AEW match guide as well.
Yes.
So yeah,
Okay.
no, there was just
Yeah,
like an interesting
makes sense.
Hangman discussion as well. So
Okay. That's cool.
yeah, so really good episode. So check that out. Then we had One Nation Radio. I think I think James still did a solo episode reviewing AEW Revolution. So and he did a great job. Tunnel Talk obviously celebrated their 5th anniversary, so that's worth checking out the episode because they get
That's an awesome.
they get
episode.
drunk as fuck towards the end. So if you ever wondered what is peak Tunnel Talk, it is that episode. And then All Things Elite, Imp's AEW Adventure, Wrestling Art of Chris Things, and the AEW Match Guide, which had that episode with Trish talking about Naito, basically. It was basically a podcast episode about Naito. So we also have Social Suplex newsletter around once a month. Should be getting released in a couple of weeks before.
Did you say Keeping It Strong Style?
Yes,
Yeah,
at the
right.
start, yeah. That gives you in-depth coverage from promotions all over the world. The best coverage in all of wrestling media, for sure. And you can find it at socialsuplex.com. And as I said, Discord channel if you want to talk to us, which is linked. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and goodbye.
Come back next week. Goodbye.
If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial. If you're a podcast host, listen up, this one's for you. My name is Allie Jackson. I'm the host of Finding Mr. Height, a dating and relationship podcast that I've been doing for 4 years now, sharing my positive and practical approach to dating that's built on my own life experience. And I wanted to share another experience that I've had, my secret behind monetizing my show. It's called Red Circle, and I was just telling my colleague about how much I love their platform. With Red Circle, not only am I getting a seamless hosting experience, but I also love the support I receive in ad sales. It's not just typical ad sales either. It's targeted opportunities based on my show and my life. And the platform is super simple. You just set your preferences and Red Circle matches you with sponsors that align with your show. You can vet every opportunity and their platform gives you great analytics. More recently too, my Red Circle team has brought me opportunities outside of my podcast on social media to really augment the podcast partnerships, bring them full circle. I just can't recommend them enough. If you want to give it a try, go to redcircle.com to get your free trial. That's redcircle.com for a free trial.